Hello, hello, and welcome everybody to my Friday afternoon hangout. Michael Castle, how's it going? Just playing with a couple buttons here. Nice to see you. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on my Facebook group and my Facebook page. So how's everybody doing today? Just thought I'd go live. I'm a little tired. I have no energy drinks today, so I'm drinking one of my wife's Cokes. Maybe that'll perk me up. Some kind of boo. Kind of how I feel at the moment. So anyway, my live streams usually get picking up after a little bit. Just wanted to call and say, get online side, everybody. Amazon just dropped me off a box from, it's a roll of PLA Plus. Obviously, it's a used roll. No idea who sent it. Could be ZYLTECH was going to send me some, but that wouldn't have been a used roll. It's not vacuum sealed. Yeah, and it's not a completely full roll. Where's the end at? Now, if that's the end and it's not all tangled up, see how brittle it is. Got some cutters here somewhere. Non-fam, how you doing? Gary T, how's it going? We go to my comments here, see if anybody's on Facebook talking at me. Facebook user, hey, how's it going? If you click the little URL above the video on Facebook, I'll be able to see your name. Because right now I just see a hey man. So that could be a lot of people that call me hey man. How's it going? KKP 3D, hi Jerry, how you doing? Hey Tim, how's it going? Oh, pretty good. I'm just kind of tired. I'm going to drink a Coke and try to wake up. Coffee doesn't seem to do it anymore for me. Well, then I switch to decaf. Yeah, it's not brittle at the moment. I just got to figure out where it came from. I don't know who sent this to me. Usually companies have their names on the spools. It's Silk PLA. So if anybody recognizes that label, I'm not sure if it's ZYLTECH or where it's from. Not sure. Oh, Hal Reed. Hey, Hal. Yeah, Hal Reed, list in the description. I think it's a palette 2 that you're selling. We're on 3D printing and painting. He was going to post it online. I believe that's what it was. You're welcome to say whatever you want to say in the chat there, Hal. Or if you want to drop in the stream, Hal, I can post a link and you can show it off to everybody. Maybe somebody would like to buy it. Hear me post a link if anybody wants to drop in and hang out. If anybody that I know wants to drop in and hang out, trolls are not welcome. Been there, done that. Once was enough. Yeah, it might be. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm broke, so the only way I would take it off your hands would be for free, but obviously you want to sell it, so you're welcome to post in a chat there if someone would like to buy it. Pop up everybody's comments. Anyway, I ordered a couple rollers for my Hypercube. I built my Hypercube, as you guys seen, like 3 or 4 months ago. I've rarely printed with it, and then I was getting bad banding on my Hypercube. I printed a Robocop, and I was getting bad banding probably every 3 or 4 inches. So I tightened up the belts. They didn't appear to be too tight. And the next thing you know, one of my rollers went bad. So one of my little tiny rollers on it, the bearings fell out of it. And the belt was burning. I was getting all kinds of black debris. I took off both belts. I inspected them wearing my glasses. I don't see anything tore up on them, but I still may go ahead and replace them when I get these 2 rollers in the mail and replace the rollers. So that's my Hypercube you see sitting behind me there, turned around backwards so I can work on it. So those rollers go right up here. It just has a little bolt. I printed all the parts out of PETG when I built that. And the rollers just have a little bolt to go through them that hold them in place. Yeah, I've heard of pallets having different issues here and there. I'm not sure if they got all the bugs worked out or not. Or if someone has one working perfectly fine. I don't know. I've never tried one. And my vape pipe ain't working worth a shit. But and if I end up using more belts, and I got more belts right here. I got a couple packs of belts over on the shelf. So ain't much else going on. Oh yeah, yesterday I picked up some a little bit of wood and I started my project out back. Let me show you how it's coming. I got part of my patio framed up now. And the reason I went 2 foot on center, not 16, is because it's not load bearing. There's a big beam. It's underneath the existing house, and it's not load bearing. So I'll be putting a door in that and obviously sheeting both sides of it and insulating it. And that's going to be for my painting room and my resin room. Okay. Yep. Whenever you want to hop in, whoever, you're welcome. As long as I'm familiar with you and know who you are. Yeah, I've just got too much going on in this room. Here's a picture of my hobby room. It's just got too much stuff everywhere. So when I move my resin stuff outside, then I'll be able to take a shelf that I have resin prints on, put that where the resin printer was sitting to the right of the camera there. And, you know, straighten it up a little bit. Take all my paints out back. Hey, Scott, how you doing? If anybody wants to jump in and chit chat about whatever or whatever you got on your mind. Oh yeah, guys. When Scott was on my stream a few weeks ago, he published a book over on Amazon. It's like a do-it-yourself book on 3D printing on how to do this, that, and other. We forgot to mention that in the live stream. But Scott, if you want to post a link, you're welcome to post a link to that on Amazon. If anybody might want to check it out. Here, I'll mod you so you can post, Scott. Hold on. Okay, you're already a moderator. Never mind. Okay, cool, Scott. Or Hal. You got the post up for the palette. So if anybody wants to see a Hal's post, actually, I can go to it. You close a couple things here. Share screen. Hey, look, there's me. Huh. Here's his post right here. It's kind of hard to see. Well, if you have a smartphone, that works too. If you want to way around the camera setup, but I understand, not a problem. No problem, Hal. Yeah, 3D printing and painting over on Facebook. Hal's got that posted. Anybody wants to check it out. You can go on OfferUp. You can post it there, Hal. Facebook Marketplace, I think it's called. You can post it there. There's a few places where you can post it for free, and you should get some hits. Oh, there it is. Yes, I got your email, and I emailed you back. I sent him your email, but I think he was on the way to do some kind of drag racing with his daughter somewhere, if he didn't get back with you. And then I sent you an email back stating that I had sent it to him. Do I know if I can put a mono screen replacement in the Elegoo Mars Pro 2 in a Mars Pro? And I'm not sure. I have the original Elegoo Mars, and I just replaced the screen here a few days ago with another replacement screen just like it. I think that if you try to put the more advanced screen in, you have to change out the motherboard. The control board has to be changed out. So I don't think you can swap around things like that. If that makes any sense. But I'd suggest go over to Elegoo Mars group on Facebook and go to the search bar, type in your question, and somebody's probably already asked that, or just post a comment. 3D Print Viking Thomas, how you doing? Yeah, 2K screen, yes, 4K, no. But before you buy anything, I would verify it, verify it for sure that you can do what you want to do. Hey, Bruce, how's it going? Here's a stream link if anybody wants to come in and hang out. I guess the next time I go live, I usually do these hangouts a couple times a week, other than when I have a guest on every Wednesday or so. I should probably PM some people. That way I can start with somebody rather than I sit here and talk to the screen for an hour. But it doesn't matter. And yes, I printed a Slinky a while back, and it gives me something to sit here and play with. Some people, when they get older, they twiddle their thumbs or something, which I'll never do that. But I guess I can play with a Slinky. Or vape. Yeah, non-fam. I got a hold of my rep for Corality about being on one of their live streams, and he messaged me back and he said, well, what would you talk about? So I've got to figure out what would I talk about if I'm on their live stream. So it's like when I approach guests to be on my live stream, I tell them what it would be about and see what they think. Hey, Walter, how you doing? Here's one of my buddies here in Las Vegas. He's a maker and has a really interesting job he does here in town. Yeah, Walter, I just kind of hang out like this for about an hour, and then people start dropping in. So by the time this goes 3 or 4 hours, I'll have 5 or 6 people in here all chatting at once, talking about different things. So, but it usually starts out kind of slow when I'm just doing a hangout. HVAC A to Z, how you doing? You're welcome to drop in and hang out if you'd like to. There's a link in the description. Oh, anyway, but that's it. When I get these other wheels sometime today, I'll work on the Hypercube, and I'll get the rollers put back on, put the belts back on, try to get them as tight as I can without them being too tight. What happened is when I first put the belts on, they weren't tight enough. I cut off the excess belt. That way, when the hot end traveled back and forth, the belt wouldn't hit the side rails. And then I cut them really short. So then when I had to go back and tighten them up, there's hardly nothing to grab hold of. I'd have to get some needle nose pliers and try to get in there and pull them tighter. I wish this particular Hypercube from ZYLTECH had a separate roller system where I could easily tension the belts instead of it being on the back of the hot end, similar to what Walter from Country 3D was doing this morning. some parts he was reprinting, that type of setup for the Hevo. Yeah, the Hypercube is doing good. I don't print much with it. I've done a few test cubes that came out fine. Then I've tried to print a few things big, and I was using some shitty filament from Sunlu, their PLA, and I had a monstrous clog, wasted a roll of filament. So then I put a different type of film I had laying around in it to do a print, and it done great until it had a layer shift. And then I realized why it had the layer shift is I had that bad roller and the belt was binding, and that's what caused the layer shift, which at the time I didn't know it. So I cleaned everything up, started a new print, and then my wife heard it making all kinds of racket right away. So I came over and looked at it, and I could see the belt in the back corner jumping up and down the pulley. How often do you change the screen? Yeah, every 3 or 4 months. They're about $30. I bought mine last August, and then in December I replaced it, but I was printing constantly 24/7 with it, doing probably 100 prints. It went bad around December. I started getting holes in my print and things like that. So in December I replaced it. I have barely used it since December, not that much, and it went out on me again. And there's an example of a screen going bad. You see the hole in the print, not in the back of the head, but in the arm. Then on the side of the head, you can see that mark there. That's pixels going dead. That's what's causing that. So I got it replaced. And a lot of times when people will print something, they'll see what looks like sheets of paper printing. That's another sign of your LCD going bad. When you get all that funny looking stuff, it looks like paper. Full Throttle Junkie, thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you very much. You gotta jump up and dance. I don't know. I need to have a bell or something, or hit a button on my Stream Deck, but I don't have it set up yet. Thank you. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hey, doing good. Just a second, I'm gonna mute the other.
Alrighty.
There's stream here. There it is.
Yeah, I done a video on how to replace the screen, and there's a lot of people that have done videos on it. They're real simple to replace. They're not hard.
I figured I'd go ahead and set the camera up for you, since you're sitting there all by yourself.
Oh, it's all right. Yeah, on my Hangouts, they always start out slow, and eventually people start popping in. And then 2 people pop in, then here comes 3, then 4, you know. Anyway.
I may not be on too long. I had surgery Wednesday, so.
Hey, let me full screen you, and let's show everybody your book. Tell us about your book. We missed that last time.
Okay. Yeah, figure out where I put it. Okay. Oh, it is the basic handbook. Full color. It's basically to advanced tips, stuff that I've learned, done.
Very nice.
Adjusting separate drivers. It's stuff that is very handy with most modern printers. Nothing brand specific. So it's on Amazon. It's just kept getting asked about having different things, so I put that together. I have my tech site, which has got a lot of that stuff on it, but not all of it.
No, Walter, I haven't tried any Elegoo Mars air filters. The resin that I've been using, it has, I can barely smell it, very little odor. That doesn't mean it's not harming me, but I haven't had a reason to put a filter on it. I do have a big filter in my room by Winex that I bought a couple of years ago, sitting here on the floor. Whenever I got a lot of stuff going on, I usually run that just to help filter there a little bit, but no, I haven't.
I have 5 resin printers sitting right next to my office. Jerry, you got a photo of my office. You can show them with it. Resin printers. I don't smell anything, but every one of mine have carbon filters built in. So I don't smell any of them, but I also, I'm careful with the resins I get. I don't get the smelly ones. I get no smell. Hi, Thomas. Full Throttle. It's on Amazon. I posted a link a minute ago. Just a second. I got it saved. I'll post it again. The
Crowley cameras I've never tried. I have a C270s on most of my printers. I've never tried the Crowley camera.
Just a second. I'll show you one. I have the Crowley camera. I've had it since they came out.
How do you like it?
I don't really use it for remote printing. I use it for remote monitoring. I have printed off of it one time, just to make sure it worked. I have controlled every single printer I own pretty much with it.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, Jerry, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. I figure I can kick around for about an hour on here with you.
All right, go ahead, Scott.
But I say I have used it to control every printer just to try it. It does work pretty good. I use it for viewing more than anything. I was out of state. I was all the way in North Arkansas. What, 16-hour drive from here, just about, and had a printer running. I love the Artist D. That's why it's sitting here. I had surgery Wednesday, and I hadn't started it back up printing. I've been too busy catching back up with things that I missed all day Wednesday. But I love my Artist D. If you look at the Kickstarter, I'm talking about it. It's a pretty dang good out of the box printer.
Hey, Brian Baker, how you doing? Yeah, Brian Baker, I think it was this morning or was it last night, he was on Facebook Live and he was playing a game. That was pretty funny to see. It was like a bunch of little, what do you call them, stuffed animals. They're running around fighting each other and smacking each other. Tennis rackets. It was hilarious. I guess there's a game coming out on Steam that I believe you can get a free trial of it right now. It was a lot of fun to watch. So what have you been working on, Tim?
Oh, not a lot. I've got to redesign my name and logo and stuff here for the 3D. There's apparently because KKP is our actual company name and it's got a branded logo as it is.
Take your phone so you can get back in now. And all that.
Yeah, and apparently they're not going to look favorable upon me using it for another brand. So it's a franchise we're in, right? So so I'm rethinking the whole design and name. So that's something that I'm working on lately.
Okay.
Yeah.
That game is called Party Animals, Brian Baker said over on Steam. Look like it's pretty funny.
I don't have time to play games. I got too many projects going. I got a brand new printer still in the box sitting underneath the camera. I put it together. An ANET came in. So I'm going to try it. It's my first brand new ANET. It's the ET5 Pro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Walter said he's waiting for his to come in the mail now. Yeah, one of these days I'll get something else to review from somebody. So I don't have anything in the pipeline at the moment. Everything was no, not now, or no, you're not big enough. One or the other.
I was surprised. I actually had somebody contact me a couple weeks ago. They wanted me, and I don't know where they found my name, but they wanted me to test out some PETG filament. So they sent me a roll of black, and I've been running a few prints at home, and I'm going to give my thoughts on it over the weekend. So it's just out of the blue. I mean, I've got 20 followers, big deal.
Yeah.
So they got my name somewhere, but I guess you got to start somewhere.
I actually, I don't do reviews. I'll give you my feedback, but it's mainly for the manufacturers.
Yeah.
I've got quite a few printers from doing that. I've got 6 or 8 sitting here. I do beta testing and advanced, I guess you say advanced diagnostics and refinement for them.
Oh, okay.
PG Maker actually asked me about it early on, and I was helping with the design phase a little bit. I've helped with several 2-tree printers, the Creality Ender 5 Pro, some of the Sobel stuff. So I'm pretty active with the manufacturers.
That's
Which
good.
ANET, Hal was wondering.
The ET5 Pro. That one they just sent me. They said, hey, we'd like to send you one. I said, okay. 45 printers, including that one now in my office.
There was somebody I was talking to earlier today. If they're still watching, here's a link if you want to pop in. We are live, but it's, not that many people hanging out. So if you want to pop in, it'd be a good test for you.
Hey, Tim, is that a vinyl cutter behind you?
The one behind me is it's a printer.
Is it? Okay, it's a plotter printer?
Yeah, plotter printer, but I do have, let me switch cameras here for you. I do have a large vinyl cutter where is it? Right here. Yeah, so.
Oh, nice Roland, huh?
Yeah, Roland 65-inch, and then I have an HP printer over to the left there.
Is that a vinyl printer?
Yeah, it's a 60-inch printer. It prints everything from vinyl to paper to textiles and so forth. So
nice.
yeah.
I'm guessing that's what you do for a living?
Yeah, that's I have a business partner, but this is our business. Yeah, we do digital printing and signs and so forth. So
Hey,
Nice.
Brian.
hey, Brian.
Hey
Brian.
guys, how's it going?
I'm actually looking at getting a vinyl cutter. I was supposed to have it already, but
Mhm.
people haven't set their price yet. So
Yeah, you can do a lot of things with it. You can make good money with them. So
I don't do this stuff for money.
no, oh,
That's
it's my.
hobby.
This is a business, so I have to.
Yeah, well, I understand that, and
Yeah.
no, I do it for my own stuff.
Yeah,
I make my own stickers and signs and things like that for my stuff. Nothing against anybody that does it for a living. I mean, people we're getting it from is friends that own a business doing it.
there we go.
They make all my shirts.
Yeah,
If I can remember which way to move it, they make all my shirts. They've got one of the graphics or the printers that prints white.
yeah.
They got one of those that does the transfers. They've done my hats for embroidery. I'm buying a 10 needle industrial embroidery machine from them for my wife. That's one of her hobbies is sewing.
Cool. Yeah, it's a fun business. I like it because it's different all the time.
Yeah, I've got a little Cricut Maker here. It does enough for what I need it to, because I can do up to 12 by 24 inch. So mostly a lot of permanent vinyl for the car. I've posted a bunch of photos for that. I've done a couple of T-shirts, but don't think I need anything big myself. For me, it's all about printers themselves and camera gear and all that. I just
I need to get more stuff figured out. Ugh, camera and mic gear's been my headache.
Brian,
Yeah.
turn up your mic a little bit, Brian.
Oh, is it dry? Okay, hang on.
There you go.
Let's try that.
That's better.
I'm still getting the mixing right on this system, so bear with me.
I have I just got a new sound card for my desktop. It's the new it's that THX built-in capture setup for audio. I got it, and I can't get OBS to recognize it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's my mic setup or something because it's not worked with. I've had 3 different sound cards in it now, and it fights me. But I just got a buddy of mine gave me that THX sound card and a new let's see, the sound card is a Sound Blaster Recon 3D with the THX front end where you plug it back in. It's got the mic gain and all that on the front.
Yeah, for myself here, I went all pro audio, so I've got this. I've upgraded my interface card to a Motu M2, which is a kind of cool little USB interface because it's got. Let's see if I can pull her without dropping my mic out here. There we go.
Nice.
Come on, there we go. Yeah. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So this little guy, I purely bought it because it had the LCD. I won't lie. Yeah, that's what happens when your buddies work for the music stores, right? Is you end up buying all the fun gear through them and stuff. I used to use a. Let's see, she's still down here. Oh yeah, got a bit of pile of junk down here. I'm still working through.
Mic don't work good when you're bending over.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's very, very directional. This is a $500 mic or something stupid. Used to use a Scarlett interface. The problem was it was starting to have some driver issues with Windows. But you can get a good Roland UR22 for about $150, and then you can jump up through the mic ranks, or even just buy a Yeti.
I've got a Yeti.
Yeah, for close-up stuff like this, it's fine. It's just not good for a room. And I'm trying different things. Like I just picked up this Zoom Q8 camcorder this week. It's nice because it actually has the Zoom audio mics up there, and on the back it's got 2 XLR inputs with phantom power. So I can record 1080p 30 video with real nice high-def audio.
Nice. Yeah, if Jerry wants, you can show pictures of my office. My office can get a bit noisy if I. That's why I don't use the Blue Yeti.
I think I deleted them, but I mean, look.
I'm just on a headset in the ear right now. I've got other ones, but what I want to wear is the wireless headset. I've got a wireless head-worn headset. It's dual, but it was cheap, so.
You can get on Amazon, I think Walter over at Country 3E, I think he uses things similar to this. I bought this because it was so cheap. I haven't used it yet. But it's just a little USB mic by Fifine. There we go. Yeah, spin around there. Yeah, this one's a direct one. It was about $20 or so, and then they've got this other one that's the same thing, but it's actually a full wireless lav here. So that's
That's what I want.
yeah, these are like
Hmm.
45, 50 bucks Canadian, so like 35 bucks on
I think that's
Amazon.
about what I've got. I
Yeah.
paid 60 or something like that, 80 for mine. It's dual, and it's got the same thing, but it's head worn, not a lapel.
Yeah, and this one you can swap it out. It's got that standard
Yeah.
whatever connector it is here. Yeah, just like the mini XLR or whatever it
Hmm.
is. Yeah. Hey Milan.
Yeah. See, I've got a Blue Yeti
Yeah.
mic on a boom and all that, but it's over my desktop. I'm sitting obviously at my laptop at my workbench. It's been set up for about 3 weeks this way because the artist D here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Kickstarter printer.
Hmm.
I've been on their live stream a couple of times and was gonna set up and do my own live stream for it, but I've been fighting the mic on my desktop, so
Mm-hmm.
it's funny because it works perfect if I'm using StreamYards. I have no problem setting which mic to use. The volume levels and all that have been good. It's when I move to doing OBS that it doesn't want to recognize the additional mic I plug in.
Am
It
I
only
still
wants to pull
coming
from the
in?
camera.
Am I coming in for quiet for you guys?
You're still quiet, yeah.
Still a bit quiet, yeah.
Hang on. All right. I just didn't want to peek it out, so
Fine.
there we go.
Scott's the loudest, I think. I don't know how I'm talking, but
Yeah,
Hey, Dan.
this is just about peeking it out, but I'm sitting a bit further back, so that should be better.
I got that mic that Richard referred me to a long time ago. I forget the brand name. It's right here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I forget what that is.
Oh, gotta take.
I'll have to see if I can spin my. I just hooked this one up for Jess here. I don't know if it'll come into frame. Oh yeah, there it is. This is the worker bee mic. This is my previous mic. Again, it was one of those on sale specials. It's a great little mic, but it just looks ridiculous. I love it. But this one here I'm using. This is an Aston. Oh, I
It
forget.
comes-
Aston Stealth.
I say it costs more than some of my printers, so it probably won't end up in my
Yeah,
house.
yeah, it's a little expensive, but I'm an audio guy, so
Yeah.
you know,
I-
right. Like
I'm
right
big
now,
with-
my webcam is a mirrorless camera. What can I say? So
I'm big on printers. I've got 45 of them now.
nice. I got 6 behind me, and 4 on the main floor, and 2 non-operational. I think I have to check.
Out of 45 that are set up in this office, I have my Anycubic console mini that needs firmware, and I have to finish my CR10 SS5 heavily modded printer. The rest of them run.
Oh, good. You're joining the S5 severely modded club. Mine right downstairs right now is printing a 10-foot tall Falcon 9.
My S5 has been that way for about 3 years.
Yeah.
I've had all the parts. I got it together, and then nah, I lost interest.
Yeah, mine I ended up picking up for, I think I paid 350 Canadian or something for it from one of those used Amazon deals there. I had it shipped up to Montana, and then I drove down and picked it up myself. It's only about 4 hours south of here, so it was a day trip. But yeah, it's basically the only original thing at this point is the frame and some of the stepper motors. So
I've got less than half the original frame. I've got the additional. It's got a line voltage bag with
yeah,
all the bracers on it. It's got the rear brace. Well, it's supposed to be a front brace. I modified it to fit the back.
Yeah.
Dual BMG extruders. It's got a MKS. No, it's got the SKR. Gen L with the new 35, 3.5 inch touch TFT screen,
oh yeah, yeah.
or Marlin regular 12.864.
Hey, Scott, Mama designed a cool looking pumpkin. He said he threw it up on Colts. Looked really nice.
Let's see if I have.
Well, Mama, here, just a second. Show you something.
I'm gonna copy this image. I'll send it over to Jerry to show on the channel where the giant Falcon 9 and what the printer looks like. Now. It's I've got about 800 mils build height out of it right now with its direct drive. I didn't want to go any taller without making an actual frame like Ender 5 style. I still don't know what to call those printers. If you guys know what to call them, let me know because it's not a Core XY.
No,
but the frame is identical.
it's a cube framed Cartesian.
Yeah, okay. I will stick with that. That sounds.
I
a lot
have an
better.
Ender 5 Plus that is cube framed Artesian.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a beta. They actually, that's one of those that literally they just out of the blue contacted me and said, "Hey, we want you to test this. What's your address?" I said, "Okay."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There
so
you go.
that's at about 400 out of the 800 traveled there. It's SKR 1.4 turbo, linear rails on X and Y. I wanted to do the Z, but I'm going to have to widen the frame just to fit those linear rails on that side for the Z. But otherwise, it's not doing too bad. I've got some vibration issues because I was experimenting with a dampener to see if it would help with that custom milled 5 mil thick aluminum bed. It weighs a boatload. I really should make it so the Z just travels up and down.
Here, llama. Gotta remember that one. That's llama's design.
What's going on with your layer lines there?
This was a untuned printer and new filament that I hadn't tried.
Gotcha.
It happens.
Terrible.
Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it don't.
Yeah, this was a terrible print. The manufacturer switched recipes on me.
Oh,
I didn't know it. So
No, Dominic, I don't. But when I get the extra funds, I'm gonna buy some supplies and start mixing myself. It's too expensive to buy, but I need to.
I think this was printed on like Trunk's the X5S. I'm not sure anymore. Or not X5S, X5-3.
Hey, Walter, if you want to jump in, here's the link. If you'd like to jump in and hang out for a bit, and
yeah, 5 of us. What's your record, Jerry? How many people have you had in there before?
I'm not sure.
That's actually related to 3D printing.
Walter's got a lot of really cool stuff going on. He lives here in Vegas. He's one of my Facebook friends. And there's Dan. Anyway, hopefully he'll pop in.
Hey, Dan.
I think he's camera shy, but it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I say, won't this now do 10?
Yeah.
Will it do 10 now?
Yeah. Paid version will do up to 10 now.
Okay, he says he'll pop in, so hopefully Walter will pop in.
I'm bummed out that they didn't give 1080p at that pricing, to be honest. That's
They
the
should,
thing.
yeah.
They really should, because
1080p is almost getting to be a thing of the past here in a couple of years, so.
yeah, I'm not going to go to 4K yet. I mean, if I do go 4K, it's going to be to, crop my shots in post rather than actually moving my camera around. 4K is kind of nice, but what can you do?
I can't afford.
I'd say my limited bandwidth, 720 is the best you're getting.
Yeah, you don't want to see how fast my internet is here.
Yeah, no, it's I think at best I've been seeing about 8 meg on my downloads and about 2 on my uploads.
Wow.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'm on the fastest internet I can get, and that's 50. 50.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well,
I'm paying $126 a month for a gigablast, and it's not always, that fast, depending on where you try it at. But
yeah.
I mean, I should feel a little bad sharing this with you then, but that's me right now.
Yeah. If I was at work right now, it wouldn't be so bad because I'd be at about the same. I get gig up and down at work.
Yeah, we're paired fiber here, and then I've got I'm on the upper level, and rather than tearing up the walls, I just used the coax in the house and created a Mocha network.
Yep.
So it's flying.
Yeah, I was
I
going to
built-
say Go ahead, Scott.
I say I built my office. Didn't put in network, and I wish I would have now because I've sitting here looking at all 45 printers going crap. But I didn't want to network them. I don't want to. I can't afford to octoprint them.
Well,
Oh yeah.
there's another way around that. You just get a couple of desktop computers off like Recycle or something.
I've got a few of them.
Yeah, load Linux on them or Windows, and then just run multiple instances, and let them sit in the corner, and then you just kind of run everything back to that.
That's still a bunch of wires. I don't want to run in my office.
You could look into that new Google Mesh Wi-Fi they're launching. Apparently, it's going to be pretty hot. 199 for 3 nodes. That's not bad. I mean, I run Ubiquity here, but
I was
Mesh
gonna
stuff,
say
it's not horrible.
TP-Link currently has a mesh right now. They're offering 3 nodes, 149, which isn't bad. I don't remember the speeds on it, but again, it's TP-Link, so it's one of those. It's hit or misses if it's going to be a good one or a bad one.
Yeah, I've got 2 edge routers in this place and 3 different Unify access points, and I can access it 5 houses down. So,
Wow.
I've got an Asus 9600 router, I think it is, and I've got 2 commercial access points throughout the house.
Nice.
Buddy of mine is a network guy who gave me the access points.
Well, that's the key, right? You have to know a network guy.
Yeah.
Actually, if you know a network guy, a lot of the Cisco stuff, they just give it away for free, so you can stock up on Cisco gear everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what these are Cisco access points.
Oh yeah, Meraki's.
Yeah.
They're $2,500 a piece new.
Yeah.
I got them for nothing because
Nice.
his client that he was working for moved offices. So
Nice.
moving equipment, they bought all new equipment, had to take the other stuff out and throw it away.
Yep.
So, and I've got two switches. I got a 26 port and a 18 port here. I picked up locally at our local Chevy house went out of business, and
nice.
they sold them for $7 a piece.
Nice.
So
I have a Jeep that just came home with me today that has about 20 HP Stream 11s. Their Wi-Fi cards in them are just total garbage, and the school that I was at used them for Chromebooks, and they're Windows devices running Chrome OS, and it's even worse. And on top of that, the Wi-Fi cards in them are garbage. So when you're using a operating system that's not meant to be on a piece of hardware with hardware that's already subpar to begin with, it was a nightmare for me. So I brought all those home, and I'm probably going to just wipe the hard drives and either go visit Red Light out in Indiana and let him scrap all those down, or a few of those might wind up at the other end of a range where we might have to pierce them a few times.
they need injections. They're low on lead.
Yeah, I'm trust me, that second option is the one I'm kind of more partial to right now because of all the hell they put me through for about 4 years of being the tech director and having to deal with them. So
Never fun.
I
popped in on a stream a couple days ago, and I thought I heard somebody say they got flagged by YouTube for drinking in the stream or something. I've never heard of such a thing.
Me neither.
They're starting to act up about everything.
Yeah,
well,
their
it's-
criteria is
You don't
getting
want to be
tighter.
child friendly, so you got to say fuck once in a while, so you're not child friendly.
And if
But-
you
Yeah.
say it, you gotta say it after 60 seconds after you start. Hey, look at it! It's first
Okay.
layer Jess.
Hey, Jess.
There you
Give me
Yeah.
full screener here.
It's like
There you go.
come get in camera with everyone.
Hello.
There she is.
There she is.
She's like, yay me, I got to be on stream, and then like run away.
Yeah, that's Jess. She's getting better for the camera shyness, but
Oh yeah.
yeah. Plus, when we
Full
try to
throttle
do
junk. How you doing?
hey, full throttle junkie. Yeah, every time we try to do a live stream, the problem is the way we have it set up right now is kind of a pain. We've been using vMix and vMix Call, so I've just been giving my OBS webcam feed out to it. But if we want more than one viewer, we have to increase our license, and I think it's another 400 US or something stupid.
Wow.
But basically,
Yep.
until StreamYard gets 1080p, I'm on the fence. If they do 1080p at something a little cheaper than what's almost $50 a month Canadian,
Yeah.
I just can't justify it. So usually, if anything, she's just going to pop in, here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any new projects at the moment coming up. 3D print newbie.
See,
Yeah,
I got StreamYards. I was using that, and then got hit by lightning during my first ever live stream. Well, it's bad because most of my stuff is fully protected,
Yeah.
but I plugged in USB powered hubs for that day because I had 13 cameras plugged in.
Oh.
Didn't
Yeah.
have those.
Your link
So-
right here, Walter, that I just posted.
So yeah,
Oh, Mr.
the lightning
Castle.
took out my USB ports on my laptop and my desktop. The only thing it took out was the USB hubs and ports.
Oh man,
And
not good.
on my desktop. But
Yeah.
not
There,
so big
Walter, I
deal.
sent the other one.
My desktop had 256 gig of RAM, so oh well.
I like how Mr. Casella's picking on me there with his Dan Boron Anani not going to work here anymore from Office Space. Yes.
Dominic, yes, there is a show tomorrow. I just won't be there because we have a dinner. Yeah, this is what I'm working on today. As you can see, I've got a coat of resin on it already.
Nice.
That was a nice long print job. I don't.
Oh,
Actually, I haven't tried to see if this one fits
Cyberman.
yet.
There you
It
go.
does.
Oh, it's stuck.
There you go. Yeah. Now try getting out of it.
Okay, yeah. I'm surprised that fits. I won't lie.
Okay, where did you get the STL?
Yeah,
got-
it was
Hey,
140%.
Sean, how you doing?
I gotta ask, where did you get the STL on that one?
This one I believe was Hex 3Ds on Patreon.
Okay.
He's like $10 a month, but he's got like 800 or 900 models he's done himself, and a lot of them are really, really good. So check it out. I'll see if I can post a link in the chat. Yeah, if you're into kind of geeky stuff, he's got a whole
My wife
database
is
and
huge.
archive.
We got one of my
Doctor Who
friends
is-
here in Vegas popping in for the first time ever. Walter, how you doing?
Hey, Walter.
Hey, well,
Hey,
Hey, how
Walter.
you doing? Sorry, I got like 3 windows going over here.
My my wife is a huge Doctor Who fan, so
oh, fantastic. Yeah, and this was the only downside with this model is it's you can either get it in like 6 pieces or you get the full model, but there's none that's like sliced right down the center. So I had to blow it up just so that you could actually slide it onto your head versus have to magnetically separate it. Asking about the resin type, actually, this is an experiment. This is with 2-part epoxy that I bought off Facebook Marketplace from someone who was using it for paints and everything. And it works. It's just a little sticky, so I'm actually going to go out and probably pretty quick here, actually, just take some sandpaper to it and see how that works out with it.
have you tried fiberglass resin yet?
I have-ish. I mean, it works really well, but it's also, I don't know, it's just messy.
Yeah, I use fiberglass resin to begin with, and I actually switched recently to I bought some resin that I don't like at all. It's Bucktown. It's Bucktown Polymers. I do not like their resin, and I use it now instead. That's what I dip my stuff into, just regular resin printer UV resin. And it
Well,
works great.
I have the benefit that the one of the Canadian smooth-on dealers is a block away out of his house, so if I ever need something like XTC or any of the other mold-making materials, it's right there. But, you know,
Nice.
this was, I think, $125 Canadian, which is like 100 US for, I want to say, at least a gallon of resin. I think it might be 2 gallons. I'll have to check, but, you know, more than enough for the projects I use it for.
Yeah,
I tried posting the link, by
Bucktown's
the way.
$100.
How much is that?
Bucktown's $100 for
Oh,
four
that's not bad.
for 4 kilograms. Yeah, I saw it,
Wow.
Tom.
Looks good.
I saw it when you posted it. It's pretty
That
cool.
looks great.
That's
Yep.
this year's pumpkin.
Yep.
The happy, sad pumpkin.
So, Walter, what have you been working on? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm messing with my new resin printer now, so messing with the settings on that.
What was it you bought?
The EPAX X156, same thing as the Phenom L,
Yeah, it's a big one.
the big one.
I need a
love
big resin.
I love your Delta behind you. It looks like a popcorn machine.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Everybody says that.
Yeah.
When's the
shop
popcorn ready?
The shop you work, you get to buy one. It's like 10 foot tall. The Delta down there at the shop.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Got a full-size shower at the shop.
Nice. You might want to look into that new motherboard of BQs. Then I kind of bugged them to see if they would pull it out for me. That new MX whatever printer. The processor is going to be 400 megahertz, so it's going to just rock for deltas.
Right now I need to modify my S5. She's been dead for a year now.
Oh, okay. Well,
Another S5.
Yeah.
We talked about that earlier.
I bought 2 SKR boards now and no luck.
What? Okay, you should send me a message then, because I've got the SKR 1.4 turbo running my 10S5 beautifully. I showed a
I'm gonna
photo
try the
earlier there.
1.4. I've done the 1.3. The 1st one was a dead stick, so I returned it
Yep.
from Amazon. I got another one, and this one won't. This one the display works, but it won't control my steppers.
Okay. Do they initialize at all or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if they initialize, yeah, I can. If
What's up,
you send me a message on Facebook or something, I can send you at least a copy of my G code. Currently, I converted to 24 volt, but it should still be relatively the same.
Yeah, I converted to 24 also.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I found out a couple weeks ago. So here's a fun story for you guys. I went and I converted to 24 volts. Everything was working fine. But then one day I was going to adjust my eccentric nut, and I started getting arc flashes. And what I found was, because I made the whole thing linear rails, at some point I'd actually drilled through the traces on the heating element on the bed.
Wow.
And the MOSFET, even when you don't power it up, it has a full 24 volt loop active in there. It just doesn't drain because it's an NPN style. So what happened was I had 24 volts running through the bed, through my fixed steel mounts, into my linear rails, through the bearings, down to my main chassis, and the only part of my frame that was still properly grounded was my X gantry. And so when I went to adjust those nuts, if I got right the angle, it just got this.
That's not a good thing to do, man.
I couldn't do that. My bed's line voltage.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like a
Ooh,
llama
yeah.
thing to do.
No, I would not do that. I know better than to drill through the traces.
Well, the best thing was I had it running like that for 4 months with no issues whatsoever, and then I started to realize I'd accidentally put some white lithium grease on my linear rails when I first started out, so I had that in there, and it was coming out kind of brownish. I'm like, oh, that looks like a corrupted anode.
Well, I got a CR10 Max from the factory. It came wired wrong.
Oh,
Is that an artillery behind you, Walter?
Yes,
X1, that's what I thought it was.
I
I got some
Supposed
parts
to get
to
one.
send you, Walter. You'll have to find me and get me your address. I have some parts to send you.
All right.
I cannibalized an artillery, and I have like boards and cables and stuff that I'm definitely not going to use, nor am I going to use anywhere else. So I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I was gonna get an X1 like when they first talked about them, but I backed out at the end.
Did you?
Yeah.
it was an easy decision for me because any American printer, they charge way too much to get across the border. So actually, the stuff from China is quite moderately priced by comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full Throttle Junkie, you still with us?
Modify 'em.
Full Throttle Junkie, you with us? I don't
Maybe
know.
not. Either that or he just doesn't have his mic on and he doesn't know it.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he went full throttle.
Oh, the roll move.
Yeah.
Pulled the roll all of a sudden odd and jumped it.
Yeah, that'll
Awesome.
happen.
Well, gents, it was a pleasure. I've got to go and start epoxy resining this thing because we've been going almost sub-zero Celsius here the last few nights. So I'm running
Okay.
out of time to resin this year. So
Brian,
I will...
before you
Yeah, go ahead.
bounce, I got a quick question. Just
Yes.
a quick question. I'm stupid, I'm dumb, and I like to do silly things. So at 250 subscribers on my channel, I'm doing a giveaway. So far, I've gotten some U.S. people to send stuff. I want to find somebody north of the border to either get a gift card from or to like talk to about something. Like Greengate, I just got. I'll drop the ball on this one. Greengate sent me a roll of filament and a couple of samples, so I have that to give away. Printed Solid's doing a $50 gift card. And then I've got some other makers that are throwing some stuff in just to kind of help out. So like I said, I'm just looking for somebody north of the border there so that this way I can, like, because there are a lot of people from Canada, surprisingly, that actually watch us down here on this side of the border. So I want to be nice and have something easy for them to get that wouldn't involve either an arm and a leg for shipping or whatever. So I'm trying to find like somebody north of the border to get something for. And I've also
Yeah,
got a couple
sounds good.
guys that are looking across the pond as well, so that this way I'm trying to make this easy for everyone. So if you got any suggestions, I would definitely be interested to talk to them. And you don't have to message me here, but I can find you elsewhere and talk to you after the fact. But,
Yeah, if you have Facebook, just message me right on there. I'm fairly easy to find, and Jerry can send you my contact details there. We can set up something. I know Jess doesn't know yet that I placed an order with filaments.ca today, so it's only in addition to the 48 kilos I already have. So
No.
I'm getting a lovely look there. So
My-
Only 38?
shipping this weekend. So.
Can you
only
hear me now?
48.
We can hear you
She
now.
says you can count better. than
Okay. I've
Yeah.
been over here talking to myself. Like I've been trying to.
I've
I'm
got
like,
220
okay.
kilograms.
Well, if you waved your hand, they would know you were talking, but with a picture, we can't.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I know. I gotta get my camera. I have the Canon ESO M30 camera that I'm gonna use as my camera, but I have to find out what software to run that camera
Do you
through
have a
OBS.
Do you have a capture card or no?
No, what they do is they have you plug it USB into the camera,
Yeah.
but it runs off of the battery. So I can, as long as the battery's charged, I can use the Canon as my webcam.
Get yourself the for 30 or
Thanks,
40
Barry.
bucks on Amazon. You can get an AC adapter because mine is actually an EOS 50. Let me see if I got. Where is that other camera?
I messaged you, by the way, Brian. So if you see a random message pop up, that'll be me.
Gotcha. Thanks, Dan.
Hey,
But
Dan,
yeah,
Again, what did Richard send you? What filament color?
I guess I'll spoil that too. Slice orange. So
Dang it!
he sent me the slice orange. I got a Mars red sample and a the lime
I like that
sample as
purple.
well.
That purple
Oh,
is
that's nice.
cool.
Yeah, the purple
Man,
would have
I
been
wanna-
nice.
I'll get on to him about it.
You'll get on to him about it, huh? So you're gonna see
Yeah.
You're gonna see if he's gonna send me a purple now too.
I'll make him send you. It's called Purple Rain.
Wow, that was nice.
Ooh, what is that?
That's this freaking printer. It does this every time after it runs a couple hours. It just freaks out.
I guess maybe we should
Time-wise.
stop running Duet on it then.
Yeah.
You guys try Bando's
That's
filament?
where I'm at. Because it's
you know,
duet board, and it's not the height, it's the hours, because I can run a vase mode thing full length and it doesn't do it.
Walter, 1 second. We'll be right with you. Llama's got to finish talking or his head will explode.
I was gonna say I have some nice silk purple here.
Oh,
Nice. That looks good
that
too.
Spyro looks awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't. I think
Small
with
layer
Spool
heights?
3D silk, I love silk filaments.
I've been doing smaller layer heights to get really fine detail, and I've slowed my printers down a lot.
Totally, it just go away. Stop. Cancel.
Like something like that would take me like 8 hours.
Jerry, mute Llama.
Shut off.
Hey, does anybody have? Someone was talking about the ANET. So
Yeah.
the
I've got one under
ANET.
my table.
I've got
Well, because of Jerry, I bought the Ender V2. It's his fault, but
Way to go, Jerry. Corrupting somebody.
well, I had the ANET A8 with the acrylic frame, and I was happy with it. I printed out all the upgrades for it. I got 2 MOSFETs, did all that. The dog knocked it off and broke the acrylic frame.
There isn't any.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, let me just convert it to an AM A8.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I didn't have a printer to print everything out, so that's why I bought the Ender 3
Hey.
V2. So now I finished the AM A8, and I am loving this thing. I run the speeds pretty quick. But I was just wondering if anyone else has been playing with it, or
We
has had.
have, I want to say it's 85% printed on that conversion. I know way back, I think was that early 2018, Jess? Something like that, when Richard decided to take on the project of converting her A8. And so we have the frame printed and everything. We finally got a machine now that we can print it in ABS. But I mean, I've heard good things about it. But when you're doing that modification, you're basically making a knockoff Prusa, and the design's proven it works. So
Yeah. So I used PETG.
yeah, and that's fine.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm honestly, I probably won't be printing ABS, but maybe like once or twice a year. And I'm in the process right now of building the cabinet for it. I built the cabinet off of the Prusa site, but the cabinet with the IKEA lac tables, but with the frame upgrade, it doesn't fit. So now I have to print out taller legs for it and get bigger glass.
What we were gonna do until we got this Wanhao D6 there was we just bought one of those grow tents from Amazon, since they're really cheap and easy to get now, and it was like $60, plastic enclosure, and you can get them up to like 24 by 24 by 48, so you can throw any printer in there if you have the room.
My internet's out on me again.
Oh, Anyways, actually, that's probably a good point for me to break out and do this stuff. Thanks for letting me in there today, Jerry, and I will
nice
catch you
talking
guys
with
soon
you.
again.
See you, Brian.
Quit
Thank you
eating,
very
Jerry. What are you eating?
Thank you.
Hey, what are you eating, Jerry?
A cupcake.
And he's not sharing.
I
Yeah,
want one.
see
Yeah,
how
bring
he
me.
is?
Come on. Don't make me drive up there.
I baked him. My wife bought them.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out too because my internet is being my internet. So I'm definitely gonna try to get my camera on so that way you guys can see me other than my profile. You guys can actually see what I look like. So
So you're not just the guy doing wheelies.
no, right.
Well, thank you very much for stopping by.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. You have helped me out a ton.
Thank you for the tip. I appreciate it.
Quit
Oh,
inflating his ego.
Yeah, no, man. And that's the thing. I don't have any friends that are into 3D printing. If it's a motorcycle or a car, I can call anyone. And I didn't have that with the 3D printing. And then now with you guys, like I was able to solve a problem that I had, and I was banging my head against the wall, and Jerry's like, "Oh, just try this," and problem solved. You know, so it's been great. It's been awesome, and I really do appreciate it. So, you guys have a wonderful day.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye.
Alrighty then. So Walter, what all you got going on, Walter? You're off today. You're not working.
No, got the day off today.
Can I ask what you do for a living? Since I already know, would you want to talk about that or no?
I work for the TV show Counting Cars.
Nice. I know that show.
Really?
Everybody should know that show.
I say, I know that show. Where?
You tell them what you do. Make all of them look pretty.
Call sign. So when you see it all shiny on TV,
Okay. I think I've seen you on it.
So you get to touch them and play with them before the camera rolls and the public gets to know what they're working on. Nice.
yes.
So really, if anybody was running like a YouTube channel about cars, you'd be the guy they'd want to talk to then.
Yes,
I don't have a
before.
YouTube channel about cars, but it's just a thought in my head. If anybody was listening and they were like, "Hey, I have a YouTube channel about cars," or "I have a YouTube channel and I want to talk about cars," you might be somebody they want to get in touch with.
Now, you guys might. He
He's
might.
the first one that got me on video. Normally, I avoid video.
I happen to know of a 52 Morgan, all original, in a garage, under a car cover with cardboard on top of that. Hasn't been touched in 45 years.
Oh, nice.
His boss might be interested in it.
Yeah.
Here's
It
one.
necessarily is. Nice.
So, after 6.5 hours, almost exactly every time, my Duet Z driver all of a sudden decides that and going down is up and up is down. It reverses the driver just for no reason.
What kind of cooling you got on it?
Huh?
What kind of cooling do you have on the board?
On the board, it's a
Yeah.
Duet. Doesn't need
What
any
kind of cooling?
It doesn't need any cooling because it's a Duet, but there is a fan on it. It's
Okay.
cooling.
Whether it needs it or not, if
Yeah,
it's 6.5 hours,
I-
it could be heat.
Yeah, but it's not, because that's the one good thing I really do like about the Duet is it gives you a temperature readout and nothing's overheating. It never got above 28 degrees C. It reads out the temperature of the board at the on the display of the Duets.
I wish all my printers could do it.
I've got a Duet, but it's
I
in
hate-
the box over there.
Sorry, I shouldn't say I hate it. It's got its advantages and it's nice, but it's just not that great. It's not worth the money.
I've got a Duet thing over there with a 10-inch screen.
What's that, Walter?
The red printer has Duet.
What brand is that red printer?
Practice.
track disc?
V850.
Okay. And the one that you have down at the shop, which is like 7 or 8 foot tall, right?
10 foot tall.
10 foot?
What do they print with that thing?
Some crazy stuff you'll see on the shows coming soon.
Okay, I say, has it not been shown then? Because
Not yet.
we're seeing it. Okay.
I should send this to Dan. Dan, you want to turn one of your enders into super high layer resolution?
What is that?
It's a single start LDO 8x2. So it literally like, does for your normal 400 steps, it's only a quarter the height.
Yeah.
You have to do 1,200 steps to get the same height as you normally do with 400 steps.
Well, allow me to know my address. If it shows up at my house, I can try. I can put it to use.
Well, you don't have to pay for the shipping.
Oh, of course.
So the LDO, he sent me this as part of the hodgepodge, and I was getting ready to do it again, and I can't use a single every design I came up with unless I do a cantilever, which I'm not going to do. And I contacted him, said, "Can I get another one? You know, or just give me a rod." He's like, "Nope, don't make them anymore. I'll send you 2 new motors." I'm like, he's like, "Don't worry about it. I'll send them to you." Okay. But I still want to use this. I don't want to throw it, there's nothing wrong with it. But you literally can't get another one of these. You can't even get a rod to match it because it's actually a different profile, I guess, than like the open builds, lead screws and stuff.
I don't know.
This was made for someone and it was like a test piece and they didn't like it. It's actually used. It has been used. But there's nothing wrong with it other than it's a weird step math.
Yeah.
But it's got its own, it's a palm nut with the anti-backlash and everything. You can mount this on an Ender 3 and just up your steps and get super duper high resolution out of it. Like if you wanted to do minis and stuff and do like 0.01 layer resolution, you can do it with this. Not that your extruder and everything would be able to keep up with it, but this would make an Ender 3 or something where you only use a single lead screw. Actually, I think it was made for a Prusa Mini. What it was actually made for to fit onto.
Yeah, well,
But anyway, if you want it, I'll put it in a box and let you know how much shipping is, and you can pay for the shipping.
That'll
Can't
work.
imagine more than $4 or $5.
That's fine. Yeah, let me know.
But just know it is super duper high resolution, and you have to use this dot.
There you go, though, everybody. See, we're getting there. Stuff's starting to show up for the giveaway.
Yeah.
So that's some giveaway stuff there. Here, you want a sneak peek? Look, I'll even give you a sneak peek. Look at that. There's one of the samples. It's the which one is that one? That's the Primetime Lime.
It's a nice color right there.
Yeah, that Primetime Lime is bright. It definitely is. I wish my camera was better than it is, and then that's the Mars Red. And then, of course, this is always nice when you can get a handwritten note too. That's always good. See,
He sent it with me too. I've got a handwritten note
and then one full roll of the Slice Engineering Orange. So there's
see. I live in Texas and I flew up to New York to help a buddy clean up a farm for him because he's getting ready to sell it.
Yeah.
And Rick drove like 6 hours just to say hi and meet me and shake hands.
Oh yeah, he's a good dude. I've talked to him a few different times.
He's an hour from Lubbock.
Yeah.
The funny thing is,
2.5 hours from Lubbock, Jerry.
2.5 hours. Yeah, my wife's asked me where does he live in Texas? I said he was just on my live stream.
Yeah, I'm 2.5 hours from Lubbock, 2.5 hours from Wichita Falls, 2.5 hours from Amarillo.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
I might move to Texas next.
Hey, come on by. Oh.
They got him some good barbecue down there.
I tell everybody my office is always open. Somebody wants to come by and hang out here. Let's see here.
All my friends are moving it because I said, screw it, I'm next.
Have any of you guys seen, like 13 minutes ago, did anybody see what Carl posted up on his Twitter?
No.
That is one big ass rail. That's all I'm saying. Like he posted this rail that's Well, from end to end, he's standing way back in the photo and he's holding it up, and he printed it, and you're gonna have to go look at it.
Yeah, Carl's been testing that belt printer. If anybody doesn't know, Walter, Corrali's, they're coming out with a belt printer. There's hopefully Carl's
It
been
is.
testing it.
This thing is
It's a rail.
massive. Yeah, it's a rail.
He designed the belt printer, and then Corali obviously copied it, and then they're having him test their version.
I want to see Scott's S5.
Here, Jerry, I'm sharing my screen. I'm good.
Okay.
Anyway,
I need to get mine working.
I don't know what you guys can see, so I've got it on.
As soon as I can see it, I'll pop it in. I don't see it.
Okay, I click shares. Let me go back. Try again. It says it's loading. StreamYards is not responding, so.
Send me the picture on a PM, and I'll throw it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do because as soon as it can't, everything's kind of frozen. I don't know why.
I need to finish my R2 build.
Olivia, if you don't move, I'll fucking cut you. Move. I don't give a shit.
It's always good. I know I ain't got the mic
I don't
muted,
think-
so I know
I
it's always
hope it was
nice
on
when you can
TV.
hear that.
What? What?
In case you guys missed that, my wife walked by and just told my daughter if she didn't move, she was gonna fucking cut her.
Yeah, that's when I said I hope that was on TV. Change the channel.
You should always assume, honey, that the mic is not muted and everyone can hear you.
So,
Who's on there? Does it really matter who's on there? Because at this point, you can't go back and take it back. So they
People
heard you.
around the world.
is your wife for hire? Can they have her go?
Yes, my wife is for hire. She will murder people if need be, and usually it's with a flip flop. And I'm just
I don't want her to murder anyone. I just want her to torture.
okay. She'll torture people. She likes to use flip flops. Why are you giving me the stink eye? I have a daughter that I might have to beat with a flip flop myself.
We need a preview. Smack Dan upside the head with a flip flop.
Oh, she. Go back and check the streams. She's done that quite a bit. We all know that.
Or it was funny.
Looks like
Great.
the same picture, Scott.
Get for money.
My browser locked up, so I just rebooted the browser. So, give me a second here. I'm gonna go in.
You got to boot the old Scott, and install the new Scott.
Oh, I see.
Frozen Scott.
Okay, guys, I got to sneak out
All
for
right.
a little bit, so I'll be back here in just a little while if you guys are still streaming. If not, everybody,
Unless his wife
have fun.
comes in.
I'll talk to you guys
Okay,
later.
Thank you.
Later.
Later.
So anyway,
Okay.
I think tomorrow is going to be pull the duet and put the SKR in. 'Cause I'm tired of dealing with the duet.
Have any of you guys ever printed Novamid? It's a polyamide carbon mix.
Never heard of it.
No.
Noba made?
Novamid, yeah. Having
I
an
gotta
easy.
go install a sink for my sister tomorrow in her kitchen.
Okay, Jerry. I sent the
Okay.
pictures back over to you so Walter can see it. I'll show you which one is my S5 when you get to them. Yeah, for some reason my browser locked up and I tried to share screen, so.
It's-
Hold on, Walter.
Never heard of it.
Nice, you got a Ring doorbell.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Someone's ever tried that material?
No,
No.
I've got Prideline carbon fiber is what I use.
Let me give you a little information about carbon fiber. Carbon fiber does not strengthen 3D printing.
No, it doesn't. It's just cool.
Yeah,
Okay, that's my main.
It can
Or
stiffen it, but it will not strengthen it. It will make it stiffer but weaker. In other words, it won't flex until it snaps as easily.
No.
Carbon fiber gets its strength by having long fibers encased in something. When you chop them up and add them to come out of a nozzle, they lose their whole ability for strength. They will stiffen, like PEDG with carbon fiber in it will be stiffer. And PEDG is pretty strong as it is. So when you mix the two together, you get a slightly weaker but slightly stiffer product.
Where's the S5?
Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, this right here is my second half of my workbench. You can see the lasers there. That's lasers. There's 3 lasers in a row right there. CO2 laser you can barely see in the background. That's just a bunch of my printers. That's just, and you can see some of my filament.
Rainbow.
Yeah, there's the violin. That's all just literally to my right as I'm sitting here.
Even the bag of Doritos?
That's not Doritos. I don't eat Doritos. That's
whatever. Just look like Cool Ranch Doritos.
yeah. No, it's actually Bugles, Ranch Bugles. They're over here now. I finished that one. Okay.
You're using a GoPro camera?
No, that's not a GoPro. That's a Creality or not Creality.
Logitech.
Logitech 920. That's what I'm using. Okay, next picture. There's my CR10 S5. There in the bottom, the back.
Okay.
That's it. You can't really see much of the modifications. I just
Poor guy, huh? Throw him to the floor.
what?
Said poor guy, you toss him to the floor.
Yeah, he's too big for the counter. He's too big for the counter. By the time I add my 4-axis CNC mill, which is the back corner in this photo, all my resin printers on that one, that's my resin area underneath the TV. And then resin above that with storage. Then that's a 4-axis CNC mill in the corner. And then the CNC lathe that's below that. And then it's a bunch of more printers and filament. And I've got one, I think there's one more photo. And that's the second side where you can see the printers that are underneath the ones behind me. No, may not be. Okay, I didn't send that other photo.
All right.
No, that's it.
That was working so beautiful.
Yeah, I've got 40, I was 43 and I got 2 more in this last week.
Yeah, Walter, what's cool about this program, StreamYard, that second link I sent you earlier today, is that when you log into it, you can control everything like I am. And you can talk to one of your buddies and not even go live. And you can share screens, you can chat back and forth, whatever, just like this. Or if you chose to go live, you can use their free version and do everything that I'm doing. I can move people around. You know, I can make somebody big or small. And then whenever somebody says something in chat, I can pop it up on the screen.
Yeah, I've actually used it for like virtual meetings like Zoom or something.
Yeah.
Make it better. Easier.
It's like if you're having trouble on a printer, Walter, instead of me coming to your house, you can set up your camera in front of your printer. We could talk like this and we could discuss it. And, instead of me actually driving there.
Yeah.
Like he says, you don't have to.
Marcus, this is my hobby room, the pictures he was showing. I've been working on it for just about 4 years now. Built from scratch. I dug the foundation, the slab floor, built a 2-story building. Second floor is my wife's craft room, and it's attached to my house. So this is my hobby room.
He said craft room, not crack room.
Yeah. It's a
little of both.
By 25. So 25 foot by 25 foot, about 660 square feet.
Crafting is still a kind of crack. You spend money on it.
I've always told people I should take up crack. It'd be cheaper than my other hobbies.
Yeah, it probably is. I wonder if I can just start it over at this height and glue it together.
You should be able to.
Here, Lom, I'll full screen you. Yeah, I remember when you were printing that. I was watching you print that earlier.
What are you making?
It's half of a. I designed my own self-watering water plant thing.
Look, it looked like a trash can. I had to go around something.
See. But it keeps that printer keeps bailing like at the same time frame, and it's not height because I actually tested. I thought I was having height issues or Z issues, so I printed a really tall vase, and it printed that no problem. It's literally after about 5 or 6 hours. It was about 6 hours. I had to slow down.
I got something for you, Llama.
Yeah, it's about what I'm about. I got plenty of those. I did carpentry as a living. I got hammers up the yin yang.
Yeah.
Well, this will help you.
My wife asked me, why do you have 5 or 6 hammers? I said, well, 3 of them are framing hammers. That's a finish hammer. Then you pick up an extra one. I'm not going to throw it away, so I have a lot of hammers.
Yeah. different weights depending on what kind of nail you're driving. I gotta say, I don't know about you, but I did so much framing that, and I do a lot of. I mean, used to do real fancy trim work, and people used to laugh because once you get used to a framing hammer, you can actually trim better with a framing hammer than you can a trim hammer, as long as it's not a waffle head. I would never obviously don't use a waffle head on trim because you end up with a nice waffle print.
Yeah, you mark everything up.
But once you learn how to use a 16-inch full-length framing hammer, you can actually hammer more accurately on like trim nails with it. I very seldom use my trim hammers anymore. I pretty much use my framing hammer for everything. Which is odd. Everyone laughs at me because I'm swinging that big, massive monstrosity. And they're like, what are you going to do? You're going to smash the trim. And I'm like, no, you're actually more accurate with that long handle. I do only use a 22 ounce when I'm doing trim. I don't do the 28.
Yeah, Walter, I've been streaming usually twice a week, just like just doing a hangout for anywhere from 1 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. People pop in, pop out, and just talk about whatever. No politics. Usually don't talk about sex, anything like that. And then once a week, I'll have a special guest on where it's just me and him, and I ask him questions. He shows off what he's doing to help promote him and whoever the person is and whatever they got going on. And then I kind of fill in with things here and there when I have a guest on. I might have a print or something I did that week, so I kind of show it off or I show some pictures. But anyway, and then just talk to chat.
Pretty cool.
No politics or sex?
Yeah.
So we can't talk about Biden and Trump having kinky sex together?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, politics can get crazy with some people sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our shop got shut down yesterday because of politics.
I just posted a link in the chat that for my hammer that I designed.
Hey, Matthew, Mr. Ghostbuster himself that's doing the Ecto 1 right now, Matthew.
Is he bringing that up to one? That is such a cool model.
Yeah, it's like he's doing like 250%, I believe. He got the grill and the hood done.
The guy who designed that did such a great job.
Yeah, it's like $20, and it's got a real detailed PDF. It's worth
Yeah,
money.
I mean, if I were gonna print it and had the money and the desire, I mean, this thing's cool. But
Take care, Gary.
Thing, but I almost thought about doing it as a model. Like you used to buy old Revel models when you were a kid to glue together back in the 60s and 70s. Because my brother's into like cars and he still builds model airplanes and cars. And
You're talking 60s and 70s. Some of us weren't alive then.
As a model to build.
I'll build one of those Ectos after I get done with my Cybertruck.
Cybertruck.
Jerry, he said that because of my hammer. The link.
Oh, okay.
I labeled it MC.
Oh, yeah, MC Hammer. I can't touch this. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy, I used to love his music, but he went broke, I guess. Somebody
Look at the
money.
Here, I'll post a link in the private chat. You can look at it, and you'll get a kick out of the very first at once.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey guys, how goes it?
Real good.
But you'll get a kick out of the wall mount then.
What's up, Matt?
Hey Tom.
Hey, Scott, do you have a write-up on your S5?
Nope.
Damn it.
I bought it secondhand. Well, I didn't buy it. I bought a S3 Amazon return for $75 and traded it for this S5 with over $3,000 of modifications done to it. Straight across trade.
That's a nice trade.
Here, I'll move him closer. You guys can talk. You can hear each other better.
Notice you're doing that.
He's got a dinosaur in front of him. Can't see him.
Yeah. Be careful, that Flexorex is going to eat something. This thing is massive.
Yeah, people love that.
Lexi Rexy. I printed a couple of those.
Yeah, that's cool.
I have two.
Not that big, though. Little ones.
This is 100% scale.
Yeah.
The big one's 350% scale. And the big one is printed on the Artist D. Right here. It's as big as I could go without really running into problems as far as...
You got the stock one, right? Like 2 months ago?
The what?
That's the regular one, not the new one, the Pro.
Yeah, this is a It isn't even released yet. I got a beta. I am. If you watch the Kickstarter,
Yeah.
I'm the first. I've got the very first. This is the very first one ever released.
All right. I'm number 36. I'm still waiting.
I'm 20. Oh well, of course they haven't been shipped yet. They won't be until next month. I'm 20, number 20 on that as
Yeah,
well.
I get charged next week, and then he ships it out.
Yep. Yeah, I say I am very active on there.
I've been debating doing the pro version.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to. The reason I'm not is I like to touch the 12.864. It leaves you all your options from Marlin. From all your baby stepping and things like that you can do. You can't
Hey,
do.
Matthews, can we take a look at the grill on the Ecto?
Yeah, it looks like shit, but hang on.
I know you got some putty all over it. You're putting it and sanding it.
Oh, I saw that on Facebook.
But
I'll full screen.
This thing coming on screen.
yeah,
is
I
like
saw
the-
it. I
it's
saw
like
that on Facebook.
Big.
It doesn't have an engine, does it?
No, negative. No, on the 100% model, the little Pi Nano and the 9-volt go in here.
Okay.
But I've got a lot of room, so there may be some modifications. Actually, so challenge accepted. I had not forgotten about you asking me to do actual functioning rolling wheels.
Yeah.
And so I was chit chatting back and forth with Monster today. The wheels that are provided with the model, they flare out a little bit at the bottom to mimic vehicle weight being common, and they just, the inside of the wheel is basically flat, has a hole, and it slides right onto the stud and you just glue it in place. And I actually sat and poked my nose around and found a set of print-in-place bearings, sized up the interior hole so that it can glue directly onto that stud, and the exterior ring can glue into the wheel now.
Cool.
Hauled out the inside of the wheel, and and he gave me a set of round wheels along with round wheel masks for painting them. So as soon as I print them and make sure that everything's copacetic, he's going to get those files, so that way people have the option.
Cool.
To even have functioning rolling.
It sounds like time to get a remote control for it.
I was going to do the same thing.
Come on. It's got a big engine bay. You can put a remote control motor in that thing and at least make it front wheel drive.
That'll be the next version.
That's what I'm doing with my Cybertruck.
I'll tell you, man, I don't know.
You're thinking about it.
I think if you did 100 and
That's 250, right?
I bet, yeah, this is 250. I bet that if you did it at I'd hazard a guess maybe 120, you might be around 10th scale on it.
Go big or go home.
Well, it's got,
I mean, you weigh 250. Come on.
when you don't have a resin printer in the shop, I feel like that's the only option. It's the only way you're going to get this really nice, clean details and actually be able to work on the damn thing. So, yeah, but I mean, I figure it probably ought to come in. I don't know, it's 12 3/4 inches wide, so I figure it'll probably.
Walter, would that fit on your big resin printer? 12 3/4 inches wide.
Oh yeah, that will.
Man,
for a resin printer,
I need one of those.
Walter.
What? Sorry.
What do you have for a resin printer?
I got the new EPAX X156. It's the same as a Phenom L.
Ooh. They're like identical?
With the white door.
Holy crap, that thing's huge.
What's the how many, I guess, liters? How much resin?
That takes the whole bottle.
Like a big bottle or a small bottle?
The big 1 liter bottles.
So a big bottle would fill it halfway.
Yeah.
So then you typically on a lot of prints I do, I go 3/4 of the way up. That way I don't have to go back and add resin. So you could probably put a lot more in it and still start a model.
Yeah, it's got the little half fill line.
Yeah.
Bring it up to that.
I fill mine all the way.
Yeah, as long as it's not overfill on the top, you can usually go 3/4.
I'm actually designing now. So like on the Elegoo Mars, when the print is done, you can angle it so it drips.
Yeah.
They don't have any for these big printers yet, so I'm working on one of those right now.
Is that a tapered? Is it tapered on top?
Tapered?
Is the top of the build plate flat or tapered? The Elegoo Mars is tapered, so if it sits there for a couple hours, it'll drip itself dry.
Oh, that's flat.
Okay, if it's flat, then resin sits
Working
on
on
it.
designing a 3D print cover for it so that it is tapered so it can drain off.
It's in there right now.
Yeah.
It looks tapered.
Yeah, it does.
Look tapered, yeah.
Oh, the very top is tapered.
So when it sits up in the air overnight, when it gets done, by the time you wake up, there's not going to be a lot of resin on the top. It'll run itself off. It'll just be.
It still drips after I go pull the item out, but
Okay.
Okay. How is that price wise compared to the Phenon L?
this is $28.99.
Wow.
That's not bad.
There's actually a knockoff, which I'm not supposed to mention yet, but Eson has one. It's
How much
not
are their, how much are
in
their-
USA yet. The
How
Eson
much
copy
are
is
their,
2,600.
replacement screens?
I think the screens were $200.
Yeah, I want to get a larger resin. I've got 4 Tronxy Ultrabots and 1 Photon right now, and I want to get a larger one. I'm gonna try printing some AR-15 lowers for some lower calibers.
So I'd like to get a photocentric printer, but they're pricey.
La-di-da.
I'm too cheap to buy most of these higher end printers. It's like
Yeah,
I don't have a Prusa yet, so.
If somebody would buy a lot of my models, I could buy a bigger resin printer, but I need to give that store, I guess, because on Facebook, nobody's buying.
Here you go, Jerry. I found the picture you were talking about.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at that, guys.
Huh.
Cool.
That can print a human.
Wow.
Interesting. How fast, though? And what layer heights?
So on that one, were you on the big one?
That point.
We're what? One. I think it's a 0.8 or a 1.0 nozzle on there.
15 minutes and like a 12-inch freaking nozzle end up looking like
A 0.4 takes forever to print anything.
I'd be curious to see that stuff in action, though.
Once I'm allowed to, I'll post pictures of what's coming out of that machine.
Okay, Jerry, I'm headed home. I'll talk to you later.
Well, thank you for stopping by, Tim. I appreciate it.
Take care,
Have a
everybody.
good-
Thank you.
I did
Matthew.
get a little present in the mail today.
And what would that be? Anything cool? Oh, check that out.
That's
I
a
can't-
helmet.
No, yeah, very cool. I sat and figured out measurements and had a buddy of mine do vinyl decals for Ecto.
Oh, God.
Cool.
That should be a nice little added extra addition. So if anybody else prints them at 250%, let me know. I got a stack of them.
I might take you up on that offer. Said I might take you up on that offer.
Yeah, I probably should, but I don't know. I got the little scene of them. the diorama from Sanix a long time ago, where it's got all four of them holding their proton packs, and it's got like a little scene behind them. It's up on the shelf. I can't get it down. It's got lights and stuff in it.
I just got to finish some of these robot projects I've been working on.
I haven't bought any action figures or dolls in a really long time. It's not really my thing, but I'm not gonna lie. Friggin' Ecto's got it's like the first time in a long time where it's got me thinking about it and having a con about whether I even want to 3D print the proton packs so I can get my hands on. I think it's like the Diamond Select ones.
Hey, Walter, have you seen Matthew's shop that he's in?
No.
He's got a lot of Star Wars stuff. He's got some full scale stuff. He's got a lot of cool stuff.
He's got the best doors in the world.
The what?
The best doors. The two best doors in all the world. I swear to God. Doors. Can you swing the camera to show the doors?
I might be able to. I'm not on my phone. I'm just logged in on the Mac.
You got to see these.
Turn it enough. I'll get the door closed.
I'll leave him up there so you can kind of take a peek what he has. He was on Jim with EduTech a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to be able to see it. Can I get it over far? Nope, can't get it over far enough.
Yeah.
Printer gets in the way.
He's basically got Han Solo and Kryptonite.
Well, not Kryptonite, whatever it's called. Where he's frozen.
Yeah.
Then Wile E. Coyote.
Or whatever. And
That's right. I've been wanting to do that too.
But then he did a Wile E. Coyote
room.
Yeah, if you poke your nose around EduTech, we did a shop tour. Otherwise, pics are fucking up all over Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. But yeah, we just had a couple fuck off projects and converted
C3PO
shop to Han Solo and Carbonite, and the door to the storage room in the shop is swapped over to a Wile E. Coyote and Carbonite.
I think I've seen a picture of that.
Yeah, it's made its rounds.
I gotta do Han Solo for my door. That way it'll match the rest of the house. I got R2D2 here started, but I haven't finished.
His wife paints a lot of Star Wars paintings. She's done a lot of great work.
Oh, right on.
One covered up by a light right there.
Very cool. That's rad.
Yeah, like I started IG-11.
Ooh. I tell you, I keep seeing those. Is that Marcos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's your other one at? Where's your other droid at? Is it with you?
In the living room.
Here, I'll take you off full screen to get there.
Tom, what are you working on?
Nothing now.
Oh, that's yeah. Rad.
Painting
this thing is screwed up.
Are those all printed buckets or are those
No, just the top one and the bottom one.
And the middle three are what? MRs?
The Hasbro.
Yeah, okay, right on.
And then my lampshade.
That's
Darth
cool.
Vader.
With the table. Yes, that's what I got to do. The door next. That will be matching.
Yeah, that door is begging for.
There's the other side.
I gotta get myself some more.
I love that prototype Boba helmet. That sucker's rad.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing us.
Anytime.
So nothing, Tom?
I did the commando droid started also, but I haven't finished that one either.
Hey, I looked up the video for that bridge layer. That's far out.
You're completely blacked out, Walter. Your face.
Yeah, he's got no. His light's too bright behind him.
All right. Yeah.
Camera's focusing on that torch light.
All right.
Yeah, if I put the main light on here, it starts to flicker.
Yeah, he's got a strange problem. Whenever he's printing, his LED starts flickering on the ceiling. So I had him plug into a different outlet. It kept doing it. And then he took the plug to a different room, so it's on a different circuit, and it's still flickering. No idea why.
But are you sure that it's on a
Bad
different?
ground.
Yeah, it would have to still be on the same circuit.
Yeah, because I tell you, I've lost count of how many times I've seen way too many outlets put on the same circuits.
Yep.
I'm getting ready to cross that bridge here in the shop now. I'm gonna toss in a couple extra circuits and rewire because
I have over 20 circuits in my office.
Oh God, man! I overloaded in the shop the other day, running the chop saw, and the blade started to bind up a little bit on me, and it blinked out power along the whole back wall and the office, and I went, really? They put the office on the same circuit, so that's gonna change.
I've got three outlets per. Let's see, I've got 3 outlets per circuit.
That's the way to do it too.
3 outlets per circuit, and I've got 2 circuits per wall on top, and then I've got circuits below, underneath, and then my desk is a separate circuit, and this workbench has got a circuit of its own as well.
Honestly, if I was building a shop like you have there, I'd put daughter panels in so you have the one main circuit going out with like a real high amp breaker on it, and just like 5 or 6, but then on a wall with a bunch of printers, I would have a separate
Marcus.
box that you can walk up to the box. You don't have to go find the main box. You got a box right there.
My main box is less than 10 feet from me right now.
Yeah, I know, but still, I would have separate boxes by each.
I'm an electrician by trade.
Yeah.
I was an electrician by trade. So I know what I'm doing. It's all 12 gauge wire too.
Yep.
Perfect. Come to Las Vegas. Help me room.
Well, yeah.
How's it going, Marcus?
I got out
All right.
of electrical work.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome.
I gotta stick that on somewhere.
Mine's on my TV right next to yours. Mine's right next to the llama.
Mine
Yeah.
joined-
When Llama was live this morning, before I woke up, I was watching his video. He's working on a hypercube. I'm like, where's my sticker? I didn't see it on there. I figured, he probably stuck it on his desk.
Well, I haven't stuck it on. There's no room on that panel.
Okay.
What's your sticker look like,
Mine's on the max.
Tom?
Huh?
What's your sticker look like?
Which one? I got about 4 of them.
Oh no shit!
I've only seen the one, Tom.
I gave you a couple 3, didn't I?
No, you gave me that. You got that one. That's the only one I got.
That's cool.
Yeah, I've got that one on my TV. Jerry's is right next to it. And then
I think you were like one of the first ones I sent it to because these are the first ones I got.
yeah, that's all I got was that one.
Because I got the white ones and then I got more white ones because it's funny. They did their $10 or $19 for 50 stickers.
Yeah.
And I did that and got in on a bunch of their contests and I won like 2 more contests in like a month.
I did the same thing. I got hot sauce from them and stickers from them again.
Yeah.
I've
But I
got
literally won the contest like twice. And I even wrote them and said, look, I already won this once. Do you really? They're like, we don't care. We gave it away to like 100 people. They had like 100 people that they did it for.
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
They're like, we had 105 people enter the 100 giveaway. So what the hell? We'll send them to you. Like, cool, whatever.
So Jerry, I'm gonna send you a couple of these. It's my son's YouTube channel.
Thank you.
And if anyone wants these, just give me your address. And we're gonna put your sticker, Jerry, and Vince's and everyone else's we get on the Prusa when we start making videos again. Which I don't know when it's gonna be, but
Cool.
hopefully
Thank you.
soon.
yeah, Tom. I gave you all my stickers. I gave you 2 or 3, didn't I, with a button?
Yeah.
I know I get Jerry the same thing.
Yes.
That's usually what I send out 2 or 3 stickers and a button. I've
I
got.
don't think I ever got yours. You kept saying you were going to send them to me. And you
I
never
got
did.
a
No, I
book that
did.
write down everybody's name in so I know who I send them to.
Did you?
Yeah. I sent them out the same day.
No, I don't think you did, dude. Unless it's on this panel.
Andrew S., how's it
I
going?
never got it because it's not on here.
I had Andrew on Wednesday night. He was on
Oh,
my
yeah,
live
it's
stream.
First 3D, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, I guess I'm
Keep
not
thinking it's Scott Windward.
Yeah.
What's that, Walter?
No, I got it. It's right there.
Make my own sticker now.
You should have several of them, I think. I usually send 3. 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think I do because I think I had it. There's actually one on the printer I just sold.
Yeah, Sticker Mule has some great deals. I got 50 for $19. My dog got 50 for $19, and my wife got 50.
Because I did get the button too.
Sticker Mule.
Yeah.
They're over on Twitter and on Facebook. Sticker Mule.
Also, Jerry, check out their dollar deals.
Yeah.
That's where I got my clear ones. That's
Yeah,
like,
God, man, I get emails like that from them like crazy.
I got that. That one's clear.
Okay.
And that was 50 of them for $1.
Yeah.
I've got the big round ones. I got 50 of those for $1.
Do they make magnetic?
Yeah, they make magnetic and everything.
Yep.
So Scott, do you pay shipping on those dollar deals too?
Nope.
Oh, that sounds cool. I'll have to check those out.
It depends. I had a couple where I had to pay the
Yeah,
shipping.
it's under their samples.
Yeah.
So you get samples, and then later on you order samples.
David Petzel, how you doing, sir? Hey, David.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
You're frozen. There you go. Now you're moving. Okay.
It's pretzel.
Walter, have you heard of the Pets Fang over on Thingiverse? A lot of
It
people print
is
them.
me. It is I.
That's David Petzel, the designer.
All my printers have that.
That's cool.
Well, he's the man who designed them. I love plugging everybody else all the time because all you guys are awesome, and whenever I can, I plug you to everybody else. And
I used to have a Pets
know
Fang
everybody.
Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
Need every bit of help we can get.
Yeah.
I think the
Speaking about
Pet Fang
plugging,
is the best upgrade for the mono price Maker Select, because that cooling on that just is horrible out stock.
Hold it up again.
Oh, damn it.
It takes me a minute to get my mouse and find it. Okay.
They hook me up with filament all the time, so.
CA? What are you in Canada?
Canada.
No, he's in Los
your neighbor.
He's in
Took a while to get here, but
No, I had a Pets Fang on my Trunksy X3 and on my X5. I've since changed them out because I got dual E3D V6s on my X3, and I've got a single on the other, but I changed the 5015 blower.
yeah, my S5 has a Pets Fang on it.
I designed my own.
Mom, I can only see your right
God, I
shoulder.
just love to hear
Out of the
that.
frame.
Yeah, I know. That's because you got it on the narrow view.
Let me see if I can fix it.
There you go.
Is that better? Okay.
He likes the widescreen. It makes him feel a little thinner.
Actually, it kind of makes me feel fatter. And I am fat.
You're not fat, llama. We saw you outside chewing up all that foliage.
Yeah, I was doing that today for a while too, blowing leaves around.
I got to
Pissed me off.
shave.
I blew a whole section of leaves today, like probably half, 3/4 of an acre. Wind started picking up. Before I could put the leaf blower away, the whole freaking thing was covered again already. I was like, what the hell?
Oh, God.
That was, when I released the big Lord of the Rings statues we jammed in the backyard here
Yep.
a month or so ago. I caught so much shit for the back hedge being untrimmed, and so I finally got after it. So there I am, with the electric hedge trimmer, and I can trim like probably about
Hey, Raymond.
maybe 2.5 feet in. And then my little T-Rex arms are not going any further. So I trim 2.5 feet in the whole way around them. I come back and I go, okay, well, shit. So I go into the shop, unscrew a broom handle, duct tape that son of a bitch to a broom handle, get back after it. That gets me another like 4 feet in, and I've still got, like another 2 feet in the middle of the sucker. So what do? I go back in, I go get another broom handle, duct tape that one to the first one. The sucker is bowed and cantilevering like this. Folks driving by the house looking at me, they got to be howling. Bright pink duct tape holding everything together. But my God, I got it done, and it looks good.
You got to get one of those. I know it's hard to believe, but where I was weed whacking, the Greenworks tool, they make me old head trimmer that I used to clear trails with.
Yes.
Cold edge trimmer.
Something to be said for having the right tool for the job, but when you're ready to do it right then and there, you don't want to progress.
No, but they are really. I am totally into battery powered tools now.
Oh,
I was kind of against them, but they are so much better. They are quiet, and they're just
Until the battery dies and you got to replace it. But yeah, they would be good to a certain point.
Yeah,
They're
but
nice and quiet when they die. Brr.
yeah, the battery's dying. It's no different than putting gas in a gas one, or changing the oil, or changing the spark plug, or maintenance. I'll tell you what, plugging a battery in and letting it charge is a boatload easier than dealing with oil and spark plugs and gas and mixing oil and gas. But screw that. I'll plug in a freaking battery and let it charge for 45 minutes any day. And they got more power. I'm sorry, my electric.
I'm a big believer in battery operated whackers.
Huh?
They wouldn't do me a damn bit of good. I'm
a huge believer.
I work 30 miles from home. I ain't charging a damn battery up that often. I'd never get to
a couple batteries. Battery lasts me well over an hour.
I'm weed eating 30 acres.
No, I know. Well, that's a different story.
Big
They're
walk
not-
behind gas, or I got a walk behind like a DR trimmer style, and I got a regular gas. Still, I burned out 3 weed eaters last year.
That's not what I mean. Electric's made for general everyday lawn care. It's not for. I'm going way above and beyond freaking brush cutting with it, but it does it no problem. It does it better than the gas does. I'm sorry, it's just better.
I've got a rototiller attachment for my steel. I got a rototiller. The only attachment I don't have is a leaf blower for it yet.
I have a steel and I have an Echo, and that electric one is better than both. And whether your great memories are better, it actually still runs, and it's older than both. And neither my steel nor my Echo run right now.
When this video posts tomorrow on YouTube, I'll take a picture of everybody on it, and that'll be the thumbnail for the video. That way it kind of plugs everybody.
Thumbnail. Everyone put their thumb up and hold it down.
Backwards. You gotta get the thumbnail. That's no thumbnails, guys.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be the thumbnail.
I got a 70-inch TV in the living room, so when I rewatch it, everybody will be big.
I feel like if we're going to show anything off, it should be whatever your hand injury of the week as a maker has been. Burns.
I don't injure my hand making. I injure my hand working.
I got a splinter yesterday when I was framing up my wall out back, but that's no big deal. Put a little alcohol on it.
I haven't made much this week.
Are you going to end up moving your space out there, Jerry?
No, it's just going to be for resin and painting.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And then the extra room I free up in here, I'll just put more stuff.
Just put more stuff. More.
Yeah, I ran out of nails. I have a nail gun. I ran out of nails, so I was driving on my hand and I hit my thumb, but it wasn't that hard.
Wrong nail.
Oh,
yeah, it happens. Here's the wall I put up, Llama, right here.
That's pretty cool.
It's not load bearing, so I don't have to beef anything up.
Holy crap! It's
Oh,
almost
nice,
like
Jerry.
frame stuff.
What's that?
It's almost like you were a carpenter or something.
Well, I was a union laborer my whole life. My dad and brother were workers. I built a huge garage out in Prump, so I can build or make anything. I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty good at everything.
Jerry, you got 2 lag bolts up top that need to be snugged in.
Yeah, in that picture I do.
You saw that too, huh?
If I get any more printers, I have to move to the garage.
I know.
My office is as big as a oversized 2-car garage, and I am out of space.
Lag bolts always break. I hate buying fucking lag bolts. If you buy lag bolts, buy extra, because there's always going to be one that's going to snap on you.
In a shear.
You can buy hardened lag bolts, and then they don't snap on you.
Yeah, but who wants to spend that money?
Yeah, they are. They're like they're almost 3 times the price for the hardened.
I've always just bought them in the bins at Home Depot or Lowe's. They got a bin of them. You just pick the size you want, throw some washers on them.
And to be honest, they seem to rust out faster.
Yes.
I don't use bolts. I use the Torx bits. I got an impact driver and Torx bits I use.
Still need a bolt. A lag bolt's still a lag bolt.
These are different. They're self-tapping. They're completely much better.
In the concrete, I took my streamer and I drilled a couple holes.
I don't think you can self-tap going into concrete, too.
I didn't have it. Use my screamer, my concrete high-speed drill to drill in the concrete through the bottom plate, and then I didn't have any long tap cons to drive in, so I just done the old nail and wire trick. Got a couple pieces of tie wire, popped into a 16 penny, drove it in, and that'll hold it forever. Just like you're building a form on the job site.
Yep.
And I didn't use duplex because I don't plan on pulling it out anytime soon.
You know what else works that people don't realize? You can take regular old everyday solder and you put the bolt about halfway in and you drip some solder on there with a torch and then screw it all the way in. It's just like putting a lead insert in. Done that a dozen times. Tapcons are what I snap all the time. I'm always snapping Tapcons.
Hold on a second.
When I poured my foundation, I put J-bolts in.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Someone's going to say about it. I don't remember what it was. It's all right. Anyway.
Well, 16 hours left on the middle chunk for Ecto and 68 for the rear.
You said you're going to start giving away SPR 1.4 boards.
It's just too long, man. I don't have the patience for that.
Yeah, one of my easy boards from TH3D, I killed it. I got them in the mail. I had a temp error on one of them on my printer automatically, and I couldn't solve the temp error, so I replaced it with my thermistor and heater on the hot end. Evidently, when I soldered it in line and put heat shrink tape on it, I must have shorted it somewhere. So as soon as I turned the board back on, I had a blue screen. Come to find out, my CPU has a tiny little hole right in the middle of it. I fried the chip. So there went $120 down the drain, which was my affiliate money, but still, it's money, it's cash that I could have bought with something else. So whenever I'll get 30% off. Whenever I can save up enough affiliate money to replace it, TH3D will give me 30% off replacement. Tim is no longer resoldering chips on boards. I guess I heard he's had issues replacing his CPUs and things not being 100% right. So now he's just giving people 30% off. And I've done this 1,000 times on all my printers, replace heaters, thermistors, never had an issue, but this time I did. And if it had been on Amazon, yeah, I would have returned it, but this isn't Amazon, so anyway, that's my rant for the day. So it'll sit there and broke down until I get another board for it.
Hey, it could be worse. You could have two SPR boards.
You're not a jerk to him. He'll take care of you.
Yeah, I had an SKR 1.3. I put in my Hypercube originally, and the screen wouldn't work. I tried a couple different screens. It wouldn't work. I sent it back, and then the second one I got back, when I was mounting it on the acrylic, I accidentally dropped a screw or a nut down behind the board. When I turned it on, I was getting a temp error when I tried to
shorten out.
Well, anyway, yeah, I shorted something out. So I sent it back, and I got a 1.4 turbo.
That's what I got. Which immediately turned around and burned up one of the drivers before I even got the thing running.
Oh, same thing? You shorted something out? Yeah.
No, I don't know what it did. It wasn't shorted out. It was just sitting there. I put power to it, fired it up, was doing a couple of tests to it. Nothing wired to it. And all of a sudden,
wow,
the driver started cooking. Blew the whole side of the driver out. Wasn't even wired.
Sounds like me and my S5. The reason it's not running right now, I had it all wired up with the power supply that came with it. It's a power supply. It was a 750 quiet 12 volt, and powered it up. Turned on the power supply. Went. Psh! Okay, garbage.
You know, zoom in on that there. I don't know. Zoom in.
You need a trophy wall with those pieces.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Oh.
No power, no motor plugged into it, nothing.
That's weird.
Second one that's done that. They already sent me a board.
How can I have no power going to it and pry it?
Well, no, I didn't have like anything plugged into it. It had power.
Oh, I see.
I didn't have any, motors plugged in, nothing. I
Okay.
just had the power because I was uploading the firmware.
What?
So I juiced up the power, fired it up, and it just started smoking.
What driver is it?
2209.
I've got 2208. Got about 50 of them.
And I'm not sure if it's the driver that was bad or the board was bad. I'm leaning toward the board was bad, but I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna put that board in this printer, and if it burns up, oh well, I'll get something else.
I say I've got about 50 of those stepper drivers. If you need one, let me know. But
Yeah, I got
2208s.
I got 2208s too.
I got 2208s. I got about 50 of them. I've got 50 or 100 of them.
Yeah.
I've probably got 30,
You only get the
2130s.
5-pack, and you only need 4.
So
I got some too. Actually, I might not, because I think I sent some to Dan.
now I got 2208s and 2130s. I've got a bunch of them.
Yeah, Walter, another thing, Hangouts are fun. Just to come talk to people. You can ask anything. You never know who you might meet, or somebody's in chat. And if you got a problem and you're not getting an answer on Facebook or on Reddit, you can come on to a Hangout and ask, and somebody might have an answer.
Well, what's funny is I got
asking about the Nova mid, not answered.
the 5988s or whatever they are, the cheapo drivers. The turbo, SKR turbo, had a sale with the 5988s or 4988s.
4988, yeah.
They were it was actually cheaper to buy it with the chips and just buy the board plain. So I had a bunch of those laying around too. First I didn't pluck them things out. It was literally like $2 cheaper to buy it with the chips than it was to buy it without them.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I could pull them out.
So if you break a printer and need spare parts, there's usually somebody that's got them.
Yep.
Ask Jerry and them about my spare hot ends. I think I've got about 50 or 75 of them.
Yeah, I was watching a Crowley live stream one day, and Scott was on there, and he pulled out a box like this big, and there's just not solid red, and heat sinks.
Yeah, I say I've got, I think, 50 of them in my parts bin.
Yeah, stop bragging.
No, I wish I didn't have so many spares. Trust me, I've been giving away a bunch of spares.
That's why I'm doing this hodgepodge. I'm going to start on that again. I'm going to start the hodgepodge again.
Well, whether people brag or just show what they got, what they have, it encourages other people to want to be like them and go out and spend money, buy printers, do this, do that. Just like Matt with X01. I mean, it really looks awesome. And now there's going to be people that are going to see that and like, wow, I got to go buy it. And they're going to go pick up the model, and they may or may not finish it, but at least they got encouragement. They tried.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a cool model.
That's all it is. Like I like finding really well designed ones and then just promoting the shit out of them.
With so many models, though, you want them to roll. That's why I made a comment about the wheels. If you're going to spend that kind of time and money in it, he at least needs to be able to roll instead of being static.
I'm torn. I initially thought the same thing this morning, and of course that's how we're going to go about it. But once I imported the tires and took a look at them this morning, and realized that he'd taken the extra time just to do the tire deformation under the wheel.
Okay, I didn't see that, so I'm just assuming. I don't know.
And the minute I saw that, I went, "Oh, that's really good thinking." I like it, if you're gonna do it static, that's the way to do it. Had they just been perfectly symmetrical, no weight on the tires, but I think having both options would be nice. See how it pans out.
Yeah, that I say I would have to Arduino it with some drivers and a couple of motors and move it around a bit. Even if it's just forward and backward, no turning, just to say, "Oh, look."
It'd be interesting. You'd have to design some mount points on it, for sure, and cut the underbelly out of it. And you'd have to do a little bit of redesign simply because of the way where the drive lines come out, by the way the model is designed. If you were to put an axle up underneath that sucker, it would end up going through underneath the front bench seat. So you'd have to
Microtech, if you have a filament runout sensor, you can simply trip the filament, it'll pause. I don't know about doing one that soon. You do your first, I don't know, I guess you could do one that fast, but on all my printers, whenever I want to change filament, I just cut the filament, it'll pause the hot end, stay hot, I put in a new color, or replace it, and print again.
What do you mean after the outline? Microtype.
On first layer after an outline, that would be really difficult. You're best off to do it by modifying the G code itself, and you have to do it manually because I don't know of a single slicer that will allow you to separate the infill on a first layer, because it doesn't look at it as a separate infill at that point. It's still looking at it as first layer.
Oh, he's talking infill versus perimeters. I get it.
Yes,
so
yes.
Outline is perimeter.
On a first layer, it's all looked at as a perimeter. So
you just put an M600 in there wherever you want. And,
yeah, I said you'd have to do it manually. I think you have to figure out where that point is at when your perimeters are done, and then do it.
Yeah, Raymond, never use a brass brush. People don't learn. That's another way that I could have killed the board if I was using a brush, but it was just being installed, and I replaced the thermistor, and evidently I must have got something sorted out. Usually when I do a heater thermistor, I just wrap the wires bare, and I put heat shrink tube over it, and I heat it up with a Bic lighter, typically. This time, I believe I soldered it, and then I put heat shrink over it, and heated it up with a lighter. But if there would have been a tiny little barb that would have poked through to the other side, that right there would have killed it. But I'm not sure if that happened. So whenever I get a chance, I'll completely strip it all the way back down to the aircraft connector. You know, the plug that goes into the back of the CR10, and go that route and replace the whole thing.
You shouldn't need to, Jerry. What I would do is just take a multimeter and see if they're shorted together, direct short. I mean, they should be shorted together, but you should get resistance, not a zero resistance, you know.
Okay.
Check your resistance amount. That's what I would do.
Hey, Devin, you're welcome to pop in if you'd like to come in and hang out.
Hi, Devin. So back to Microtech's question too. Craftware has a really good, it's another free slicer, but it has a really great G-code preview where it'll actually show you the G-code on the left while you're scrolling through the line. So you can see exactly when the G-code you need to put it. And you can put your M600 in there, and then you can preview it and see your M600 exactly where it's supposed to be.
I didn't know that, Marcus. That's good to know.
Hey, Devin, how you doing?
I hate Craftware Slicer. It never
I don't use it as a slicer. I only use it for previewing G-code.
I was going to say, for Craftware, at least don't try to do multicolored bricks with it.
I tell you what, I've been trying Cura with this IDEX. That is a pain in the butt. I'm not a big fan of Cura. I'm actually moving to IDEX to try it.
Devin, if you turn your phone sideways, you'll be full screen. There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm currently laying on my desk in my classroom, looking for motivation to pick up Legos off the floor.
Uh-oh. You got a broom and a dustpan?
Legos. As long as you're not walking around barefoot, you're okay.
Yeah, but the janitor gets mad because she's trying to vacuum my room, and there's too many Legos in the way, and I kind of broke her really expensive vacuum last week. Because my classroom floor is carpeted.
All right, I gotta go. I got a customer here.
Well, thank you for stopping by, Walter. You're always welcome.
Nice meeting you, Walter.
Anytime. Nice meeting you guys.
Take care.
See you, Walter.
David Petzl, you keep freezing up there. You okay?
No, it's frozen.
I'm not freezing. I'm building a page on my website, and I'm probably looking down, and it looks like I'm frozen, but I'm definitely not frozen. Actually, I'm very warm.
Microcheck, yes, he said Craftware.
Is that for the restaurant?
Craftware.
Yeah, we need. We had a guy decide that he was one of our line cooks, and he decided that he was going to get COVID, and then he didn't show up. But he really didn't have. He just decided to show up. So, yeah.
You know.
So I've got a application for building into. And then I'm gonna post that as a link for kind of a private link from another site, from another page, and then that'll allow people to fill out an application, and we'll get that. So I don't want any of you guys applying unless you live close and really want a job. That's a joke.
I'd like to come there and hang out and just try your awesome food.
I
at the
love
restaurant.
WordPress.
Yeah, you're breaking up real bad. Now you're frozen. You're kind of.
You're welcome to.
There you go. Now I heard you. Yeah, you're breaking up really bad. Can't hear you at all. Last thing I heard was you're welcome to.
I was.
I just want to sneak up behind Tom right now and go.
I think that
It's unplugged, so. I really don't want to pull the thread, but it's going away. I'm dealing with it.
Look, I just think you need to stop being a chicken shit and plug it in, and that way it adds a little bit of zest and excitement to what you're working on.
No.
Take care, Doug.
No. Dude, I got so much metal in me. Getting zapped is extremely unpleasant. I have a lot of metal in my body. People don't realize this is stainless steel.
Holy shit.
Shins? Stainless shins?
From the kneecap to the ankle.
Can you see it, or you got skin over top of it?
Still got skin over it, but
Okay.
there's about an 8-inch chunk of bone missing.
I got a steel
upgraded.
bruise in my ankle.
The
Skydiving
bone-
accident.
The bone at the knee is still there, and the bone at the ankle still there, but the piece in the middle was so badly devastated they literally sliced it open and vacuumed it out and put the frickin' rod in there.
Anybody in chat have any questions? Please feel free to ask whatever you want, and we might have an answer.
Well, I just had my 64th operation on Wednesday, Llama, and I didn't. As of yet, I have no additional metal.
I got tons of metal.
They actually removed bone.
Oh, I got metal in my fingers. I got metal in my leg. I got metal in this leg. I got metal in my shoulder. I got metal everywhere.
Yeah, they want to replace both my shoulders and my hand, most of my finger joints.
Yeah, I had these severed off. These two are fake.
Which two are fake? Do that again.
These two. They
They're
were
fake?
chopped off. No, I mean they're real, but they don't
Oh.
work. I can make them curl if I think about it.
I slammed my ring finger in a door of a truck years ago, and I was jumping out of it. It was jacked up, and the door had no gap. So when it pinched my finger, and I went, I ripped off the tip of my finger.
Mm.
And they had to sew the skin back on, and then
You know how you hold. You know how when you're driving down the road and you hold your hand out the door.
Yeah.
You know, windows roll down and you hold your hand on the door jamb. Well, I was the passenger and I took the telephone pole on my hand, literally, my whole right arm and my hand. Severed these two fingers right off. They sewed them back on. They still sort of work. They're there. They look all right.
Jim says, "Okay, next topic." Yeah.
Yeah, next topic. Yeah, Scott's probably right up there with me with broken parts.
Well, I just finished my 64th operation, not including dental work. I've had probably over, and that's in 10.5 years. That's not anything before then. I've had probably over 100. But I also had cancer, so
Yeah.
I had advanced stage 4C cancer, and I've got rheumatoid arthritis.
I just get abused by cars on a regular basis.
In other words, you're never riding with me. Because I rather like my vehicles, so.
Marcus, what are you working on? You got anything printing today? Anything you're building?
Yeah, so a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, the family we rented a cabin. Our first time doing Airbnb at near Hocking Hills, which is in Ohio.
I'm just gonna do it.
And they haven't rated us yet, because on Airbnb they rate you and you rate them, right? They haven't rated us yet, but their keychain with the key in the cabin was pretty bad. It was a piece of brass, and someone had very poorly hand engraved the name of the cabin on the piece of brass. So I made a keychain. So I just printed this up.
Nice.
So I used my Prusa. I used the 0.25 not millimeter nozzle, and did some manual, filament changes.
Nice job.
Yeah, it goes.
So my wife's going to send this out to them. Hopefully. All right. I got the chain.
Goldfinch. I've heard that in a movie or something recently. Where'd I hear that at, guys? I've heard the word goldfinch somewhere recently.
Huh.
I don't know. I watch too much TV. Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, whatever else.
Our governor uses. It's the state bird of Iowa.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Going for it. I'm pulling the duet. Just gonna do it, bitches. Sucker's gone.
Those are insulated. You could totally plug that sucker in and be just fine.
If I take these two and I go.
So another thing, Jerry, I wanted to show you about the keychain is so you print it backwards against the bed or reversed against the bed because the bed side has a really smooth finish.
Yeah.
And so that's what I did. I did it in two parts and I just glued it together while I was on the chat with you.
Okay.
So now it's just one. So you can't even tell it's 3D printed because it doesn't have, the layer lines. It's all smooth because what you're seeing was printed right on the bed.
I got to go grab a battery. My vape pipe's dead. Right back.
Oh, hey, Fusion 360 is having a sale today. You can get 40% off.
Is it only
I
annual?
think I'm going to buy it.
If I could afford it, I'd have no problem buying it. I don't know.
Yeah, it was it was 340, I think, 40 or 430 annual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
They're
so.
pretty
Don't forget that 40% off is only for 1 year. Then you're back to the regular price.
Yeah.
I'd be more likely to do it if they did it monthly, because I go in spurts and I don't want to pay it for the whole year.
You don't have to. You can pay it monthly.
Can you?
Yeah. They do
Okay.
either one.
Yeah, you can pay it monthly.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
I did not know.
Like $22 a month or something. $20 a
Right.
month.
So if they
$19.
ever take well, I guess I heard they're going to put the step export back in there.
Steps are already back in there, which isn't an issue. If you're sharing a file and you're not professional, you should be sharing it in a Fusion file.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that big of an issue for me personally.
No, it's they made a bigger people made a bigger deal of it than it was. The people who are making the biggest stink about the step file
Way
probably
bigger.
paying for it because you're exchanging it with another app if they need the
Right.
step file. Otherwise,
Right.
if you exchange it through Fusion, you don't even have to exchange the Fusion file. You can actually click on it in your little side thing and go share file, and you can send them a little web link and they can download that file.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a Fusion file. If you're sharing a step file, it's likely, not everybody, there's always an exception to the rule. If you're sharing a step file, you should probably be paying because you're using it at least semi-professional. There's differences. Some of the step files I know, the CNC guys want the step file. That makes sense. So, yeah. Everyone had a piss and a moan about it, and honestly, I do not blame Autodesk at all. They've been giving us a free app that is just phenomenally powerful, and giving it for free. Now people are pissing because they need to make a buck. Now Autodesk makes millions; they're huge, and the biggest thing is they're known for playing games with their licensing. But they took it from the pro version being like $1,200 to $500. I mean, go ahead and go get yourself a copy of, Onshape or any of those for frickin' $500. Yeah, you ain't getting it.
SolidWorks, yeah.
SolidWorks. I mean, yeah, you could do like a lot of the people are doing and get SolidWorks through the aviation thing for $20 or $30 a year through the aviation. How much you want to bet that's going to go by real fast now that everyone's trying to do that.
Those of you watching on
Facebook,
Facebook,
let that ride for long.
those of you watching on Facebook, if you click the URL above the video, then when you type something, we'll see your name in chat. Then I can pop it up on screen, and the people on YouTube can see it.
I need to start marking the wires so I don't get all completely lost on what's what.
David's rebooting.
When I go and snip the plugs off, because of course Duet has to use their own type of plug.
Yeah. When I used to drive in a lot of trips, my hands would go numb on me quite a bit, and it finally got better. It doesn't happen as often. My hands would go numb from holding the steering wheel. And I thought, well, if I ever buy another bike, which I'm not going to, that's going to be an issue. My hands are going numb when I'm riding.
Well, if you don't want that Duet too bad, I mean, I got a MKS Gen L or a SKR sitting here. I'd send you in trade.
I have an SKR 1.4. I just hope it's that driver that burned up, not the board that burned it up. I'll find out the minute I juice it up tomorrow. I could just juice it up right now.
Yeah, that's what I say. I just make sure that driver's out or swapped.
Let me know when you're going to turn it on. I'll full screen you so we can see smoke.
It just might, dude. That was like when that went up. That was not smoke. That was like a jet engine, probably a foot-long flame jetting out of that little driver. I couldn't believe it.
Sounds like a driver issue.
Yeah, but there was nothing driving. You know what I mean? There was not even a stepper motor plugged into it.
But a little bit of mis-solder would work.
Literally, all I had was the two powers plugged into it.
Yeah.
So
I wired a converter backwards a while back, and it kind of
driver wasn't getting any juice in the sense of code to go drive a driver or anything. It just literally turned it on, and I was playing firmware on the computer, and I looked over, and all of a sudden, it was literally like a jet engine. Smoked the whole side of the freaking, because it was mounted in the other printer. I already had it mounted. Smoked the whole side of the case and everything. There's still burn marks on that. And I ripped it out and put the Gen L in there. Why, what do you got for a board?
I say I've got a SKR 1.4 and I've got a MKS Gen L, the 32-bit.
Yeah, I can't use a 32-bit Gen L. It's too much of a pain in the butt.
Why not? 32 bits are the best.
Yeah, I wired a buck converter backwards.
32-bit Gen L is actually a smooth board, and it don't like Marlin well. It's a pain to get the Marlin to run right on it.
The only thing, I've got two of them. I use one on my CO2 laser.
Yeah.
With Marlin, no problem.
It don't like Marlin proper. It gives you issues and won't read G code right. I just went through that with another dude.
David, how you doing?
The pain. If it was a regular Gen L, I'd probably do it. Although that
I'm doing well, Jerry.
I've got another Gen L. I'll pull and swap to you.
Nah, I don't want to run a Gen L on the Core XY. Not that you need 32-bit for the Core XY, but everyone thinks you do. You don't.
No, I've got several with 8 bits that run just as good as my 32-bit ones.
Yep. People don't realize they're like, oh, it's all a complicated thing. Core XY is no more complicated than the G code. It's just taking your tool and turning it 45 degrees on a regular board, and you get the same G code. It's just 45 degrees off. Turn your model 45 degrees on a bed slinger, and you have the same G code as a Core XY. I need to mark these wires somehow, and I think I'm going to do it my old-fashioned way, like I did with my glasses, and right on the Right on the shrink wrap.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Your
Hey,
video's
Llama,
Your
I got a
video's been
good,
choppy.
I got a good one for you. I've been my.
He keeps
Is it
cutting out.
okay? My brother-in-law has worked for. Have you ever heard of Katia?
I don't even know what he said. Did you hear what he said?
Have you ever heard of Katia?
Katia.
No.
Katia is the gold standard for 3D modeling on the planet. It's probably the most expensive. My brother-in-law has worked for Katia for 12 years, and I to give me a Katia license. It's like he just laughs at me, bastard.
Don't even. Oh, I think I have heard of it. That's like a CAD 3D modeling, like Fusion. I
Okay.
think I have heard of it now that you say that. The other one, Sony has a really good one too. That's like $10,000 a year for a freaking license per seat.
It's
If you have more than one person using it, you got to pay $10,000 and then.
I thought SolidWorks.
yeah. This one requires special computers to run it as
Yeah.
well.
Non-fan.
You can't
Do you
run
have
it.
a camera yet?
You can't run it with.
Yeah, you can't run it on a little Mac Mini like Fusion does. That's the other thing better about Fusion.
No.
Fusion runs my little itty bitty 2014 Mac Mini underpowered piece of crap. SolidWorks bogs. Onshape is just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I hope that they do some updates to Onshape in the future. You know, I feel like it has.
I can't.
Has
If
potential. It just
browser based.
yeah.
It's like, what happens if you don't have a good internet connection? It's pointless. I don't-
Non-fam, do you have a webcam yet? If you do, you're welcome to drop in. I know that your audio works good. You've dropped in before, but if you have a webcam, we'd love to have you pop in.
They must think everyone lives in a city with perfect freaking internet. I mean, when you live in the country, my internet's decent, but it's not. It's far from perfect. Not reliable enough where I would start using cam. Start doing anything high end where if I lose it, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I actually liked Onshape. Of all of them, the actual way it works and the way it models and everything, I kind of liked Onshape a lot, but I gave up on it real quick when it was just like the whole browser base is just. And then they started screwing with their licenses worse than Fusion is now, and they just became.
Jump down.
I don't know. You know, they go through these cycles, and all it does is just create a new demand, and somebody else will step in for a bit until they realize they can make a buck, and then they'll start squeezing, and the cycle
Oh, Nikita.
repeat.
I mean, SolidWorks is great, but it's overpriced. Again, you can sort of hack it through the aviation modeling whatever thing and get it for $30 or $40, but they're gonna pull that now that everyone's doing it. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
I really wish Onshape would come out with, or not Onshape, but SolidWorks would come out with like a hobby version. Cut it down, get rid of some of the engineering, tests and all the stuff, just like Fusion did. Fusion, everyone, when they say plugins or extensions, everyone was like, "Oh, my extension." No, all it was their extensions, their simulations and their stuff. That's all they got rid of. You had to pay to get that stuff, which makes sense. That's like high end. I don't need that. I do wish they'd have a like one time. Like I would love to do like an air duct or do like he's doing the pet things and be able to do the arrow, and check my airflow and everything and say, okay, I'll pay you $20 to run the simulation once.
Take care, Microtech. Thank you for stopping by.
Give it to me for a month for $20 instead of having to pay the $500 a year and get the full on app. It would be nice if they'd let you play, but they did let you play when they first came out with it. They said, here, it's free for the next month, but they made that very clear.
Enough to wet your
trial. If you want to try it, go for it, but you're going to have to pay for it after that 6 months.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, they're pulling it. It's like, dude, they told you that in the beginning.
So you think they've lost market share to Fusion 360 then because of that? I bet they have.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Non-fam, yep, you got to get a cam, man. Is there a good reason to upgrade to Python 3 for Octoprint?
What you look like now?
I don't use Octoprint.
If you want to get a halfway decent webcam real cheap, just get a Wisecam and reflash the firmware. They work just fine. The only reason I went back to this is one, I had it already. And the only thing I don't like about the Wisecam is it does the fisheye because it's super wide angle. It's like 190-degree angle instead of 130 or whatever. So you get that wicked fisheye effect, which for this, who gives a crap?
Yeah.
I've got a Brio I'm talking on, which is fairly expensive for me. It's like $130.
Yeah.
But C970s, 920s, they're not that expensive. And less people are still buying them all up. Because of this COVID thing, maybe they're still hard to get. I don't know.
No, you can get them, but they're still 70, 80, 90 bucks.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a C9.
Excuse me just a second.
Uses. And even refurb, you can buy them refurb and they're still 70, 80 bucks. Where the Wisecam, I'm serious. The image quality, the clarity and everything.
Scott, do you use Octoprint? Okay. I mean, I do, but I'm not familiar with Python 3 because Dominic had a question here.
No, I don't. The only one that I know that's really familiar with it is Techie Dad.
Okay.
Or Gina.
Well, you're not staying here. No.
So Gina's the one who develops Octoprint, right? She does streams on, I don't know if it's YouTube or Twitch, but you can seriously go on there and she'll answer your questions.
I've got 45 printers. I can't afford the setup for Octoprint.
Yeah, it'd be too much money.
Just the USB cables alone would kill me.
Well, every time I buy a printer, my upgrade usually costs more than a printer, but buying a Pi and camera and this and that.
Mine don't. I've got 20 cameras.
I actually think I'm running Astroprint on both of my little Raspberry Pis. I think I'm going to start playing with them and shift them around here in the shop so I can try and do time-lapse shots of the prints on the 410s. Just have a little extra something to throw on the videos.
That's why I got so many cameras. I was thinking that StreamYard or OBS would let me add it, but they're fighting adding so many cameras.
Octoprint seems cool to be to send a job to your printer, remotely. But if you're just looking to do a camera, I have a webcam that I can access from anywhere in the world that's pointed at my my printer, and then I also have a plug that's the same thing. So I can turn off the printer remotely just by killing the plug.
That's a clean way to do it because I tell you, when I initially hooked up those Pis running Astroprint, even with bypassing their slicer and just directly uploading files to the printer, I never found it all that great or usable, and I found that it just induced weird glitches into the prints and weird print failures. And I finally got to the point where I went. I unplugged it from the machine so that it was just a dedicated, web-based camera monitor. And even that, I just got to the point where I just don't even bother at this point. The 410s have their own in-built system, so once you plug them into your local, they get their own IP, and you can log in and control them from there. I toss an eye on them when I wake up first thing in the morning just to see if they're running when I expect them to be running, and if they're not, then it's rush up here. If they are, then great.
You can see my Creality 3D viewer. Unplugged. Haven't used it, but like 4 times just because I don't care. I have no problem walking down looking.
Yeah, I hit that. I mean, even on I think when all is told, this is like a 74-hour print, and no, I just don't give a shit. I'll wander on up, and if it's tanked, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Seeing the camera doesn't make it any more or less tanked. So.
Yeah, it doesn't make it any more or less tanked, and it doesn't speed up your process much unless you got Wi-Fi plug turn off.
Yes, all it does is just it's one more thing that's constantly gnawing. Like you feel like you got to check it.
Right. David Petzel, what have you been working on? I see you got your video and audio working. I think.
Oh, you jinxed it, Jerry.
What am I working on? Well, I printed about 50 of these.
Yep. Choppy.
We'll deal with choppy. Yeah, you're really choppy, but we can look at them until you move it. There you go. Whenever you get done on the live stream today, David, reset your internet because you've been real choppy the whole time, breaking up and freezing constantly.
So what is it, Dave? I'm guessing tape dispenser.
Loaders.
Quick loader.
It is actually, and it works well.
What do you
run? Is it your design?
Just something it's just something. It's just something I put together real quick because I've got a whole bunch of guys that are buying my. They're buying my case feeder, so I'm just giving these away with case feeder. Case feeder is $250. So, and it's all 3D printed, and so yeah, it was fun. It's all G. They can print one in 37 minutes at 0.4 layer height and three walls, 100% infill. So yeah, they printed nice, but it was interesting. I got about half printed up to see how, Jerry. I think Jerry's talking about it, or Llama was talking about it, about using Cura instead of S3D. I use S3D on almost everything. I started with Cura, went to S3D, and now with 4.7, I thought, well, I'm just going to go back to Cura and just see how my profile works with Cura. So I loaded it up, and I forgot that Cura doesn't allow you to bring your fan on at a certain level. I kept thinking that it did. Ended up it did actually.
You're breaking
the
up.
fan was
Can't understand what you're saying.
About 20% on the air.
Okay.
I don't use Cura. I use Idea Maker more. I mean, I use Cura some too. But
I'm just now switching to Idea Maker for the IDEX.
I still use Cura. I'm pretty sure you can turn the fan on at a certain layer because I do use that, but a lot of the features are hidden by default, and you have to know to go in and turn them on, make them visible.
Idea Maker is just so much. It's so far beyond the other ones right now. There's so many extra features. It's so much smoother.
I find that.
Yeah, I thought I'd let you turn it on too. What it does is,
go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't. The fan automatically comes on at percentage based on the layer height you decide for it to go full. And my full was only 60%, and I had it set for layer 70, which was about 18 millimeters. Even at that, it came on the second, just enough to get it to start it moving.
What mag is that speed loader for?
We're trolling you, Tom.
I just forgot.
I'm trolling Tom.
He didn't even know it.
No, you're over in a corner bending over and I had you on full screen.
Was getting my little heat shrinks.
So I suspect that people like Simplified 3D better than Cura, for instance. It's because Simplified 3D has better default profiles. But if you know how to set up a profile, I think Cura is just as good. Now, ITM Maker does have some nice features, but I don't need any of those I don't need them right now. The one, Cura has what I need.
I've used 3D for 3.5 years.
I didn't mind Cura at all.
That's what we were talking about the other night. Talking about Slicer specifically. At the end of the day, I think that is the line that sums it up. Does it have the features that you need? If your profiles are dialed in and you're getting good prints, mission accomplished. That's all it has to do. It really doesn't make a difference, what slicer you're using, as long as it appeals to you, it fits in your workflow, and it gives you the desired results. I think that the backlash against Simplified 3D is kind of in the same.
Absolutely,
it's in the same ballpark as Fusion 360. You just go, okay, take it with a grain of salt and roll with it. I know.
Simplified 3D screwed over a lot of people.
I know.
But paying for it, and they screwed them over.
Ultimately,
that's the problem with Simplified 3D, and it's just outdated.
I don't care. It works great for me.
Oh no! If you got it working, I totally agree. If you already paid for it and you got it working and it works for you,
Matthew,
it's decent. I mean, it's not a bad slicer.
I've got a question. I've heard you mention this a few times, but I forgot to ask you in person, kind of in person.
Yeah.
Simplified 3D cost $150. That's what I paid for it 3.5 years ago. How are you going to give away a free copy? Do you have a special code where you got a discount, or are you dishing out $150 to give away free copies?
I got a code. That's what I did for the 250 subscriber giveaway.
Well, I understand. So you bought a code from S3D?
In this particular case, I did not, because the 410s come with a card with a code.
Okay.
And so I happen to have two floating around. I bought mine, way back when.
Okay.
So I happened to have two cards that were sitting there in a drawer, and I went, "Ooh, hey, cool! Someone can get some use out of this."
Well, I see. Okay.
Yeah, carrot at the end of the stick.
Yeah, I was just wondering how that all worked. I wanted to ask. Just as long as somebody doesn't get it and it says God mode when it's on the screen or something, Because I've seen when people used to post stuff on Facebook groups that, like, hey, look what I sliced, and the top of it says God mode. It's like, dude, why'd you put that on the screen?
Crop, at least.
Yeah, at least crop it. And then we're all quiet. What's going on?
Don't have to bother me.
So, Pete, I didn't hear you say what magazine that speed loader's for. See if you can hear me and respond.
David Petzel.
That will work. Will work for. I've got EMs. I've got Smith and Wesson. So that works. That works for all the XD and Smith. That's what I.
So any double stack?
I guess you just have to take a look at the file and see if it fits.
Yeah.
Looked like he had 40s.
Well, any that I've tried.
Dave, were those 40s in that mag?
This.
Or is that 38?
9.
That's a 9. Yeah. Okay.
9. That's a Smith. That's a Smith and Wesson. That's an old. This is an old model Smith and Wesson from a 5609. And then I used to shoot competition with an XDM 9mm 5¼ inch barrel. So it fits that mag. And then my buddy Glock has several. Well, he's got several Glocks, and it works with Glocks as well. So
it's pretty much for double
I haven't
stack.
tried it with any. with every firearm in 9?
That's a CZ75.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah.
I
How
tell
many
you,
9 aren't?
with them tightening up ammo, I don't know
How many 9s double stack?
This isn't a 9mm, it's 10. It'll hold 15 rounds. This is my daily carry. The CZ75 and 10mm.
Yeah, that one. Oh, that is?
Yeah, it's a CZ75 and 10mm.
Fine.
Double stack. Oh,
Yeah.
I was wondering if it'd work.
Yeah.
Because that last round is always hard to get in.
That's mine. With a crimson trace on it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I carry. That's a bodyguard.
Okay.
Smith. And then I have when I shot USPSA, had an XDM, the 5 1/4 inch barrel, 9mm.
Do you know that?
And then I've got a couple of Spring Armory 45.
Yeah, that's a shame.
all
Knives and bow and arrows, I guess.
No.
Well, you can have hunting rifles, can't you? In Canada, can't you have shotguns and stuff? Hunting rifles.
What got me into 3D printing was gunsmithing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I with I don't know how it is for you guys, but ammo sales pretty much everywhere local. They're cranking down on.
It's called gun control. That's how they control the weapons. They jack up the prices. You can't afford the ammo. You know.
Like typically, I go to the range like at least every other week. That's just my happy place. But I'm to the point now. Like the only thing I'm shooting is a 1022. I mean, I love shooting it. It's a sweetheart of a gun, but it's the only one that I'm willing to part with ammo for. Everything else,
I reload.
I'm hoarding and I'm stockpiling. I don't reload.
I reload. I've got 10,000 rounds of each.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sort of.
Yeah, I say I keep 10,000 rounds of every ammo that for every firearm I carry. I keep.
That's nice.
Yeah, I figured if you shot,
That's my.
You reload.
And then, like I was just. That's a 45 I haven't cleaned yet.
Turn down your volume a little bit, David.
I've got a 30-gallon bucket. A 30-gallon.
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I've got a 30-gallon drum.
That
is full of 45 and 223.
Yeah, it's too dark to see, but we can.
I've got several. Yeah. And then I just got done loading. I don't know. 1,232, but I
tragic boating
accident. I started out in archery.
I just started archery last year.
Boating accident?
Oh yeah, tragic boating accident. Lost every.
I used
every
to.
firearm I own.
Yeah, I reload 45, 9mm.
Yeah, I saw 3D printing newbie. I saw 3D printing newbie, and he said he was from Indianapolis, and I lived in Indianapolis for about 20 years on the west side of town. He said he was in the military, and he was He lived in Indianapolis. Had ALS. Had a killer wheelchair.
Yeah, Big Mike.
Yeah, you've had bad audio and video today, David.
I just looked at my router, and I've got 30 devices hooked up to my internet.
Wow.
I've got 30 active clients.
Something's got to give.
Hey, Norris, how you doing?
Matt, what's the boat story?
I don't want to convert my AR-15 to 22 LR.
I know plenty of people that have got the kits. They're no big deal. They're fun to shoot, just to plink with. But yeah, I've got several.
That being said,
conversions.
There is a stock I came across for the 1022 that I'm kind of itching to print. I got some leftover OD green from the F bomb. I think it may wander into that project.
Yeah, Norris, you're welcome to jump in and hang out if you'd like.
Hope I'm marking these right. I'll find out if I don't.
Jerry, Tom, the rest of you guys, I got to go. It's nice hanging out with you guys for a bit.
Well, thank you for coming by, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Yeah, see ya.
Later, mate.
All right, we need to zoom in on Tom now, because
he's about to make some smoke.
Well, it started off with, I hope I have this all labeled correctly, which I'm pretty sure is how it went down last time. It just doesn't have the—
Hey, doctor. You're on full screen, Tom. Not sure if you can hear us. Oh, he's okay. You can hear us. He just got his mic muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to see any smoke now because all I'm doing is marking the wires. So,
hey, Norris, Chris, how you doing?
Snipping off these stupid plugs from Duet and getting rid of that thing. That's the heater, which I'm going to need this little screwdriver for here somewhere.
Can you hear us, Chris?
There we go. I forgot to turn on my headset.
Oh, how you doing?
Well, that'll help.
Well, it's brand new. I just opened it yesterday, so yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Happy victims. Ben and Jerry's has this Boots on the Moon ice cream that's really freaking good.
What's got in it?
Basically chocolate ice cream with fudge chunks, and it's got like a cookie dough layers in it.
Huh. Boots on the Moon. I've never heard of that one.
It's from the Space Force TV series.
That was a great show.
It really was good. I thought it was going to be a bunch of
laughing.
slapstick bullshit, but it was really good.
Yeah,
I tell you,
I'm not big on that kind of stuff.
The whole
that was hilarious.
I was digging through T-shirts, and I'm shooting daily videos on Ecto now. I'm very conscious about what T-shirt I'm pulling off the hanger, and I almost slid on over to the OD green section, and I almost grabbed my Space Force T-shirt that my wife got for me. Because when Space Force, first got cranked up, I told my wife, I was like, "Look, I love you, but I'm re-enlisting. I'm going to Clendathu. I've got some bugs to kill." And it's been this running joke because she looked at the whole deadpan and she goes, "You can't re-enlist." "Oh, what the fuck do you mean I can't re-enlist?" She goes, "You're too old." I'm like, "Bullshit, I'm too old." So she Googles it, and typical fact check. Yes, no, my wife is right. I am horribly wrong. But the joke's on her because that started the midlife crisis through and through, and the sports car was bought, like a month or two later. But I got a T-shirt out of the deal. Yeah, so it's a Full Metal Jacket, Born to Kill Space Force T-shirt, and I went, I probably shouldn't wear that. That's not a good idea.
Just remember, no gum.
Yes.
Yeah, Chris, here's my back patio. I've got a wall up. It's not finished, but I'm getting there.
Hell yes, dude.
That's the door for it. I put a bigger doggy door in.
How'd you make it on that door, Jerry?
I got it for like $120.
Nice.
It originally had this doggy door, which is like a cat size. It's real small.
Ooh,
so I
that's
went
got
and done
the
some work for my
interior.
son, and then he bought me a bigger door, which I put in there.
That's got the interior blinds. Those are awesome.
Yeah, it does. That's cool. Yeah, I've never had one of those.
Blinds are awesome.
That's the area there that I'm enclosing.
It pisses me off because we had one of those doors at the porno shop. If I'd have known they were going to tear down that wall, I would have taken that door with me.
In construction, we've done so much demo on different jobs. I got so much free stuff. It was crazy because everything goes in the dumpster. So if you're working there, depending on what company it's with, a lot of times you can get a lot of free stuff.
Hell yeah.
Jerry, we're talking about Space Force. Did you watch the Netflix movie I told you about, Spectral?
Yeah, I watched it and I realized I had seen that when it first came out, but I had forgot most of it. So yeah, I did rewatch that.
Good movie, isn't it?
Yeah, excellent movie.
Netflix Spectral. I'll have to check that
Spectral.
out.
Yes, I've actually paid to have the full armor from that design, and I own the STLs for it. I'm going to print a full armor suit, got the rifle, everything included.
I want to print an APU. Knuckle up.
Have you seen the
caterpillar
Boys on
suit from
Netflix?
Aliens?
Have you guys watched season 1 and 2 of The Boys?
I'm just about to download season 2 since it got posted today.
I know I watched a special this morning. They had a bunch of actors like they do with The Walking Dead, how they talk about the show after the fact. And the guy that plays, what's the guy Superman dude? What's his name? The evil son of a bitch?
Captain Homelander?
Yeah, Homelander. It showed him the actor, and his hair is a different color. He's wearing glasses and actually looks like a nice guy. And they asked him, when you ever go out in public, do people recognize you as God? No, thank God they don't, because I look nothing like my character. Because it's, if I see him in person, I'd probably want to cuss him out because Homelander's such an evil person. So anyway,
I don't know if he's evil. Evil requires intent.
Yeah.
He's just mentally fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter where something a person does, they know what they do.
Scotty.
Oh, never mind.
Have you guys watched For All Mankind?
Yeah.
Scott?
I just finished watching that and it's amazing.
Yeah, I thought it was
cannot
really
wait till
good.
next season.
I just wrapped up with Raised by Wolves the other night, and
I downloaded that.
I felt like this season ending. It didn't do it for me. But it's entertaining in a really gray and depressing way. But it was all right.
Just a couple
For All
more months.
Mankind, is that about the
The
mission
Russians
to
beat
the
us
moon?
to the moon.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen the new series they came out with.
And the 5th season of Expanse is coming out in a couple months. I can't wait for that.
Yes.
I haven't watched a trailer. That's a couple months away because I've been wanting to see that.
And Discovery's coming out, I think, next week. Season 3 of Discovery. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why people don't like Discovery and Picard. I love both.
Picard, I could kind of take or leave, to be honest. Like I
enjoyed it though.
It was
Picard was good.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally watchable. Is it one that I would go back and rewatch? No.
Maybe not. Depends on season 2.
But Discovery
was okay.
I'm genuinely digging it.
I'm not willing to pay for
Speaking
it.
of which, so I had a quick blip go across my news feed with the gal that played Janeway. Are they doing a new series with her?
Hathaway, is it? No, Kate Mulgrew.
Yes. And I totally spaced until just now, going back and digging a little further into that to see if that was the case. I love it.
I guess I'm the oddball of the group. I don't watch much.
Oh, damn it. He knew exactly where
I really don't watch much TV. I've got the TV going most of the time, but it's stuff I've already seen, like Blacklist. I've seen probably 4 times.
There he is.
It's like
NCIS.
How you doing?
I don't even have a TV. I don't even own one. I just download everything.
I don't actually have TV. I got Netflix and Hulu.
I don't have that either. I use 5-finger keyboard discount.
3D print newbie, can you hear us? Can't hear you.
Nope, you're muted.
It's the microphone. Got to go back to the phone.
Yeah, this happened the first time we met him when he came on. That happened, and he got it worked out.
Yeah, sometimes these programs won't use the internal microphone on a laptop. You have to plug in some sort of microphone.
Really?
It's weird. Like mine, for some reason, I have a built-in webcam and microphone, but it won't use it. It won't let me select it. But if I plug in, a headset or a camera with a microphone, then it works fine.
Now, what happens if you use a different browser?
I don't know. Never tried.
Yeah, see, that might be worth it because, like, I'm on a Mac and on Safari it's all janky. But the minute I swap over to Firefox, everything runs just fine. So
That's I'm running Firefox.
Yeah.
I'm on Google Chrome right now running this program. And a while back, when I would try to share my screen, it would kick me offline. Everything would shut down. But they fixed the bug, I guess, and now it works fine.
I would never use the built-in mic anyway. It's too unidirectional. It picks up everything.
Yeah, I've got this mic right here in front of me, and if I turn it sideways, it picks up my speaker, and I get feedback. So I got to make sure it's not too loud on the speakers, and it's straight out.
I just got these off that review program, Turtle Beach Stealth 700s.
Oh, cool.
Nice headset, except they're a little heavy. They push a little hard on my head.
You got too big a head.
Yeah, I got to. You can actually see it. You can see the shape of them. I just have a big head, but
let's fix your head.
Yeah, I used to use Cody.
Real
I got
memory foam like cups.
I got a bunch of them in the garage.
I got to agree with you. I had some Turtle Beach back from my Xbox, and I had the same problem. They actually, like, after like an hour of wearing them, the bottom of my ears would hurt because they like arc in real hard and push on your head. I had the same problem with my Turtle Beach.
And sweaty.
Yeah, but that's any full cover headphone. I mean, when you get right down to it.
I also got these, although the range is ridiculous. I walked 50 feet to the other end of the house and it still worked.
Yeah, Turtle Beats are really.
I also got those to play with. So these are wired though. These are wireless.
Cool.
Bobcats.
Yeah, these are Rocat Elo 7.1s. So I'll try them out too.
Bobcat used to make them for PlayStation and Xbox, and they were halfway decent. The Turtle Beats are awesome.
I better pray I do my taxes right, or I'm in deep shit this year.
Yeah,
because this is all crap from that review program.
The Turtle Beach sound quality is just amazing too.
I'd call the sound quality average.
What review program are you in?
I'm not supposed to say it. It's the Amazon program. So if you know what it is, don't say it. Yeah, it begins with a V.
That one. I've had several of them offer me review stuff, but
this is official through Amazon, so it's totally above board.
Oh, okay.
The only problem is because it's above board, it has to all be legal. And one of the consequences of people abusing, giving their employees free stuff instead of pay is that when you get free stuff, they count it as direct income. So I've gotten $17,000 in stuff from Amazon over the last 2.5 months. So I'll be getting a 1099 for $17,000.
Wow.
Even though I don't actually get any money. So, but because I actually make my entire living off of affiliate income from Amazon, mostly in Patreon, and I'm a professional reviewer, in theory, it should be a clean wipe on the taxes. I should be able to take that 1099 for $17,000 and take my list of $17,000 worth of stuff and have it be a direct wipe on the taxes, as a write-off. So in theory, that should work. We'll see. Otherwise, I'm going to owe like $3,000.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on my taxes. Back in January, I forgot one document on my insurance. Done TurboTax. It came in the mail the next day. It's like, oh no. So it's still all screwed up. I finally got to amend it. They had me download a bunch of paperwork and figure out the figures, and I got my math wrong, which screwed it up. And then they said you can't amend it. Then they let me amend it. Then I did, and it's just all messed up. So I'm waiting on them. They owe me $1,400 eventually.
Yeah.
As I was trying to say, in Indianapolis, I used to live on the west side, but I was over there by 10th and Holt Road, real close to the track. And now I'm over here off of Keystone and Allisonville.
Okay. Somebody has YouTube on. I can hear the feedback.
Yeah, don't have YouTube playing in the background because there's a sync issue there.
A massive sync issue. I've got it playing, but it's muted.
Chris, are you resin printing right now?
Me?
Yeah.
Not currently printing actively, no.
Okay, I was wondering, you're rubbing your eyes. I hope it's not from any kind of vapors or anything.
No. I think it's a dry eye issue from the dry environment up here.
When I used to work in construction, I have to use eye drops quite a bit.
That new Creality resin printer is working pretty darn good, though. That little bad boy right there is at 0.2 millimeter layer height, and it print in 2 hours.
Wow. Oh, that's that purple resin you were talking about. You got real cheap.
Yeah, $20 for 1.5 liters. Hell yeah.
That's a good price. Yeah.
If my viewers didn't want any, I was going to buy all 5. And then I got this one, which I did a lousy job of painting. I got to sand it down and repaint it. But there you go. Red is always sus.
It's stuck in your pocket.
Yeah, that's I get a message on my phone that says, "Let Matt, I'm stuck in your pocket." I need to get a female voice that says that.
One thing I do like about these is that they have an adjustment so that you can allow surrounding environmental noise in. So they don't sound so closed in and you can hear yourself talk. Which is actually really nice. It makes it much more natural to talk.
Anybody got an opinion about Dr. Jekyll's comment?
Let me see. Anyone know of a good beginner tutorial guide to integrate VS Code, GitHub, Git to download? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. I know it's programming, but I don't know anything else.
Teaching tech, possibly.
Teaching tech. For how they compile the new Marlin for 32-bit stuff now.
What are you doing back there, buddy?
And then I use WinMerge for merge edits.
What are you doing?
Naresh, did you see Matt's Ecto 1 that he's building, the Ghostbuster car? Matt, can you show it again? He's doing it at 250%.
Nice.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, dude. That's freaking awesome.
It's going to have lights, highly detailed, every little bell and whistle is going to work.
You are going to make that radio controlled, correct?
See, I told the same thing.
Because you can't build a giant Ecto 1 without putting radio control in it.
It'll have lights, it'll have
just
sound.
buy a cheap RC car and tear it apart and put the guts in there.
I don't want to spend the money.
It's like $30 or $40.
And that's 30. That's like, it's all a couple rolls of filament, man.
Yeah, but how can you have an Ecto 1 and not be able to drive it?
Shit,
I'd even go so far as to put an FPV camera inside that thing and put some goggles on.
FPV. You have to make the doors and stuff open too, though.
Yeah, no, the doors open, hood opens. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say if you.
But you take that thing to a local Walmart or Target or some kind of grocery store, and you turn on the lights and sirens and start driving that thing down one of the aisles with your kid in front of it, dressed up like the ghost. What was it? Slimer.
And then some little kid runs out and grabs it and throws it, and then it breaks. Do you sit there and start crying?
Stay puft.
Not go out in public.
I'd rather see as the kids dressed up as Stay Puft.
Yeah, Stay Puft.
At least that'd be the scale.
Well, I tell you that big full figure printer that popped up earlier, that sucker could probably do it.
Yeah.
Layer height's tall enough.
I would kill for a 1 meter cube printer.
No. Come on.
We were talking with one that was 10 feet tall.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Well, no one's ever going to send me a review unit for a 10-foot printer. I might be able to get a 1 meter printer. I don't mind splitting apart models as long as I don't have to split them on X and Y. That's just a pain in the ass. But with 1 meter, I could print almost anything I want just by splitting it vertically.
It's such a crapshoot, I mean, even with
hold on, guys.
All right.
I'm doing such a big and long.
Doggy wants a bone.
You'd have to be a real special printer for me to be willing to trust it with prints of that that size and that length?
I do my full size 6 foot tall prints, and usually 4 pieces, maybe 5 pieces.
Yeah.
And they take 20 hours each piece. They're fast. But I print them hollow with 2 perimeters with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle and a 0.4 millimeter layer height. So you're slapping down a crap ton of filament per minute, and it's fast.
Maurice, what kind of headset was that again? Al Jolly's wondering.
This is a Turtle Beach Stealth 700.
Hey, Llama, you burning anything up yet? I ain't seen any smoke.
But I love the pass through. They're comfortable until they squeeze you after a while. Although I wonder if I loosen this up, will it make it better? But see, now it's going to droop.
Sorry about that, guys.
I have a big head. That's the problem. I have an enormous head.
So no, my dog thinks he's the boss. I've trained him to look after me and everything else, stuff like that, but he will not let me. He doesn't like my electronic toothbrush. When the aides try and, cut my hair and stuff like that, when they try and put clothes on me, he does not let anybody near me. That's what I wanted, but he gets just really overbearing. And if the phone rings, he hates it because I'm not talking to him. So, but I apologize. He hears me talking and I'm not talking to him.
Maurice, when's your next live stream?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yep. We'll be doing the Kaiwu Kickstarter printer that's coming up.
Okay.
And then the week after, we're doing the Ender 3 Max.
Yeah, if you want to post a link to your channel, you're welcome to do so. If anybody hasn't checked out Maurice over on his channel, he's always live for many hours a day.
It's that simple, just Maurice.com. I've had that page since 1996, but I finally repurposed it as a landing page, so it has links to all of my channels.
Tom, stop licking all of the electrical connections.
Well, I'll tell you one good thing about this review program is I've stopped spending money on Amazon.
Yeah, boy, I can imagine.
You tend not to buy anything. You wait for it to pop up on Vine.
I think they got a Prime Day coming up within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, 13th and 14th.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten 7 of the gallium nitride chargers. So I just grabbed them all because they cost me nothing. These things will put out 60 watts.
Wow.
That's incredible. This little tiny thing puts out 60 watts. And then you want to see kick ass. This thing really kicks ass. Hang on. Where's it at?
So how the heck did you manage to get involved in that? Because
it's an invite only kind of thing.
I say I know
You can't
that.
ask, you can't apply. They just randomly send out an email to you and say, "Hey, would you like to join?" And you say yes or no.
And they happen to actually just randomly email you, huh?
Yep. Then it has nothing to do with what you do either. We've had people who have thousands of reviews and never get invited. We had one guy who had never written a review in his life and he got invited.
Okay. Because see, that's what I was wondering, because that's what I read about it, and it says that, you have to have good reviews and all this. Like, wait a minute, I review every single product I buy, period. That's what I do, that period. Doesn't matter if it's Amazon or eBay, doesn't matter where I buy it, I do a review for it. Because I feel
one thing I do now though is I no longer review anything except in the review program. I don't post reviews for anything else I get on Amazon, because if any of your non-review reviews, I'm too worried about, if a vendor does something fishy and Amazon flags him for doing something fishy, like buying reviews and crap like that, I don't want to take a chance of getting caught up in that. Access to this program is too valuable.
Shelf life.
Yeah, see, I don't do paid reviews and crap like that. So,
well, I used to do some of the where they would refund you later.
Yeah.
But I have a very simple term, and that's you refund me before I review.
Yeah.
Because I don't do paid reviews.
With filament manufacturers that have been.
I understand why they want you to
buy it first, and I'm like, no.
Well, that I'm okay with, because I understand why they want you to buy it, because it comes up as a verified purchase.
Yeah.
And verified purchase reviews have significantly more weight than non-verified purchase reviews. So if they just mail you the filament and you go on to Amazon to review it, you're reviewing it as a non-verified purchase. So that's why they want to do that. But When they say pay you back after your review, they're basically telling you, give us 5 stars, and you're not getting your money back. And I won't do that.
Well, way I say that, I've done a couple. If I can leave a 4-star and they don't follow through what they said, I'll send it back.
Yes, but then if that gets flagged, you can get hurt. They can just sign up for a new seller account. Your account gets terminated. You can't leave reviews for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's just.
I just don't do.
I say
on reviews on that sort of shit. I tell them, look, like you'll be recognized and you'll be directly linked in every post that I make, and I will gladly feature, the print quality.
Well, see, what they want though is they want that verified purchase mark.
Yeah, and
that's the reason.
About that.
Yeah.
So as long as they're willing, see, the legitimate ones, they refund on shipping. Meaning as soon as it shows up as shipped, they refund you, and then they wait for you to leave your review. So they're not trying to buy your review. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That or the 98% coupon.
Well, they can't do those anymore because Amazon flagged those.
Amazon,
did they saw through that, yeah.
Arion used to give me 99% off on Arion.
Yeah, I've done a couple of Arion.
They'd reimburse me immediately before I got it in the mail.
Yeah.
Usually within a couple hours.
Check
now, this thing here, some ass. I was a bit iffy about this because I'm a professional reviewer. I need people to actually buy this stuff for me to make any money. And I was a bit questionable about this because it was $80. But this thing kicks ass. First, it's got an 18 watt and a 12 watt PD outputs. It has micro USB charging and USB-C charging, and that USB-C port is bidirectional, 100 watts bidirectional. So this thing can charge at 100 watts and it can discharge at 100 watts.
Wow.
So I plug this if I had a 100 watt output charger, I could charge this 21,000 milliamp battery in 2.8 hours. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's fast.
That's nice. I need a minimum of 18 watts for my phone.
Yeah. No, your phone will charge. Your phone will charge at 10 watts.
This one won't.
Yes, it will.
It will.
18 watts. 18 watts is actually a non-standard charge. That's a QC 3.0 quick charge.
Yeah, I had anything under 18 watt power wall wart. Slow only.
Oh, of course, yeah, it's slow.
Yeah, it will charge. I'm just saying, but to get real charge in watts.
Some manufacturers play dirty when it comes to their accessories, so they actually have circuitry to check whether you're using an official charger.
Now, this one doesn't.
And that's bullshit. Well, if you're only slow charging anything but 18 watts, yes, it does.
No, because I'm using non. This is a Samsung.
Yeah.
And it's non-Samsung 18 watt, and it'll charge every time. No problem.
Yeah, Samsung doesn't usually do that kind of crap.
So that's what I say. This is the S7.
Yeah.
So it requires it because it's got that built-in shared power. It's got a wireless charger, so I can wireless charge your phone with it. That's why it requires the higher charge. It's because it's also got a bigger battery.
That's irrelevant though. You can still charge it with a 1 amp charge. It'll just take a really long time.
Yeah. But it gives you the notice that it's charging. It's just slow, unless 18 watts. That's what I'm saying. That's why it requires 18 watts.
Well, to see what it's actually using, you can get a little USB meter. So you can take like a battery bank like this, plug the meter in, then plug your phone in, and you can see actually how much power it's drawing.
The 3D HP witness protection program.
Like I have this USB power supply unit. It's 40 USB ports. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's 40. It's 40 USB ports in one box.
Wow.
You got 2 banks of 20, and it actually has a meter at the bottom that tells you voltage and amperage, so you can see how much it's putting out. So that's just I have like a snake nest of C and micro cables, and I could just charge everything all at once. When you're traveling, it's handy. So instead of carrying around 15 of these, you carry around 1 of those, and you're good.
Yeah, I've got a battery pack I use when I'm out hunting to keep my phone on charge. It's a 500,000 milliamp hour. Sucker's a little bit big, but
wait, did you say 500,000, or did you mean 50,000?
No, 500,000. It's like
you don't have a 500,000. I highly doubt that. I mean, even this. Can I get it over here so you can see it? Actually, I just pick up the camera. Even these are only 288 watt hours.
Yeah.
That's 288 watt hours. So there's no way in hell you have 500,000 milliamps.
Oh, that's what they claim.
Yeah, that's what they claim. It's not what it is.
No, probably not. But I've got a big one that I use.
How much is this? It should tell me. This is. It doesn't tell me. It's 28 amp hours at 12 volts. 288 watt hours.
What do we got?
That's 28,000 milliamp hours, I think.
What do we got, Tim?
That's got to be more than that.
What have we got where?
Oh, you turned the camera to show off your printer, or?
Oh, well, no, that's my FlashForge Creator 3, and then this is a CR10S Pro that I've been working on, and then I got a Prusa over here. So, yeah.
How do you like that FlashForge?
What's that?
How do you like that FlashForge?
I quite like it, actually. I did the new software update. And it has a few issues with the first layer, but I fixed them, no problem. Now I just have one nozzle that's a little bit lower than the other, so I got to work on that.
How long have you been there, Chris? I didn't see you.
What's that?
I didn't see you down there. How long were you there?
What do you need?
How long was I where?
About 10 minutes.
Wait.
This is a business meeting. Okay, can you go upstairs, please? I'm in a business meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got business to talk about.
What's up, Poop Cocky?
Working on prototype 3 of my fluid bed.
How's it going?
Great, now that I have got the big TPU seal in the middle.
Start calling it by its proper name. It's your witch's cauldron.
Yeah, it is a big bubbly green cauldron right now.
It is.
So-
I still think we should redesign it and make it an actual look like a cauldron. I really, really do.
So these boxes are 288 watt hours, and that's going to be about 83,000 milliamp hours. And that's a gigantic UPS. This actually works as a genuine UPS. So it's got USB 12 volt AC 501,000 output, and it'll actually work as an actual UPS. You can unplug it and it'll switch over. And it's the only ones I'll use because the rest of them use a wall wart, which means they're not a true UPS. So you can't, charge it and use it at the same time. These things are amazing. When I go to Earth or Murph, I can run my printer all night when they turn off the power.
What are you brewing in there?
Which is why they turn off the power.
Powder coating paint. But now it's a liquid. It's no longer powder. It's a liquid.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, you're powder coating. Okay.
It's not a liquid. It's aerated.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but now it acts like a liquid. Like it's...
Yeah, but it's just
Liquefaction, it's
acting
called.
like a liquid.
Liquefaction.
I mean, you can act like a moron, but I know you're actually not one.
Don't you start, llama. All right.
You
It
run
works.
a fish tank air pump?
Yeah. Just a $8 fish pump.
Yeah.
And it's official. The duet is off the llama core. Gone.
Yay.
History.
Get
Set
that
up
nonsense out of there.
Have you turned it on yet?
It's gone. History.
I'm waiting for him to turn it on and watch the whole entire screen turn
Oh,
green.
it ain't getting turned off yet.
Oh, it's already on.
No, I'm teasing. Like it's going to go boom and just cover everything with powder.
It could if the membrane breaks, but thankfully that's...
What's the goal and the purpose?
So when you powder coat, you can do two different ways. You can get a spray gun, or you can dip. And when you dip, when you press something into the powder, it compacts, so you get uneven coating. But when you aerate it, it turns into more like a liquid.
Yeah.
So it actually like...
does.
Yeah, so you can then powder coat just by dipping. So when I do my homemade lures, I dip it in this paint while the lure is hot, and I get a perfectly even coat.
Oh, that's slick.
Yeah, so like these are these
Hey, Jerry,
bodies.
zoom in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's a brass body that was powder coated. So ProTech powder paint.
Why do you
hot
powder coat them?
have to get your parts?
300 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Okay.
See, what we've done is taken and we powder coated lead bullets. You do yourself. Take them and put them in a Tupperware tub with some powder coat powder and shake them, and it builds up the static from the Rubbermaid tub or plastic tub, and then the powder coat sticks. So I've never seen it done that way. That's pretty cool.
This is the way it's normally done. So
is
you
it?
either get the gun or you get this. But in an industrial machine, they have an industrial version of this. This is fully
You should do-
3D printed.
You should do a video on it. Have one set up while you're sitting there, screwing with it and show it off.
That's on the future. I'm just trying to finalize the design. So I think I finally have a final design because I was getting leaking air by having all printed in PLA. Now it's printed in PLA and a center ring is made out of TPU.
Have you guys seen that guy who was remelting PETG parts packed in salt?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
No?
What's that?
Makes it perfectly clear. He anneals it and...
Well, they're not cloudy. I guess you could make them clear, but the point is, by printing at 100%, what's the problem with annealing parts? Well, they melt and deform. Well, salt is interesting because you powderize the salt. It's a mineral, and when you pack salt together, it kind of goes back to being a rigid mineral, meaning it's going to take a significant amount of force to deform the packed salt. So if you put a 100% infill print and you pack it on all sides with salt, you are literally holding the part rigidly to that shape. It cannot deform. It's like pouring concrete around the part, except this is concrete you could break apart and reuse because it's just salt.
I saw it with plaster of Paris.
Well, plaster of Paris is similar, but plaster of Paris you can't reuse.
Yeah, I just saw the same thing with plaster.
Same concept, same exact concept. By packing it in something rigid that will not deform, he can now not only anneal the part, but actually bring it to melting temperature and perfectly fuse everything together into a solid hunk of plastic. And it's amazing. It works.
No shit.
Now, the PLA didn't work
CNC
quite
Kitchen
as well.
did a video on it.
Did he? With the salt, or did he use the plaster?
No, you salt.
Okay, because the guy I saw was the some Chinese guy over in China. He did it, and amazing. I mean, the results were spectacular. Makes you because see, by using salt, you except for the tiny bit that gets embedded in the print itself when it melts, you don't lose your medium. So your cost becomes strictly the electricity to heat it, which makes it very cost practical. So now you can anneal PLA parts where they're good for over 200 degrees, and they're better than ABS. Because I want to do that with my nose cones, but the problem is I can't allow the deformation of the part because then the nose cone won't fit. So by packing it, the deformation is so small it's irrelevant and it's predictable.
So I'm assuming he's building an enclosure to hold the salt in and
you take a metal pan. You got to powderize the salt to get better resolution. Yeah. And then you basically fill the part with salt, pack it, and then you fill the pan surrounding the part and you pack it. Now the thing is, if you take sand and pack it, well, the sand will still move. If you pack your hand in sand, you can still move your hand. Yeah. You might not be able to move it much, but you can move it more than enough to deform a part. Salt, however, doesn't. It interlocks with itself. It goes back to being kind of like a rock. You could pack a chunk of salt and you could pick it up and it feels like a rock.
Yeah.
You have to beat it a little bit to break it apart, but you can break it apart. So that means the part is being held immobile. It won't move. And of course, the salt is not going to melt in your oven. The part can now melt, and as long as you use the 100% infill, there's no place for the part to go. There's no place for the plastic to flow to. It's going to stay exactly where it's supposed to stay. And so now you have a remelted part. Let it cool down, then hit your annealing temperature. So now you have a remelted part and an annealed part, and you're going to maintain your dimensional accuracy. And because you're using salt, you just chip away the salt, re-break it up until it's powderized again, and you can reuse it over and over and over again. It never goes bad. So when you're trying to produce parts, now it's practical for me to fill, a vat this big with salt, put 10 nose cones in it, let it cook in the oven overnight, and I didn't waste anything except the little tiny bit that's going to stick to the part when it melts. So I have a reusable medium now. So that brings the cost per part way down. It's just the electricity or the gas to run the oven.
I'd be afraid by adding salt you'd melt it, or by adding water and salt you'd melt the salt. So
the oven's not going to get hot enough to melt the salt. Salt needs what?
No. What Michael's comment?
Water to compact more.
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I would think it'd melt the salt.
It would dissolve the salt, not melt it.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
But his parts are coming out perfect. You don't need to. I mean, what he is doing is perfectly adequate, so there's no reason for more. So I can't wait to give it a try. I'm excited about that.
How do you plan on powderizing the salt?
Buy some cheap thrift store blenders because you're going to destroy the blenders. Or, from what I understand, if you could find it in bulk, popcorn salt is already powderized.
I know you can buy extra fine.
Apparently, popcorn salt is already powderized, so just find unflavored popcorn salt and use that.
Oh, come on. Your popcorn can be, or your print can be butter flavored.
Well, I'm worried about whatever chemicals they add to it, putzing with the plastic.
He doesn't get the whole sarcastic fun you were going for there.
Yeah, evidently.
I got it. I like the ideas of
There's going to be a
popcorn.
live stream of this with 3D printed parts.
Exactly what I'm picturing. Even better, I've got an orange port here.
Hey, I got the this artist
Hey,
D.
go ahead and do that again.
Oh no.
Then later I can come back and snip it and throw something in your hand.
I sliced up the tree frog, the 2-color tree frog on the artist D.
Same
That
thing
came
I
out
got.
fine.
Yep.
And then I also did the little Marvin King.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
And they came out fine. So next
but
up,
you
I'm going to
haven't
do
done
a
Marvin
120. I'm going to do a 120-hour frog at full size. You know, as big as
Mine
that.
is
I don't mess around
200%.
with the multicolored stuff simply because I paint everything. But
See, I don't. So
that last Edge Attack with the hot mix and the tall little diorama with the fountain with the waterfalls and stuff on it, beautifully done.
Yeah, this is all artist D prints. The only one
nice.
here not is.
Oh, you got
is
one too. Nice. Okay.
I got
Now,
the
if they
first
can
one.
fix the power cord, that would be great.
What's wrong with the power cord?
The heat bed power cable is not rated for what it's supposed to do, so they're
Oh,
changing
really?
it. But we'll see
Okay.
how they do.
I got the very first one that was released.
Nice.
If you look at Kickstarter, I am on there every day, all day. I'm the one that's answering all the questions. I've been working with them from the beginning.
I'm having some extrusion consistency issues. It's not huge, but I'm not getting the super clean prints I'm used to.
What slicer are you using?
Simplify 3D.
Okay. See,
Gross.
I would too.
Here we go again.
They don't do very well with IT.
I opened up Simplify 3D, told it extruder 1, extruder 2. I clicked slice, and it worked just like that.
See, I haven't tried that yet because everything said it doesn't work very well with IDEX.
Perfect. Zero problem. No scripting, no programming, nothing. It just works.
But does it when you pause, does it automatically go back to home?
Yep. When I switch heads, it parks the other head and comes out with a new head. It works absolutely perfectly. No programming, no scripting, no nothing. I literally just created a profile. I said tool 0, tool 1. Now the only thing is the dual extrusion wizard didn't work, so I had to create my multi-process and simply delete tool 1 from the first process and delete tool 0 from the second process. But that's it.
Yeah,
that's
normal. I've done that with some others,
and it just worked perfectly. I have zero issues.
See,
it's the easiest
I'm
dual
using
extrusion I've ever done.
I'm using Cura.
Then you have to use
and I don't
Simplify
like it.
3D.
And I do not like Cura.
I like Simplify 3D, so
I like it.
This is
I love programs that
This is a
that
good
lie to
spring
you
leading up to Earth
and
because
have
we've
horrible
got
customer
information
support
going on
too.
right
I think.
Well, I like Simplify 3D because it does exactly what I tell it to do when I tell it to do, and I know what I'm going to get when I tell it to do it.
So does every slicer.
No, Cura, you got all kinds of hidden ghost settings that you hope you don't screw with. It's a learning curve. It's a little bit of a learning curve.
You're using the factory firmware?
Yes.
Send me a message. I've got the new factory firmware because I wrote it.
Awesome.
Oh,
everybody in chat watching us, please share the stream. We got a lot of awesome people here, and everybody should drop in and chat in.
Yeah, I wrote the factory
All right.
firmware that's going to be on the production version.
Who's about to die? I thought I heard a fuse going.
That's just Warkaki blowing his powder around.
Yep, I'm just powder coating over here.
Here, let me put you on full screen and we're watching.
That's not going to help.
Burner.
He's giving his parts a blowjob.
Now, I have had a few minor issues. For example, the fan came loose on the left extruder head because they're only using one bolt to hold the fan on. So when that bolt comes loose, the fan can swivel.
That's what happens when you buy China.
Mine's starting to make noise on that fan. They're sending me the new updated fans. and I'm getting a couple other parts because I'm helping modify it to the Pro version.
I told them, I didn't say it in exactly these words, but in this intent, I said, stop fucking around with the fans and use brushless dual ball bearing fans. I was like, you can't call this a silent board printer and then put 4 turbines on the heads.
Yeah, I say they are. We in the beta version got noisy fans. That was like complete.
Like literally, I turned the printer on, quiet, and then the fan's going.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's just called air conditioning. Put that
It does sound like a jet engine.
I love that they're using a steel mag plate, but they need to get rid of the tab on the front here. It's bad news. So I'll show you what I'm talking
No,
about.
they need to get rid of the bottom grip on it.
Oh yeah, and also the adhesive doesn't work. It's coming off.
The bottom grip on it needs to go because it's on the bed.
Yeah, this here is bad. This thing right
the
here.
bottom one. Yep, the bottom one.
Because that makes it so that you have to actually. I can remove that. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you're going away, buddy.
Yeah, the bottom one. The bottom one, it needs to go away. The top one's fine. The bottom one does not.
But then you have this problem. The mag sheet just comes right off.
Mine didn't. I've had mine up to 100. I had mine up to 115 degrees.
I've never gone past 60. It was coming off when I got it. So whatever adhesive they're using sucks.
You probably got a bad one. They probably didn't clean the bed first.
And this I'm pretty sure this is a very early one, like really early. It's got handwritten tags on it and stuff.
Yeah, so did mine. I said I got the very first one. I've had it about a week longer than any of the other people.
That's why I'm
saying
is that
reality CR6E nonsense with that printer.
I'm hoping that means a lot of this stuff will be fixed in the final.
A lot of it is. They've been working on it. Like I said, I wrote up a big on them. I do this for all the printers. I don't do it for reviews. I'm not a reviewer. That's not me. I do it for beta testing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll be putting up my analysis video in the next couple of days.
FlexiRex is printed on it.
Nice. I love FlexiRex.
And that was printed on this, and it's 350% scale. So, I mean, that's the 100% scale one here. Almost get the stand on his back, not quite.
Hey, Scott, since you're on full screen, let's plug your book again. We've been streaming for over 3.5 hours.
Nice.
Really?
Good on you, buddy.
Yeah, I put it's been out for just over a year.
Publishing a book is hard freaking work.
Well, I've actually got a text site, and I took a lot of the articles I had already written and put in there, and then I added a couple of more articles that I wrote. It's just basic help for more of the new people, but it does have a few tips and tricks that a lot of more experienced might not know of.
He's got pictures.
Yeah, it's color. It's full color.
Got pictures. All right.
Yeah, it's full color.
Llama can read it.
That's what you need to do, Nerys. Write a book on Amazon. I guess it cost you that much to do it.
Problem is writing a book is
Hey,
difficult.
Scott,
I mean,
send me
I could slap something together and make it bullshit, but to make a good book takes. Put it this way: I did a rocketry book once, and it was basically all pictures, and it still took me 1.5 years to do the damn thing.
Wow.
Well, I used like the cover you can see is actually my office. The front and back is my office. Now it's old pictures of my office because like the center workbench here is now full of printers. Jerry's got pictures. I've got 45 printers in my office right now.
Wow. I have 140 printers out in the containers in the bus. In pieces.
I've got more than that in my storage room. I've got around 300. I've got around 300 in my storage room.
Which one actually works good?
All 45 of these ones work. 43 of the 45 in this room work. One of them's
I said good.
So, yeah.
I've had very few printers
Like,
that straight up
back
didn't
your
work.
mic off your mouth. You're like really loud and close. I think it's you, anyways.
Yeah, it probably
Somebody's
is.
like breathing into their mic.
Oh, that's not me.
I think it's.
Hey,
Might be me.
Chris. I'm not positive, but I think it's Chris.
Hey,
We're getting-
Scott, I might have
Started
missed
right
it
now, I
last
don't want to
time,
screw with it.
but can you give a link to your YouTube channel and where we can possibly get that book from?
Yeah, sure. Here, give me half a second.
Thank you very much, sir.
I actually don't really have. I've got a YouTube channel, not much in it. It's mostly walkthroughs in my office. I said I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a reviewer.
Anybody want to see somebody who is absolutely terrified to the bloody limit of their life? You're gonna want to watch and listen to this. This is great.
Here, that's my YouTube there. That's a violin I printed for my daughter.
That's buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Let me play that again.
It was a mouse.
It's so good. There we go. Let me turn this up.
Throw the mouse in the car.
No, she caught a mouse in the jar and it jumped out of the jar into the car.
It's like a Dr. Seuss poem.
Oh, is that like some YouTube video or something?
Yeah, it was rolling around the internet last week. It was pretty funny.
Now, before this,
you can just
That's
tell
the
she's
road to life.
absolutely terrified when that little mouse jumps in the car with her.
No, the video for my YouTube link is the violin I printed.
okay.
Oh, cool.
Now I have a question before it runs too late or whatever else. On automatic bed leveling, what is the best type? The BLG or
None. Don't use automatic bed leveling.
Manual.
None.
Manual
Don't use
leveling.
automatic bed leveling. You're just adding complication where you don't need
They're
it.
all wrong.
I have every type of auto bed level here in my office. My Ender 5 Pro came with the ZYLTECH. Other than that, the Soval, I added it because the Soval SV01 had a warp, my bed warp.
now is that the round with the flat round bottom?
No, ZYLTECH has got the pin that drops in and out.
No, the other
Hall
one.
effect
The
sensor.
one looked like almost like a lipstick canister, but it's
I've
got
got,
Yeah, so about
those are the second best, I would say. Most reliable. Because they read glass.
okay.
if I had to pick one automatic bed leveling, assuming it holds up in the long term, it'd be what they're using on the CR6 SE.
Yeah.
I
Because
don't
that
know which
is
one
not-
that is.
Well, the CR6 SE,
the nozzle
it uses,
moves.
well, it uses a strain gauge on the hot end. So that is the only printer, at least of these cheap consumer printers, that is the only detection method where the printer actually knows where true zero is. Meaning
anything with a piezo nozzle, so anything with a smart effector,
anything that actually touches the nozzle to the bed, it knows where actual zero is.
That's been around for 5-10 years.
But not in consumer cheap printers.
Yes, it has. The Duet's been doing it with the piezoelectric, their smart effector
The
for their
Duet's
Duet.
$100 just for the board.
So you said it doesn't exist. So
No, I did not. I said it doesn't
You
exist
just
in
did. You said it doesn't
printers.
exist
No, I
in
did
commercial.
not.
There it is. Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did.
Your reading
replay the
comprehension
video.
is bad. Go ahead, replay it. I said cheap printers.
You did not say cheap.
Yes, I did.
This one here. Is
Jared, what's your opinion?
This one here is straight off of the 2-tree printers. They all come with it. It's a piezo sensor. Exactly
guys.
what you're talking
Hey, guys.
about. Same
It
concept.
uses the nozzle.
Yes.
Yep.
Here, Jerry.
Real quick. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. You're talking. That's that. You plug it in and you stick it up underneath the nozzle.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a piezo sensor. Exact same concept.
The Q5 uses that too.
Yeah. This one actually is from my Anycubic, but
FL Sun Q5. Yeah.
2-tree does it. All their printers come with one.
Cool.
The Anycubic Coastal has it. I don't know if the ET5, the ET5 or any of my others come with it yet.
So that's not a proximity sensor. It's an actual contact sensor.
Yes, it's an actual contact sensor.
Ah, I
It's
thought
a
that was a
clear-
proximity sensor like TS3D thing.
No. It goes down and actually it's pressure sensitive.
Cool.
3D print
that'll give
newbie. I use easy ABLs on almost all my printers. The ones that don't have them, I manual bed level, and it usually works fine. As long as you're not yanking the bed around, you're not forceful taking off a print, and use like a spring steel sheet, you very rarely ever have to re-level. But I do like my easy ABLs also. But if you don't want to be out all the money and have to fumble with them, you can manual level your bed. Use a spring shield flex sheet. That way you're not yanking things around, trying to knock it loose. And that's my
And
opinion.
hope that your bed is flat.
Yeah.
If your bed is not flat, you replace it.
On both my
It should ship straight, but they use aluminum for the beds.
glass
Which
beds,
warps.
and I have just been doing the manual bed leveling.
Yeah, that's the original piezo sensor
Nice
style there.
I got a
I got probably 100 of them.
They weren't easy.
Nice. I actually was thinking about putting those under each corner of the bed or each side of the bed on my Delta.
So on the
What they do
410,
for the Taz printers.
on the 410,
You love your Taz.
I don't like my
Well,
Taz.
That's on you to make sure the nozzle's clear.
You're in love with that Taz.
Yeah, Mr. Buttram's right. It's not as accurate. I mean, even Joel Telling, who has one's like, well, if you don't clean the nozzle off perfectly, it's wrong.
Yeah, well, that's just it. That's my problem.
Then you clean the nozzle off.
Yeah,
rocket science.
Hey, Kit just joined. What do you got going on, Kit?
Oh, as I just said in chat, this is the very first print on my Boron 2.1.
Nice.
Cool. Nice.
And that's what a real bed looks like.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
3
aluminum's
thick.
fine if you make it thick
Aluminum, mixed 6 steel, or mixed 6 aluminum.
The problem is not that
De-stressed.
they're using aluminum bed. The problem is they make it too thin to save money.
Yeah.
No, it
This
is
is
because
not
they use the
thin.
wrong type of aluminum. Mixed 6 aluminum is de-stressed, which means when it heats, it doesn't warp.
Oh.
They're just
cool.
using regular aircraft aluminum will warp depending on how you heat it.
What's the cost difference?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean that.
Either
bed was
way,
about,
if they would make their regular aircraft aluminum beds thicker, it would be more
$100?
resistant.
Oh, you bastard. Well, that's going to have to
I mean, the plate was 30. The silicon heater was about 60. The magnet was another 30-ish. The flex plate was another $20. So yeah,
What size is that bed?
it's 300 by 300.
That's not bad then. That's good.
And roughly, I get about. I'm still tweaking some settings, so I'm getting about 290 by 290 right now, and I'm about 280 for the height. And it is enclosed, so it's actually designed for doing ABS. It's doing PLA right now, but it is designed for ABS.
Now,
So
is that Z belt drive?
Yes, it has 4 Z belts.
That's what I thought it looked like.
So it does a quad gantry level. So when you normally for ABS, you get like temperature heat up, and then it has a little sensor probe behind the nozzle, and it probes several times in the corners, and then adjusts each Z belt individually, and then probes again. And
Nice.
and
Hopefully that Boron
a
uses drag
certain-
chains correctly.
Once it meets a certain threshold, then you're good to go. So I have mine. It's set so it's the threshold is 0.00075.
and it's running
out.
hot end, yeah.
And can it actually achieve that degree of accuracy?
Well, it without any other adjustment than that, it's printing without any. I have to do
to
any
successfully
tuning.
print, if you're within 0.1, you're going to print fine.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how accurate it's actually capable of doing repeatedly, because that's
What?
amazing.
Yeah. So what steppers do you have on it? The 0.9 degrees?
No, these are actually all the 0.18 steppers. And in fact, this is an older design. It's running a clipper setup with a Raspberry Pi and dual ramps boards on 8-bit 18 megas, and running just A49 998 steppers.
Wow.
Now newer designs use 2 SK3 or SK3 1.3s or 1.4s using TMC steppers, but this is a bit older model. I've been working on this guy for like 2 years now. So
Wow. I'm gonna have to look into that. That sounds awesome.
yeah,
I never tried to drop into the stream. I can only handle 10 people. I can't go over 10 on this.
I've got more than most of the parts for it, except for some of the linear rails I probably don't have.
That's the best. That's the best build surface ever.
You had 12 people up for a moment there. Did it butt them back out?
I'm at
Oh,
10
you
now, and I just got a notification. Another person tried to drop in, but they couldn't go in the waiting room.
well, that's all I really wanted to share. So I can go if you want someone else in. Not a
That's
problem.
nice. Are you using Gates belts?
Yes.
That's what it looks like. I say the red tent usually gets with Gates belt.
Yeah, it's Gates belts.
I like the way the belt turns with the double gears, double pulleys.
I've got some pulleys coming in the mail today because a couple of mine took a shit on me.
Now, the newer versions of this use a direct drive system versus the Bowden. So, but there is a modification for this using a planetary gear system with a 0.9 pancake motor that is compatible with this older version. So I plan to eventually do that upgrade eventually.
What's this one called? What is it called?
This is the Voron. This is the V2. Now, this is an older one, the V2.1. They're up down to the V2.4, which simplifies a bit of the parts, has a lot more improvements, and better, cheaper, a little bit cheaper design philosophy. So
Yeah, I think I just found my next custom build. I like that.
Kit, where do you live at and how old are you?
I'm in Florida and I'm 40 years old.
Cool.
What's your
I've
total
been
out of
to a few
pocket
other
on that?
streams.
That's cool.
What's your total out of pocket on that?
Okay, so I'm not the youngest one then.
I bought most of these parts before the whole pandemic, so we're looking at probably $1,500, $1,600.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a cheap. It was designed primarily to be a DIY printer, has a big community and a big developer base, but it was designed primarily to compete or to be actually better than Ultimaker printers.
Well, Ultimaker printers aren't that good to begin with.
Yeah, well, they're all...
Okay, are we gonna get smoke?
Hold
We know we are.
All
Yeah,
I
hold on,
have
people.
is power in. That's
Should
the
we all
only
start?
hookup.
Should we all start typing F right now?
I see a
have
light
to
in the
get my
smoke.
keyboard.
Yeah, it took a minute for that frickin' driver to smoke last time. It was
Are we
literally-
on?
I did the same thing. Yeah, it lit up. But after like a minute, that driver just started going and went up in smoke.
You know, if
I'm
you
just gonna leave it. There's literally nothing else plugged into it, and we'll see if it bursts into flame in the next minute.
Here, let's go see where he's going. Let's watch him.
Whoa! Look at that basement.
It's a nice basement.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's.
He can't
I think
hear it,
it's-
but we're trolling Kim.
I think his
It looks like
basement's
you've got
bigger than my.
9-foot ceilings too.
We see you.
Yeah, he'll see it in a minute.
Oh, Flash Forge Guider 2. I love that printer. I have that printer, the Flash Forge Guider 2, and that's a
he's
great
back,
printer.
stop staring at him.
We followed you, Tim. We watched you go over there and do some work.
I'm just going to print another test print on that Pet G I was telling you they sent me to test. So I printed a oversized benchy,
Oh, looks good.
and it came out really good.
Yeah.
I quite like that filament.
Hold it up closer.
Wow.
That is smooth.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, and that's off the Flash Forge. Yeah. And then I did a oversized Marvin.
You can never have too many Marvins.
Never have. No, that's the biggest Marvin I've done. So right now I'm going to print a.
I got a cocky Marvin. That's the only one I got.
I've got a 1 kilogram Marvin. About 1
kilogram.
It's as big as my head.
Wow.
A little bit bigger.
You should make a hollow Marvin for Halloween.
There you go, Marvin helmet.
Yeah, Marvin helmet.
Marv Cocky.
And one of my viewers made me a shirt that says, "That's one fine Marvin." I'll have to wear that shirt with the Marvin helmet.
Very cool.
Well, Tom, we're happy.
There you go.
Cool.
Here's a Marv Cocky.
Now that's pretty hot.
Marv Cocky fighting with Joel.
Yeah, I printed out
Got smoke.
the little Joel one that you just showed, and who's the inventor of the guy, Wexter?
Yeah.
So I printed out a plate of 40 of them at a time with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle on my Ender 5, and I just filled a bucket with them and gave them out at Murph.
That
was pretty cool.
3D printing Christmas tree next year.
What's that?
Joe Larson, the 3D printing professor, he was trying to do a Christmas tree last year for a charity thing with a lot of 3D print. Fans submitted 3D printed, decorations, and I thought that would be the perfect thing there for it with the more cocky Marvin.
Last year for Halloween, I gave away something like 150 of Llama's skull pumpkins, the small ones, small versions of that.
Nice.
Skull pumpkin.
Yeah, I gave away like 150 of them.
This year's pumpkin is a sad, happy pumpkin.
That's a fine pumpkin.
That's
a good looking pumpkin.
Every year I'm going to do a pumpkin for Halloween. This is a sad, happy pumpkin. Happy, sad, whatever. It's on Colts, along with the skull pumpkin on Colts too.
Mr.
I'm
Betzel,
done with thingy
you
verse.
said you lived on the west side of Indianapolis. Where about on the west side?
I lived at 34th and High School Road.
Okay, I was over there off of 10th and Holt Road, but now I'm down here over off Keystone and Allisonville.
Oh, I know right where you are. Yeah.
So yeah, I've been here since I've been here since '97. Once I got out the military.
He even calls himself.
My father-in-law, you know who Riley Scott is, the racing team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my father-in-law was the head designer for Riley Scott. He designed one of the first IRL cars. Got the climbing side on her car, a couple other cars, stuff like that. Former mother-in-law, she used to work out there at the track, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's kind of amazing we haven't even seen each other around over there on the west side.
I have not lived there for 20 years. I'm 63 years old, so I went to high school at Northwest. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I moved up here after I got the military, so and that was in '97. So.
Yeah, I moved there in
I'm 51.
I moved there in '69 and lived there till like '89.
Okay, you moved here in '69. You moved here the year I was born.
Okay, there you go.
So, and I'm 51 now. So,
Scott.
Yeah.
You showing off your pictures?
Yeah, I saw.
Okay.
I have the space to set up a nice shop. What I don't have is the money to power it.
That costs me like $20 a month, $30 a month.
No. I'm talking about the current quote I have is approximately $4,000 to upgrade the service to 200 amp and to run an electrical box to my containers out back.
I have a 250 amp panel.
Well, I got a 100 amp panel, and I just got my breaker changed from a 50 amp breaker to a 100 amp breaker. Let me tell you, having to go, is the dryer on? No? Okay, I'm plugging in the car. But thankfully, the guy determined I have number 2 copper coming to the house, so I could safely put in a 100 amp breaker. So at least I don't have to do that anymore.
I've
What's
got somebody else said something.
I got 3 Connex containers out back, but I still have to cut out the inside walls to make them an open space. Cut out a hole for the door so I could put a door in it instead of having to open up the ends of the damn things. And then I have to figure out how to get power to it because here you have to have a permit to run power. So
yeah, that's why I use an extension cord.
The extension. I do have 3 dedicated 20 amp circuits to 3 separate outlets back here, but you can only run so much on that through extension cords. That's
True.
risky.
Depending on your distance, yeah, and how heavy the cord is.
But yeah, I did. He said it's going to be about $3,000 to upgrade the service to 200 amp, and then I would still have to run a line to the container with its own box. And
What would it cost to add a second meter?
to do what?
Add a second meter at your box, your containers.
I don't know why.
Might be cheaper.
Well,
That's
no,
what-
most of the cost is the copper. So we're talking about a 120-foot run from the pole to the containers.
You should not have to pay for the pole. From
What's
the
that?
pole to your house is the power company around here.
No.
Aluminum.
I'm in a mobile home.
Yeah.
So the power comes to a meter on a pole, and then it runs from there to my house.
Have them put in another meter and everything. I know you're in a mobile home. I remember seeing you move there.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming they would charge me a lot for that.
Normally they shouldn't. I would check.
It's not like Pico. This is a co-op.
Yeah, I say it would be worth checking.
Okay.
My only thing, because I know several people here in town added the outbuilding sheds, the pre-built sheds,
Uh-huh.
and it's cheaper to them to have their own power meter put to that shed than it was to run wire, because the power company paid for the wire from the pole to the new meter that is mounted to the building, because those can be considered.
Well, we have pretty substantial standard fees every month. So if I had a separate meter, I'd have to pay double those fees. Like there's like $35 on my bill every month. That's just
We lost Llama. Take care.
That would be.
You
That would be
better
the
call
case.
911. He's probably on fire.
His power just went out. It sparked.
Shorted a brownout through half his town.
But I'll
Shorted
definitely
out
ask
his
them. Worst they
camera.
can do is say no. So.
Sashay DeSage,
Yeah.
if you wanted to jump in, there's a link. Because somebody tried to jump in a bit ago. I think it was Sashay. He's on my Facebook group, and he's been posting a lot of cool stuff he's been working on lately. So
Because hell, if they put in a new line to bring the meter closer to the house, even like in between the house and the containers,
Yeah.
then I could dig up that number 2 cable that's going to the house now, and that's enough to run both.
Yeah. Well,
when I bought my land in Prump, I had 2.5 acres. There was a power pole down the way from me. I had to pay to have the power ran up behind my property. I pulled the permits. I trenched everything. I bought the power pedestal. I got it inspected. They came out and actually done the tie-in, and then I backfilled and buried it and had it re-inspected. So I did all the labor. They just had to do the tie-in.
Well, also you got to remember, if you're looking at $35 a month, $3,000, how long is it going to take you to pay off those fees?
Well, it's very simple. I don't do it.
No, I'm just saying. If you're looking at $3,000 over it.
Now
Anyone fancy a drink?
The problem is the $3,000 is a one-time fee, so that's 10 years, less than 10 years, like 9 years. While the $35 is forever.
Yes, but that's
$9,000 versus $3,000.
how long will it take you to pay it off? Is my point.
9 years.
Yeah.
I want to know more about that.
My projected lifespan is 30 years tops. So I would pay, if I had them change my power, that's $3,000.
There you go. Now
If
you
I
can
had
point.
2 lines run, assuming they did that for free, now I'm paying $9,000. So it would cost $6,000 more to do it that way.
Where is the air inlet on that thing?
Right here. There's in the front. There's an air regulator in the front.
And so when it ties in through the bottom, do you just have like an internal disc with a whole bunch of holes in it to evenly distribute it, or does it does it have an internal chamber?
There is a piece of 20-pound copy paper that acts as a semi-permeable layer, and all the air pressure forces itself through the paper.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, just cut
Now, what size
circles on the paper.
aquarium pump are you using for that?
The cheapest one I could get.
Yeah, don't use
It's
As a matter of fact, I owned a business, Deep Fish Aquatics, and we specialize in saltwater aquariums, but we deal with a lot of different pumps. I mean, if you want to do it with your Rios or other types of stuff like that, does it matter what type of pump you're using for that application?
No, I mean, it just depends on size. So, like, if you have to do a larger volume, so I have a better pump over here that has a 6-way tap. That way, I can run 6 of them at one time.
Okay,
that's
nice.
Because
you really want to dip lures,
but I would
bust out the
imagine
big one.
you got to really watch your air pressure too. Otherwise, you're either going to blow through the paper and turn it into a cannon.
Correct.
That'd be funny out of the beard.
In the beard.
That's why I'm just running it right now. So it's just running, and I've dipped 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 parts, and
That needs to be deliberately set up, recorded as the perfect video intro ever. Just
giant explosions.
A bright green powder coated face.
Oh, I've got other colors. So I got glitter. We can go glitter if we want. Gold hollow glitter.
Can we donate towards that?
I mean, one bottle of powder is like $6. So I mean, I'll just dip the part a little bit too far, and it goes because if that 300-degree part hits that paper's exploding. So.
Yeah.
So make sure you find somebody with a phantom camera.
I think Llama was trying to dip parts.
Maybe. I don't think so.
No, he was just licking electrical connections. I told him.
I hope he's okay.
I told him
No,
it
he
was
says-
a bad idea, and he
He said he
me
clicked himself out on accident.
Now, the one downfall with moving out here, and it's a minor one because everything else is so much better, is that electricity is very expensive. About 18 cents a kilowatt delivered.
Oh, fuck. See other people.
Is that a good offer? Come on, Matt.
Back in
I'll take you
Pennsylvania,
up on
I was
that.
paying 8 cents a kilowatt. So, ouch.
Yeah. I think mine's only like 5 or 7 cents a kilowatt.
Is that total on your bill, or is that just your generation?
That's just what I use. My bills, my house is 4,200 square feet, and my bill this month was like $160.
Yeah, my house is 1,400 square feet. And my bill's like $250. And we're miserly with the power. I got LED everything.
I'm about 3/4 LED.
I just got boxes of LED bulbs in today. Where are they at? Here it is.
Hey, Scotty, you were talking about shooting 22s.
I just got 57 of these little 1 watt LED bulbs.
I had one of those. I gave it to a buddy of mine.
I use it every once in a while, not very often, with my.
Nice.
I just got a little 22 revolver.
I got lethal hands.
That's just for training or target practice.
I do have missiles though.
Into crack.
I shot a lot of USPSA. But
I had to grab one of my babies here.
We had a real nice outdoor range, and it finally closed down. So they've got a new indoor range, and they're shooting USPSA there.
What's USPSA?
United States Practical Shooter Association.
Mr. Pencil, did you ever go shoot out at Camp Atterbury?
No, we used to shoot up at we used to shoot up at Eagle Creek.
Okay, yeah, I go to Eagle Creek gun range. So, but it's it's kind of right now. It's kind of half and half because you have to make space for all the police officers coming to train, as well as for the general public.
Yeah.
But as for our long rifles, then we go out to Camp Atterbury.
Yeah, I've actually shot out at Camp Atterbury. That was a fun. Yeah, that was fun.
I've got a 1,600 acre deer lease. I go out there and shoot.
Nice.
I can shoot 600-800 yards, 1,000 yards, no problem.
That's what I love about living in Nevada, man. You hop in the Jeep, disappear out in the hills.
Yeah, my sister has about 3,000 acres down on the Skunk River in Sigourney. So I go down there, and I've got a 1,000 yard shot set up, and it's not fun. It's not fun to set up.
I bet you need one of those little ATVs.
They've got a little ATV, a little
side by side.
No, it's a little John Deere.
I'm gonna switch cameras here and I'll show you.
I think I finally figured out a design I can to make a fully 3D printed firearm that won't blow up in your face.
This is
That's what I'm talking
my
about,
newest
those
purchase. That's
Those
my
things are so stupid expensive.
Yeah, that's nice.
You might want to rethink that, bro.
Why?
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Why not?
Yeah.
What's that?
Especially not in today's climate.
Oh no, I'm probably about a year and a half, 2 years away from actually trying it.
Yeah, I bought that.
I still have to learn some things about plastic and stuff like that. But my idea is to make a blunderbuss. By making a blunderbuss, it's a relatively low pressure compression chamber. So theoretically, nylon should be able to handle that.
And everything blows up the front.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the idea is I want to completely 3D print a gun, adding enough metal to make it legal, of course, and then have it fire 20 shots reliably. I would call that a valid example.
I bought that and this week.
Those are nice.
No, the last long gun me and my father went in on. He went half and I went half. We bought the ZYLTECH Intervention, and that was 22. That was 22,000 on that one.
It's amazing how different things are back east and here. For example, back east, if I want a camper, it's no problem. I can get a really nice camper for like $1,500, $2,000. I can get a decent fixer-upper for $500 to $1,000. Out here, wrecks that I wouldn't look at twice sell for $2,000.
Mine's worth
like
about 12,000.
What? Well, no, what it is in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, you are not allowed to live in a camper. Here, a camper is a house. You can put it on a piece of property and live in it legally.
Well, I'll tell you.
And that means the value of those things is much higher here.
You want to go buy a decent fifth wheel, friggin' south end of Nevada or New Mexico is the place to go. All the snowbirds towing down there, and then they croak. You can usually buy those and their truck to pull it with for a pittance.
Probably a lot more than I have, though.
My camper, the UTV, the camper is the 2011 32-foot sleeps 9. The UTV is the 2014 Polaris Ranger Crew. With the tires on it were $1,000 a piece.
Ooh.
Put them on it. I bought that, both those for $5,500.
Wow.
The UTV is worth 11 grand by itself.
Fuck that tire price. If I'm spending that money, I want 37s or 40s.
So where did you bury the guy that you bought it from, Scott?
Yeah, that's the way I feel. Trust me. He's actually another hunter on my lease. He's leaving the lease. He bought 960 acres. So he just bought $1 million property.
Out here, that UTV would sell for $8,000 or $9,000 minimum, and not including those tires. And that trailer would sell for $12,000 to $15,000.
The UTV here I can sell between 8 to 11 grand, and the trailer is worth 13 to 14.
Something that surprised me. I actually took a Jazz.
Oh, here's one. All right. All right. We lost Llama. We lost Fort Cocky.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys saw my pictures, but I took one of those mobility scooters. You know, the little electric chairs that you ride around in. I had a Jazzy Elite, and I took the seat off and put a ball hitch where the seat went, and I use it as a trailer hauler. I hook my trailer up to it, and I haul it around the yard instead of having to do it manually. And because back east, I would just go buy a lawn tractor and put a ball on the back of a lawn tractor. But out here, getting a lawn tractor, I'm talking 20-year-old Murrays that I wouldn't give you $50 for in Pennsylvania. They're selling for $500. It's like,
hey, Scotty,
I have a Permobil.
This is my hunting trailer.
Yeah.
And
That's
he
nice.
paid $100,000 for it. And I told a guy one time, I'm like, I can pull or push your truck. And he didn't believe me. So latched him up and I pulled his truck. He's like, Dan, he's like, how much did they pay for that wheelchair? I said $100,000. I'm like, how much you pay for that truck? He's like, $6. Yeah.
Yeah. Electric motors are unbeatable.
Yeah, but you know what though? I'd rather be out of this wheelchair and walk on 2 feet again.
Yeah, one of my best friends, his wife had MS, and she had one of the chairs that was her chair was $145,000, but it stood you up, and because she had to, because she couldn't do it. She cried the first time she used it. Okay.
Mine does all that, but I don't want to be in it. It's the worst thing in the world. It really. But see, I've been wounded several times in combat, but that did not put me in a wheelchair. What put me in a wheelchair was my ALS.
Yeah. She has MS. She had MS.
That's nice. I like that. Oh.
Okay.
That's a nail driver. That's my nail driver.
Okay, I got to show it off now.
I can't afford toys like that.
I gotta remember which folder it's in.
This is all we're allowed in Canada. And they shoot Nerf bullets. We have stricter gun laws.
Yeah, imagine that.
The best gun laws in the world is in education.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I agree completely.
Scotty?
I was raised from a young age to handle guns. I think when I was 6 or 7 years old.
Sega 308.
Oh.
Nice. Let's see here.
In our household, my parents made it clear that if I ever wanted to touch the gun, all I'd have to do is come to my dad and ask him, and he would sit down with me and let me touch the gun. So it became a non-taboo. You know, it wasn't like that, oh, let's sneak and do that. All I'd have to do is go ask if I ever got the desire. And we never had a problem with guns in our household.
This is my 50-yard archery range in the basement of the restaurant.
Nice.
In
50
the
yards
basement
in the
of your
basement?
restaurant.
Yeah.
Now, are you shooting compound or recurve?
What's that?
Are you shooting compound or recurve?
Compound.
Compound. Which ones? Now, I started out. Me and my father were watching something like on Discovery Channel, whatever else, and I saw Fred Bear, and so I had to have a Bear compound bow. But then I switched over. Oh, that's nice. You hit them targets pretty much dead center. But I started out. My first compound bow was a Bear, and then I switched over to point.
Range, and it finally closed down. So I shot competition. I shot what's called a Vegas five shot.
Yeah.
Harshay, how you doing?
I shoot elite bows.
Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, very welcome.
I'm touching this up.
Okay, 1 second. Let me. 1 second, Sashay.
Shoot up at Elite Eagle Creek.
Oh, you shot that up at Eagle Creek? So, but it's kind of.
Hey, somebody's got the YouTube playing audio.
Mute YouTube.
Someone needs to mute YouTube. From the train, as well as for the general public. Yeah. But as for our long rifles, then we go out to Camp Atterbury.
Yeah, I actually shot at it, Camp Atterbury. That was fun. Scotty, there's another one of the 308.
Yeah.
That's some expensive toys, man.
Yeah, I don't have the money to spend like I used to. So it's very far between. I think right now that I have enough.
Sister has about 3,000 acres down. Okay, so you're in Indianapolis. Do you know where Gasoline Alley is?
Yes.
Hey, Sashay, I think it's you with the YouTube playing.
Have you ever heard of Long's Bakery?
Yeah, I know exactly where Long's Bakery is at. It's 16 Long's Road.
The guy that owns Long's Bakery is a lifetime friend of mine.
Okay.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, but Long's Bakery is right there at 16th and Lafayette Road.
That was his first book, and he got it this last season with my 308 AR-10.
Nice, nice.
Very nice.
Not bad for a first buck, huh?
You ate it, right?
Oh yeah, that's
3D newbie. This is my friend's shop in Gasoline Alley.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
He's got probably 40 cars in there.
Okay, I can't see him right now because
he owns Long's Bakery.
Love the wall graphics.
Well, probably about a year and a half, 2 years.
I need to interrupt for a minute, guys. Josh just jumped in. He's over on my Facebook group quite a bit, posting a lot of cool work. Let me full screen you, Sasha. What are you working on?
Blunderbuss is a relatively low.
Okay, so
pressure chamber.
I've got I found these cool new pins, right? That I've been using an airbrush gun, and I'm pretty bad
the
at
acrylic pens.
sometimes. But I figured out using these little markers right here.
Acrylic paint pens are handy.
Yes, these are very cool too. They don't spill out the side, you know, and it allows me to get these corners. This is a Nico industry file, right? So this is my first like little cosplay thing because I'm still learning a lot about the 3D printing. But
yeah, we all are.
This right here.
Wow.
Hi, baby.
Markers.
Nice.
I've never tried those. They send me a link sometime on Facebook.
I got you, Jerry. I'm gonna send it to you private message. I got my Amazon link I can get.
Cool.
I got
that actually looks like leather.
That's nice.
Like sports themed Infinity Gauntlets.
Yeah, these friend of mine named Nico. He's pretty big. Like before I even found out about him, Nico Industries makes these Infinity Gauntlets.
Yeah.
And these are my first like big, huge major projects because there's a lot of detail, and I'm not really that good at airbrushing, but I've definitely learned some tricks. Right?
Yeah,
That's cool.
I know Nico.
That's cool.
I don't know him personally, but he's on my group, and I bought from him before.
Yeah, yeah. His files are like they're pretty good, and he allows if you're in one of his merchant groups, he allows you to sell these. So that's mostly what's in my Etsy, and yeah, this is pretty cool, dude. You know what I'm saying? I got. But
hey, look, where's that helmet that you posted yesterday? The purple helmet.
Oh,
Where did you bury the guy that you bought it from?
Yeah, that's the way I feel.
Someone's got YouTube playing. They got to stop that.
Yeah, somebody's got a second.
Another hunter on my lease. He's leaving the lease. He lost it 968.
It's Sasha. Tell him to turn off his speakers.
Sasha, turn off your YouTube speakers. We're hearing feedback.
Oh, got you.
Leave StreamYard going, but just turn off YouTube.
Just pause the YouTube.
Yeah.
Got you.
That's nice.
That was me.
Hi, Critter.
What's up? Oh, you guys are you coming here. That's the kids. They're always.
Hello.
Daughter.
Hi, Critters.
Son.
Greetings.
Hi, kids. There's that. You can see everybody.
So let's see it on, Sachi.
You see it on here?
Now, what is that from?
This is another Nico Industries file for the Bubba Fett Samurai that's coming out.
It's nice.
I'll send you a link to it.
You got the back half going now, yeah?
Yeah, it's on the printer down here. Let me see if I can get an angle on it.
That's my setup for hunting right now. Crossbow.
Nice.
It's down there going.
I can't do regular bow. My hands.
Yeah, I was wondering about that when you were talking about your operations.
Yeah, see, I mean, you can see my hands.
Yeah, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, Scott, I can't shoot a bow anymore either, so I just take my time at the gun range.
Pass me that bow. You guys, where do you guys
Crossbows
hunt?
I hunt.
I gotta get that out.
Yeah, Sasha, I've never had 10 people on before, 9 or 10, so I'm having trouble. I'm trying to juggle everybody best that I can. When people are showing things or talking, I'm trying to juggle and interrupt where I can. So.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So I'm working on Nico has this other file called the Horizon.
Oh, nice.
That just came in, literally.
Trail cam.
I'm actually going to try to model it like this right here while you guys are showing bows. I have one.
Nice.
That's nice.
Yeah, this
it's a fun hobby.
Camera. This is one of the cell phone cameras, and it just literally just came in.
Where's that at?
Come here. That's at my deer lease here in Texas.
Where at in Texas?
I live 2.5 hours west of Wichita Falls.
You're trapped now.
2.5 hours from Amarillo.
Amarillo.
Yeah, you KTB. You're trapped now.
Yeah, that's a. He's
Are you allowed to
160.
set out food plots?
Oh yeah, that's what you can see. That's a feeder he's next to.
Yeah. We're not
So
allowed to.
if
We're
I
not
came
allowed
down
to set
there,
out
I could hunt those with my bow.
food.
Really?
Well, yeah, this is a $10,000 lease to get on it.
Oh well.
Yeah,
okay.
no, I mean even on private land.
If you want to come and hog hunt, come on down. I'll take you hog hunting. Wild hog all the time.
Where are you from, Sasha? Where do you live at?
I'm in Addison, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Addison. Where the heck is Addison at?
Hogs invasive there?
Outside of Dallas. It's like
So you're allowed
it's
to hunt them
small.
anytime?
Dude, you're like 4 hours from me.
Yeah.
Now, Scott, I got a question. When I used to go hog hunting down in Arizona, they call them javelinas.
That's different. That's different.
Different animal.
Yep.
That's what I was going to ask.
The javelina is a native hog. There's a season, and you're only 2 a year here.
Yeah, the preferred way to hunt javelina is with the bumper of your car. That's traditional.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a difference between the two.
Yeah, javelina, a big javelina is going to be like probably 60 pounds.
Yeah.
A
I
hog.
got a good car for that. I got an electric car, so I'm good at sneaking up on them.
Yeah, but is your electric car going to stand up to a 200-pound hog?
200? How about?
Oh, yeah, that's what the rockets are for.
Hey, Sasha?
Scott, you said 400 pounds?
400, yeah, we've got 400 pounder in my lease that I know of.
I've snuck up on squirrels with my car. I delivered a pizza and a squirrel not paying attention, drive right up next to him, and I go, "Squirrel!" and watch that thing take off like a little rocket.
Yeah, electric car, no noise.
Yeah, very quiet.
Well, other than the gravel or the dirt you're on. Well, I guess if you're on like poop dirt, there's no sound.
Hey, Sasha, I don't know
Okay, Nerds, we would not even call that credited kill. You can't sneak up on a squirrel, man.
Squirrels are very hard to sneak up on. You know, they see you coming a mile away. So to sneak up on one's actually pretty tough. Unless she's like busy in the trash can, then it's easy to sneak up on them.
If you have walnuts, they'll come to you.
Oh yeah.
22 will take care of them pretty easy.
Now, my son, now Scott and Mr. Pretzel, my son used to shoot competition air rifles, and we had a couple of the not the Benjamin, might have been the Benjamins, yeah, the Benjamin break barrel rifles, and they were firing pellets at anywhere, depending on the type of pellets you were using, they would fire anywhere between 1,200 and 1,500, feet per second. And those will actually drop small game, and they'll drop a human if you hit it in the right place.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a guy on YouTube who does pest hunting with the air rifle. He puts the camera on a scope and everything. I mean, he nails them.
I've got
but see, you don't have to pump it. You don't need an air compressor. Nothing like anything else. It's just one pump and load it back, and it'll fire it out at 1,200 meters. 1,200 feet per second. So.
I've got one. I use nylon tipped bullets, and it's supposed to be able to kill a coyote. I've never killed anything that big, but
yeah, they'll put you down in a heartbeat. So, but I had to keep him from him. And then after I kept him from him, he went ahead and followed his dad's footsteps and went to the military. So
the cool thing about pellet guns is you can legally have silencers on them here in the U.S.
Yeah,
mine came factory with silencer.
Yeah. But if you look at Benjamin firearm rifles, a lot of them come with the silencers already on them.
Yeah, mine's a Wildcat. I think it is.
Wildcat? Okay.
I think it's the Wildcat Pro or something like that. It was only like $300, so I want
that's about this person cost.
This is all 3D printed too.
Nice.
It's a copy of my real chain that not too good to wear this out in the streets when you're in certain areas. So I wear this one, you know what I'm saying? Not too worried about them messing with me at that point.
Sasha, if you know how to get to private chat here in StreamYards, I posted my zip code. You can look up where I'm at.
I did. You're 3 hours and 49 minutes away from that zip code.
As I said, come on.
I got you. I have to work that out. Travel is me doing this 3D printing full time. I have like next to no money to do a lot of things because one, the habit is buy more plastic when I do get money.
Did you see when Jerry shared the photos of my office? I know how the hobby can be.
Yeah, man, that's like a lifelong dream right there, dude. I'm gonna get to that, and it's not really getting to that. It's I don't like the whole street scene that I'm around. They say who you're around is your network, but I'm talking more what my basic thinking is due to my environment and me growing up in it. And yeah, I could just turn away, but if my kids go out, say I die tomorrow, my kids go out looking for 3D printing, and it's not that easy for them to do that, and there's a lot of STEM programs and things, but they're not reaching the network that I'm talking to on a day-to-day basis. And I'm like,
imagine that. Yeah.
Education in this country is not very good.
And I get it. It's because they do have rules to a lot of things. Like some of the schools, because I have a record, they can't work with me because their food program doesn't allow it. So are you going to get a better education, curriculum, or are you going to keep that food program? Like these are some of the things they're forced to deal with. And my thing is more like you guys, you have a lot of information and the streets don't really know how to connect, period. Technology is not something that, Jeezy, Lil Wayne, not to put any of them on Front Street, but the rapper scene does not really talk about the technology. It's more about this right here. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
And only through just someone like me and others doing it, it'll change. I'm not even like worried about it.
Well, I tell people that 50% of the country lives on minimum wage or less,
Oh, I think
and
it's
50% of the country pays 40+% of everything they make in taxes, and it's the lowest 50%, not the highest 50%.
Well, I mean, here's this. That's a lot of numbers that you don't get that until you're 18, and I think that's before we get to the 3D printing. That's not fair. Like, I shouldn't be growing up waiting to deal with bills until I'm 18. All right, I can't talk to this kid about how to make a business. I'm struggling with it myself. It's a big disadvantage that when you're born with parents that are more wealthy, not that their money gives you an advantage. It
does.
Well, yes and no, because they can get a lot of advantages, and then boom, street dude like me comes up and hustles it out of you. What then?
Well, that's a failure of their intelligence,
You have to also
but they
look at it
still
like
had the
this,
advantage.
though. Okay.
I get
It
you.
does not matter if your parents have a lot of money or your parents don't have a lot of money. Okay.
The hell it doesn't.
If one person picks up a book and it tells the story of Christopher Columbus, and another person picks up the book and it tells the story of Christopher Columbus, they both get the same knowledge. So basically, it is really, don't worry about the education and teacher stuff like that. Let the parents take a little step forward and say, hey, I'm going to make sure you know this information. And then later on in life, it is up to the child to want to continue to enhance himself or herself to keep obtaining more information. Money is not the object. Money does not change the knowledge in books.
True. I
Yes, it
agree.
does.
But here's environment does.
Money changes everything.
Now, environment.
The communities that have less money.
Let me ask you this question. Archie. Okay, if you're making $1 million a year and I'm making $15,000 a year, all right, and we both go buy the same book by Clive Barker, The Blood Books, is your story going to be different than mine?
Of course, you're a product of both your internal makeup and your environment.
Okay,
The problem. Hang on.
Here's the question.
The
Is the
problem we
language
have in this
book going to
country.
be different?
It doesn't matter how you interpret, and your ability to use that knowledge changes.
How about this?
Okay. Now, yes, you're right, Nursey. You are completely right. But here's one thing: if the parents work with the child and constantly work with the child,
assuming they can.
Assuming they can.
Then that
will
will work.
I'm a problem child, and you don't know how to deal with
one of the
me.
worst statements I've ever heard somebody make is that, well, people should just earn everything they need and should lift themselves up by their own bootstraps, pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, and that doesn't apply because what we don't people don't seem to realize, because a lot of us had it pretty good when we grew up, is that poverty begets poverty.
Yes.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you cannot pull yourself out of it.
But wait,
you say, wait a minute. If you work hard,
at that point, I disagree.
there are 4 billion.
You guys see all the stuff I got back here. And you guys see all the stuff I got back here. I grew up poorer than every one of you people with a single mom. And it was all about knowledge.
Knowledge
my mom worked 2 jobs to make sure that my mom worked 2 jobs to make sure that I had everything. If I wanted to go use a telescope, I could. If I wanted to learn about science, I could. In college, I didn't make money till I was 45 years old. And then I started making a shitload of money.
Yes,
all right, hold on. Look,
you're talking about an upbringing where you were well off.
Hey guys, let's drop it and go back to hobby and 3D printing. All right.
There you go. Look, in the 3D printing, we all have our story of how we got there, but
definitely gotta go a bit lower.
Education has a view on it, and the streets have a view on it. And
absolutely, dude.
No matter how you get your education, there is this thing in the hood mentality called the streets, and they are more appealing because of the experiences, not the money. not with anyone saying color or race. People cannot understand why dope is, and they teach this crime doesn't pay. Yes, it does. It just doesn't give you a good retirement plan. They need to be a bit more
Amen, brother.
Unless you're in high dollar crime.
okay, and stop telling people this BS rules. Like, if you don't hold the pistol and you're not standing on the corner like a stop sign with the dope, you cannot relate to those type of kids where you're trying to teach them to tie their shoe. So when you're talking about teaching with the parents, yes, it's the parents' job, but just like my mom made sure as a single mom I had everything, but the streets, why were they more appealing? What? Because I didn't have a dad? That's not the excuse. We got dudes in the street who have both parents, grandma in church every day, and you still can't explain it. Yes, it's a clear explanation.
You have to push, man. You have to push every day.
Exactly.
You
But
got to
what
push
makes you
every
push
day.
if you're not aware of your environment? Like he was talking about the book. If I get the book, we could both get married. Had a little.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
It can sound like that to you, but my environment. Let's get real. You're a brother. Tell me first off, outside of them, that you did not experience more racism as a black man from your own race than you do any other race.
Yes, I did.
Okay, then. So how do you?
Let me finish this. Hold on.
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
So look, when I get a book, it's taught to me as. When I get a book, it's taught to me.
Jerry does not want to do this. We don't talk about this stuff on Jerry's channel.
Look,
Sashay, let it go. Thank you.
Here's the thing. I was raised in a safe neighborhood. I could
love
go
you,
outside
man.
without concern or worry. I had access to education. I never went hungry once in my life. I had a nice house. I had parents that didn't know a whole lot, but they cared enough to try to find out what they needed to know. And they made enough money that they could devote some time to that. It was low crime. I had access to resources. Now, if you don't have a drive, if you don't push, you're never going to get anywhere. But you can be in a situation where it doesn't matter how much you push, you're still not going to get anywhere.
Let's drop it, guys.
What about tools? What about tools? How do we keep these tools out there? That's
Mute them, Jerry.
Beto, I got a question for you.
Bacon.
In about 6 to 7 months, I'm gonna have a 300 Savage for sale.
What's the 300 Savage?
That's a
rifle.
Real nice bolt action rifle.
Yeah, it was my father left it to me, but we're going over all the stuff with his funeral and everything else, stuff like that. So it'd be about 6 months. So if you were Scott,
Scott might like that one.
So yeah, 300 Savage is a monster.
Yeah, no, that's a fine rifle.
Yeah.
I had a Remington that same rifle. It was fun to shoot.
Yeah.
But I can't see in Iowa, you can't shoot with a rifle. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I can shoot. I can't deer hunt with a rifle. I can deer hunt with a 45, and I can deer hunt with a muzzle loader, but I can't use a rifle. Now I can shoot varmints with a rifle, so we can shoot. We got a lot of coyotes. Now, the majority of stuff that I hunt around here is pheasant. So I'll go out. I got a Winchester 101, and I'll go out and shoot pheasant all day. But kind of like Scott was saying, we've got private hunting areas here, and we can go to a private area, and we can hunt pheasants year round. You don't have to have a license. You don't have to have anything.
Really? That'd be nice. See, we don't have pheasant. One ranch I know, or one lease, is trying to bring pheasant back, but we don't have any pheasant here. I don't bird hunt.
I love to bird hunt.
I'm
a big game hunter, but
you guys talking about the rifles. I see a lot of. How many of you are in the uncensored?
I'm coming now. Oh, hang on one sec.
Into
Guys,
what?
I got to run.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Tim. Take care.
Tim.
Talk to you guys later.
Are in the uncensored 3D printing room where they make like the FGC9 things like that.
I follow those guys. It's bizarre.
Okay, I was wondering if anyone knows anything about I don't
touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, man.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, it's weird shit, man. It's some
weird shit.
A 3D printed gun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Not
what's
completely.
wrong with a 3D printed gun?
I don't want a 3D printed gun.
No,
I'm
thanks.
not even trying it. It's plastic. Okay, I don't.
Yeah, yeah, no.
I don't even care about that. Unfortunately, but I care about.
I don't do Tupperware.
You know,
Tupperware.
you know,
Yeah, I do legal. I do legal guns.
you find it.
I don't.
3D
Yeah.
printed gun's not illegal.
A
Well, see,
3D
that's
printed
more
gun
what I'm asking,
that doesn't have the lower that's serialized is not legal.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
A homemade gun does not require a serial number.
Okay. The ATF doesn't like it. Let's just say that.
That's their problem.
You can make it. Sure.
No, it is.
All
can
of
make
like
it.
making a bump stock. It's any different.
Almost all
I don't
of
know
my
about
guns
New
are
Mexico.
non-serialized.
I haven't checked New Mexico laws, but I know in Pennsylvania it's perfectly legal for you to go to Home Depot, buy the materials, and build your own gun. Now,
Yes,
if you
you can
start
buy an
manufacturing that
80%.
gun,
You can buy an
you have to
80%
serialize it.
lower. Yeah, but the second that becomes a gun, and you've changed anything on it, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not interested.
Now,
in
you
being
obviously have to check your state laws. Like, for example, in New Jersey, a homemade gun is absolutely illegal. But in Pennsylvania, it's perfectly legal for you to make your own gun. I mean, you just have to follow the rules. You know, a pistol has to be rifled. A long barrel has to meet the length requirements. It has to have a certain percentage of metal.
We'll all start making molds to make you soap on a rope, bro.
What's that?
I got you. All right, I got you.
Well, almost every one of my guns are non-serialized.
Don't fuck with
We've already fucked with the ATF and we spanked their ass. Because they were all over us about our rockets. They were trying to destroy model rocketry. And our hobby spent over $400,000 and we destroyed them in court.
Yeah, that's a whole.
Yeah, we're fighting that now in the AMA because of the drones. Because
Bullshit rules, man.
you know, yeah, and now Amazon's got the drones and they're taking over all our airspace. So now
People don't
we can't
realize
fly
that
our model
the
airplanes.
FAA is commercial bitch that's been bought and paid for by these companies who want to own this airspace.
There you go. And you need to get your blunderbuss made so that when the first one comes flying over, boom.
Shut the fuck up. Move.
I can guarantee you, and this is off the record, and I know this is live, so I'm not even gonna. I can guarantee you that I know some individuals in this area that the drones are not going to make it through their neighborhoods.
I'm not a fan of people shooting down aircraft.
Yeah,
well,
they can track that.
They look a lot like pheasant to me.
The problem is aircraft. The reason the rules are so strict for shooting at aircraft is because when you shoot at an aircraft, it tends to crash into the ground.
That's called malicious destruction of property if you get tried for it.
No, it's a felony to shoot at an aircraft.
You know what? I fly drones all the time. I see these drones falling out of the sky without being shot. You know, you can run a 2.4, a 5 gigahertz, or a 900 megahertz slammer, and you can knock these things right out of the sky.
Yeah,
there's
but
a big difference between your 10-pound drone augering into the ground and Amazon's 500-pound drone augering into the ground.
They're not 500-pound drones.
They're gonna be.
How legal is that hacking into someone else's
No, they're not.
field, though? Like, even when if I just went into your Bluetooth, that's invasion of privacy, isn't that some law against, unless you consent me hacking your device? That's
Depends on if you're broadcasting or not and whether it's encrypted or not.
Okay, well, if they knock down Amazon's stuff, period.
I would imagine Amazon's drones are going to have inertial guidance inside, so if they lose connection, they will just keep flying.
Oh, that's good. Where?
Well, if you have a reliable gyroscope on board, inertial guidance is fine as long as you stay out of the ground clutter.
That's not true. You have to have constant GPS, or it has no reference to the Earth.
It has its
None
reference based
whatsoever.
on the last time it had a solid reference.
Yeah, that's what the DJI
How do you
does.
think submarines travel underwater with no connection to the outside world? It's called inertial guidance.
Still.
It's really not that difficult. Your biggest problem is you go up high enough to make sure you're out of ground clutter. And
But
then
you're
you
not going
most
to be
likely
that high. They're talking about 500 to 700 feet.
Oh, that's plenty high enough. I'm talking over 100 feet. As long as you're over 100 feet, you're not going to hit the trees and houses.
I thought the rule was you
Most
can't go
likely,
higher than
my guess
400.
would be they're going to have waypoints along their route, and that if something happens to signal, this is the way I would do it. You'd switch to inertial guidance and fly to a nearest waypoint and land.
We worked with the university on one of their projects for the drones through Rockwell Laboratories,
Mm-hmm.
and they set up waypoints, and they were losing their drones in the corner of the cornfields, and when they came down and landed, they might be on top of a house, or they might be, because there is no way to understand what there might be a farmer in a tractor that's underneath that thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do you really want to
probability of intercept is virtually zero?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that 0.001% when it lands on my house or it lands in my yard. Or
Well, waypoints shouldn't be anywhere near houses. That's kind of the point of having them.
Well, I don't think you can. I don't think you're going to be able to deliver
anything.
You're not going to be able to deliver packages unless you're around houses.
True. No, I'm talking about if they lose signal and they have to fly to a safety point. Those safety points would be away from houses.
I do know this though. There's enough stuff in Kali Linux that could make that drone never find that inertial anything. Like it will come straight down when it is hacked.
That's poorly designed.
No, that's pretty much most of the ones using Bluetooth signals. Anything like
I mean, you can shoot the controller of my drone out of my hands with a shotgun, and my drone will simply sit there and hover and do nothing. And when the battery gets low, it'll come down and land. And that's a dumb, stupid $400 drone.
I mean, sure, but what?
But it's going to land. It's going to land where
again,
the
dumb
last
$400 drone.
Yes, I mean it's going to land at the last point that
where it stopped.
Exactly.
Right.
So if that happens to be over your house,
right,
it's going to land on your house.
That's where it's going to land.
It's coming
but that's
down
again,
regardless.
that's a dumb $400 toy drone.
No,
I mean,
we're talking. It could be anything with the signal can come down.
Anything with a signal can be killed. Anything with a signal can be killed.
I know firsthand. Anything.
We're talking about this
signal
thing here.
Can
this
come
does not
down.
require a signal to fly. It has an internal computer. It requires no outside signals to fly.
I'll be right back.
But okay, so when it requires no outside signal, is it still broadcasting for a signal, looking for a link while it's trying to land? That's where the danger. That's where the danger is, because
if it's poorly designed and hackable, yes.
No, if it's broadcasting and I can get the timing or the frequency as it is, I don't have the technical terms. I'm just giving you like a very.
You're talking about hacking the drone.
There you go, man. Like there's so much YouTube on like overtaking signals, even to line of sight with a cat line, where you can go through phones to the speaker because of sensitivity. If it is broadcasting, it will come down.
I would certainly hope that delivery drones are designed a little bit better than that.
I would love to. I get what you're saying. It just
last thing I want is a 100-pound delivery drone landing on my head.
I would love to.
It all depends on who the delivery drone is for.
Yeah.
Drone broadcast.
See, something like that lands on your head, it's gonna hurt.
Yes. Yes. And that can come down.
Cut your throat.
Yeah, something like your drone there. If that lands on your head, that's gonna hurt.
Delivery drone for military, someone will
Now this one with a battery is about probably
5-6 pounds.
No, probably 8 pounds, 10 pounds.
It's a bowling ball.
You know, and this is my
with lawnmower blades on the top.
Exactly.
This is that's the gimbal for my camera.
Nice.
So it adjusts. This is all open source, and it's APM 2.6 open source.
I have this
flight controller.
I refuse to get a license. I refuse to ask permission for something for which the FCC or FAA has no legal authority to demand me ask permission.
Well, but they made a law, so you have to.
The law is unconstitutional.
Okay.
That's why I stay under 250 grams.
Well, where do they enforce these laws? Because I mean, I talked to cops flying mine, and they don't even realize. They're like, "Oh, that's cool, right? I got this guy." And like,
your probability of being enforced against is very low. The problem is the consequences, if you are very high.
Okay, so the FAA came out to our flying field. I have 50 large-scale planes, and when I say large-scale, they're 110-inch, 140-inch wingspan. So they're huge. Fly them all the time. The FAA came out, and we had probably 6 people flying at the time. They came out and checked every one of our planes to make sure that we had our registration number in the planes, easy to be seen.
Now,
and everybody had it, and it cost $5. I'm not
you don't understand. The hobby aero modeling in the United States is dead.
But wait.
No, hold on.
It's not dead right now.
I want to know about the $5 light.
It's not dead.
5 years, hobby aero modeling is dead.
Nah, I don't believe that.
No, you don't have to believe me. This is a fact. You can either accept it or not. Okay. Go read the notice of proposed rulemaking that the FCC just passed. When you read that notice of proposed rulemaking, that is not a regulation of hobby aero modeling. It's an extermination of hobby aero modeling. They are going to take a $200 model airplane and make it into a $900 model airplane, because your airplane is going to have onboard bidirectional communications with a service plan in order to fly in the air, and you're going to have bidirectional online communications. And on top of that, flying fields where that's not required can no longer be added. Only the existing flying fields that are there will exist. After 1 year, no new flying fields can be added to the list. So eventually, when those flying fields go away, there will be no more flying fields, and no one will be able to. No one but the rich people will be able to afford to do that.
Our flying field is 40 years old, and we have 70 people that we have. If you saw any of my YouTube videos, you see some of the. Our flying field will be there another 20 years. It'll be there another.
And then in 21 years, when that flying field is gone, you cannot replace it.
Well,
wait. You sound like you just need to get a license or get in with the guys who are going to make new.
But the hardware required to comply with the requirements in the NPRM.
I don't think that's ever going to pass.
That's everything. It already passed. It already passed.
Yeah, but that's just for commercial.
No, it's everything. It applies to hobby modeling.
No, it does not.
Yeah, go read it.
Hi. I'm a member of the AMA. I get the newsletters every.
Go read the NPRM. It applies to any aircraft over 250 grams, and they left a provision in the NPRM that they can move that down below 250 grams if they want. And FFFs are dead. FFFs, after a year, you can no longer add, or either 1 or 3 years, you can no longer add any more FFFs. So the flying fields that exist that won't require you to put $1,000 into your $100 model airplane, those will be the only places you could ever fly those ever again without meeting those requirements. And once those fields disappear, that's it. You can't add any more. That's not regulation of hobby aero modeling. It's extermination. Go read the NPRM. It'll blow your mind.
So basically, if you have 100 acres, you can't fly your planes on your own land?
That's what I was going to ask.
Legally, you can, because legally, you own the airspace within reasonable usage limits over your property. The FAA will contest this, but the courts have upheld that a landowner owns the airspace above their land within reason, meaning the usable airspace. Usually, that's the top of your house or your highest tree. Whatever airspace you could reasonably use belongs to you, not the FAA. The FAA claims they own all the way to the ground, and they don't.
There were actually several people years ago that actually sued satellite companies because they were sending signals over their property, and you have a height limit of it. They actually sued them for that. And I don't know how it all worked out, but it worked out for them. So, but if I got whether it's 4 acres or 40 acres or 400 acres, if I want to fly a remote control plane, helicopter, or drone, whichever else on my property, I should be able to without being infringed on by the law.
In theory, yes. In practice, no.
Okay. Now, in
Historically,
practice, no.
when you owned a piece of property, you own that property to the center of the earth, to the infinity of heaven. Now, that got changed because of the way technology expanded. Now we have mineral rights below the ground that could be separate from the land rights. And we also now have navigable airspace rights. Historically, 500 feet and up is like a public highway. So anybody could use 500 feet and up, regardless of whether it's over your land or
in
not.
Indiana, it's 400 feet.
No, that's drone rules. I'm talking about FAA rules.
Okay, FAA rules. Okay.
According to national aerospace rules, 500 feet and up is public navigable airspace.
Okay.
Now that they can apply obviously restrictions to coordinate and whatnot. Below 500 feet is where models flew. Now, in theory, you can reasonably use 1 to 500 feet above your property with a model airplane. So in theory, under legal constructs, you own that 400, 500 foot of airspace above your property because you can reasonably use that airspace. Now, you don't get past 500 because that is officially public navigable airspace. Now, the FAA is trying to claim they own the airspace all the way down to the ground, and that's not true. The problem is they have a bigger stick than I do.
Well, Jerry, what's your opinion?
NPRM. The NPRM is not a regulation of hobby aero modeling. It's an extermination of hobby aero modeling. They are trying, the NPRM's specific purpose is to take the future commercial requirements for drone usage and apply it to hobby modelers. Meaning you will have to have the same twin dual broadcast radios on your models as they do. And currently the cost of that is $500 to $700 per model.
What about those FPV drones that have those little racers? Those
they would all be illegal.
But they're less than 100 grams.
Well, first of all, no, most of them are above 250 grams.
The whoops and stuff like that. He's talking about the real little one. You don't have to get a serial number for.
That's the other problem. In theory, the NPRM does not apply to sub 250 gram models. The problem is they eliminated the exemption for 250 grams in the rules, which means at their leisure, they can move or eliminate that 250 gram exemption anytime they want.
I got you.
So they could say, okay, you're legal to fly your 249 gram Mavic Mini. And then in 2 years, they could say, nope, that's illegal now. Now it's 150 grams. And they could do that with the NPRM.
Well, I've been streaming for 5 hours now, guys.
I understand. I got to take my meds and go to bed, which I hate doing.
Yeah, I got to go to my sister's tomorrow, install a sink, and then watch Earth. And then I might stream Sunday or Monday. And then I'll have a guest on next Wednesday. I'm not sure who it's going to be yet. But thank you, everybody, for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's nice seeing you, Sashay.
Thank you.
And D Petzel, go read that NPRM.
I'm reading it right now through our AMA.
It's going to blow the actual one from the FAA.
Hey, 3D print newbie, I'm gonna catch you on Facebook. 3D print newbie. We can talk later.
When I read that, it just blew my mind.
No,
you've got to be
catch
kidding
me. Just I'm gonna give you and Mr. Pretzel my email address.
All right.
Yeah. Ready for that?
Yeah,
okay.
put it in the
just put it down as TROYWALL. Okay, hold on.
Put it in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat.
Put it in the private chat. That way you're not broadcasting
let me get my keyboard. Let me get my keyboard and I'll put it up there right now because I'm on my phone and I'm on
private chat,
computer.
Not public chat. Put it in private chat.
Yeah, because I want that. So.
Okay, I'll give it a minute.
Well, if I can get a quick minute here, Jerry, I want to thank you for letting me stream my very first print of my boron.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, not a problem.
Great result.
I mean, I came out, the cube came out pretty great for basically no tuning, this is just taking default configs into Cura and then just hitting print. So, I mean, it's not, I'm sure Chris McCarkey would give me plays for the little lines in the model, but to me that looks, I'm not trying to claim it
looks nice.
Super quality, but
Very
it's
nice
for no tuning at all. It's pretty awesome.
A lot of the stuff I've seen posted online, that looks perfect from here.
Yeah, it looks nice to me.
Hey, question for you. Did you end up having to remove supports out of those holes?
No, there's that. This is what their test cube.
Yeah.
They designed. So there's actually supposed to be a friction fit here for a bearing that they don't longer use in the newer versions.
Yeah.
But it also has support there or a bridge in the middle, so you can see how the bridging looks.
Yeah,
overhangs, all kinds of stuff on it.
How many layers in that? Is it just a single layer for that one bridge in the middle?
I'm not sure. Let me see if I can bring it up in Share and take a look here real quick.
Okay, but you guys, get with Jerry because my computer's not working right now, and he will give you my email address.
It looks like it's 4 layers.
Yeah, I'll send it to you guys either later tonight or tomorrow.
All right.
When I get off here, I'm going to get some food and watch TV.
This is neat being able to put this many
4
people
layers
on
of
the
the
stream.
bridge.
All right, now it's bedtime for Bonzo. So.
Hey, thank you guys for allowing me your time.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you for stopping by.
Cool
Gary,
too.
Gary, I put a shortcut to a model aviation response to the NPRM. That goes clear back to 2015.
And the FAA is not required to acknowledge the response, simply to accept them, and they can ignore them and do what they want.
Absolutely.
Man, I'm digging.
Here, I'll post it. I'll post it in chat real fast.
That's
And
why
that's
we
exactly
spend
what
so
they're
much.
doing.
That's why we spend so much money for them to lobby.
Well, see, the problem is the AMA tried to suck the you-know-what of the FAA, hoping that it would leave them alone and protect, throw the drones under the bus. And they didn't expect the FAA to say, oh, yeah, well, the whole hobby's under the bus.
Gary?
Yeah.
Everybody take care. Thank you, Matt. Take care.
Okay, see you guys.
I'm gonna bleep everybody out and then I'll say goodbye to everybody. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care,
Thanks,
Chris.
Jerry.
Take care, David. 3D Print Newbie. Take
Later,
care.
Jerry.
Well, thank you for watching, everybody. That's been it's a little over 5 hours I've been streaming now, and I'm tired. It's time to go eat some food, watch TV. Earth will be on tomorrow and Sunday. That'll be really awesome to see. I might stream again Sunday night. We'll have to wait and see how that works out. But I just wanted to, thank everybody. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.